It's love the way you did that. But if you go ahead and fast forward conference expansion 1 year, you put Oregon, you put Washington in the Big Ten, you put Oklahoma and Texas in the SEC. The results from last year, the only team not in the Big Ten or the SEC was Florida State. So you're going to have 6 of one, or you're going to have 5 of one, 6 of another, and one that's not in the Big Ten or the SEC. Is that the world that we're heading towards? And if it is, let's just get there already. Let's skip the next few years. And let's just add all of the relevant teams to the SEC or the Big Ten that we think are necessary, and let's create an NFC, AFC version of the SEC and Big Ten, and then we can create our playoff system off of that.
I'm going to cherish the next couple of years. I don't want to get them over with. I thought 12 was maybe the sweet spot, and it might not last beyond the 2 years.
Do you not? I mean, do you disagree that that's where we're headed?
That feels like
eventually it's going to be the Big Two and everyone else, and then we're going to have an AFC, NFC version, an NFL version in college football for the playoffs.
I mean, I see the blueprint for it. Texter says, why stop at 14? Give everybody a participation trophy. You knew we were going to get those ticket texts. Another one says, this is why Notre Dame acquiesced to the new format. It was temporary, and more is coming with streaming and NIL and all this other stuff. Notre Dame is an interesting case in all of this. We should talk about the Irish coming up next because they were out. They're kind of in their power play in all of this, how they're trying to stay relevant. It's 97.1.
Hey, it's Heather. Are you tired of having to join different gyms and studios for all your fitness and wellness needs? Why not just join the YMCA of Metro Detroit today and take advantage of all the Y has to offer included in a membership? They've got indoor lap pool access, strength training, cycling, Pilates, Les Mills, discounted personal training, and so much more. All at one place and for one low price of less than $3 a day. And join the Y in February and get 50% off your first month. Learn more at ymcadetroit.org. Find what moves you. Find your Y today.
I don't know how we're catching strays on the ticket text, but response says, funny, you guys yelled and screamed for this. Now you want it to slow down? Good luck stopping the cash cow. Everything's wide open. College football hasn't even played a 12-team playoff, but the reports are they're already eyeing 14 for 2026.
There were a lot of people in the media that wanted various forms of expansion for the college football playoffs.
I think it was a good idea to expand. I still feel that way.
But I'm still a proponent, and we're never going to go back, right? 12 is now the minimum. It's never going back to 4. It's not going to 8. I thought 6 would have been the ideal number. I would have been okay with 8. I don't like 12, but I'm going to, as I like to say, I'm going to let it play out. I want to see what it looks like, but I want to see what it looks like before we even start talking about 14.
Because if it waters down the regular season too much, the last thing you want to do is start adding more playoff teams. I asked you about Notre Dame. I want to get your response to that. Plus, we got a video of Javi Baez swinging left-handed. We'll give people an explanation on that. Couldn't hurt, right? Yeah. Notre Dame, how do they fit into all this? Because they have a seat at the table despite the fact they're not in a conference. They've always been given kind of that preferential treatment.
They don't have a seat at the table. They have a vote. But their vote didn't vote them a seat at the table. Technically, I mean, they cannot. It's impossible for them to be 1 through 4.
Right.
They can't get a bye.
In the upcoming next 2 seasons, They cannot get a bye because they cannot win a conference championship, which I love because they've done it to themselves with this like snooty, we don't need a conference, we're better than everybody. So it would not bother me at all that they were left in the wilderness. I don't know how it would work in a 14-team playoff. I mean, there would be 2 byes, right? And they couldn't get one of the 2 byes. Would they still be locked out of the top 4 as a non-conference champ? I hope so. I would hope so. I don't want any special treatment or preferential treatment for Notre Dame.
No, there's not, and they're not going to get any. I mean, first of all, you got to win, and you got to be good on a regular basis to get any preferential treatment. If you're going to get preferential treatment, it would have been to a school like Alabama. And that's what I'm talking about when I say you've got to be good on a regular basis, because people will shout at you and say, well, Michigan is in that category. Well, they're coming off a national championship, but it's been 3 years. It's the first time they've won college football playoff games. So I don't put them in the category of Alabama. I don't put them in the category of when Clemson was smoking hot, even though they were coming out of the ACC. Like, there are very few programs that we're talking about in regards, and now we got to find out, is Alabama even going to be that under Kalen DeBoer?
Right. John, the Javi Baez thing. I saw the headline, Observations from Spring Training. Is right-handed Javi Baez trying to become a switch hitter? And there are photos and videos of him swinging left-handed. My initial thought was, can't hurt. Can't hurt. Now, doing a little more digging, he's taken 3 at-bats from the left side in his career, 1 for 3 with a double. But no, he does not have plans to become a switch hitter. Apparently, the reason he did this is part of his regiment to prepare for the upcoming season. It gives him, a different look. He says it's for fun. The direct quote, I use it to stretch up my back. It's for fun. I do that to adjust it. I take so many swings right-handed. I take a couple left-handed, and my hips feel better. Why can't he start swinging left-handed more often?
Well, because he's not a switch hitter.
Would it really hurt? Would it really hurt? He's a black hole at the plate.
I'm not going to argue any of that. But it's ludicrous to think that he's going to start, batting left-handed.
31 years old, this deep into his career.
I have heard of some coaches doing this just so that players can get a different view of the ball coming in, right? And not that they're going to have a smooth swing or stretch their back out, whatever it is, but that they get a different view. And maybe that's part of it. Maybe he just needs a different perspective. And, whichever eye is dominant, maybe he's got a vision issue. We've talked about all of these things. Maybe he needs glasses. But when you get a different view, now you go back and you say, okay, well, this is how I'm seeing it from a bunch of different perspectives. Maybe it can help him. We're all reaching.
The story in the Free Press, Evan Petzold says, Baez never swung and missed from the left side on Wednesday. He made contact with the ball on all of his left-handed swings.
Okay, let's just. He's not going to be swinging. He's not going to become a switch hitter.
Maybe he's just not a right-handed hitter. I'm being facetious.
Yes.
But I think we all have a frustration with Javi Baez. He might be the most frustrating athlete in Detroit sports right now. And he is a butcher at the plate. He swings and misses more than really anybody in baseball. And it's not just that he swings and misses. He swings at pitches in the other batter's box. Maybe if he was standing in that batter's box, it would be a little easier for him.
Well, yeah, he'd be hit by pitch.
Get on base. That's the game, right? He gets on base. Little Moneyball feel.
Hey, if you're going to throw me in the left-handed batter's box, I'm going to stand there and I'm going to take it.
We got one more phone call on the college football stuff. Rob in Brighton, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, fellas. Yeah, shout out to my colleague Brandon, who had said you guys were talking smack about Notre Dame earlier. So I'm glad that you guys are revisiting this topic. And John, for the record, I'm with you. I wish Notre Dame would have joined. I don't know if you said this, but I've wanted them to join the Big Ten for years now. Most of their rivals, I think the two biggest rivals are Michigan and Michigan State, but they're obviously not for financial reasons. But I guess I'm confused as to how Notre Dame gets the short end of the stick if they're not a 1-4 seed, because if you're a 1-4 seed, you have played an extra game, your conference championship, where Notre Dame doesn't have to.
Correct.
And if Notre Dame's in the top 10, they're guaranteed in the playoff. And if they're ranked higher than any of those 1-4 seeds, they're a number 5 seed, which guarantees them a home field advantage. And if they win, their next game is against a lower seeded team than if they were ranked 1-4. So I guess
you think it's an advantage?
Yeah, absolutely it is. I think it is because it's one less game played, right? And they're not mandated to play conference games. Like they have a contract with the ACC for 5 games a year.
It's not one less game played. It's one less game played at the end of the regular season, so you don't have a championship game, but you're always going to have one more game played during the college football playoffs if you make it all the way to the national championship
Rob,
game.
let's not act like the only benefit of being the 1 or the 2 seed is the bye. It's also seeding throughout the rest of the playoffs too. You would then, in theory, get better matchups in the second and the third round too, potentially.
That's incorrect.
Because
look at how it breaks down. If Notre Dame's the 5 seed, right, and they win, they would play a lower seeded team than any of the 1-4 teams in their first playoff game, right? 1-4s get the bye, right?
Yeah.
Their next game would be against a higher seeded team than if Notre Dame is at 5. It's just the way it's set up.
Because they don't reseed, you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. Well, then I guess he's right.
So, but like all I'm saying is, I mean, do you really think like Notre Dame cares about winning a conference championship?
Well, clearly not. No, I mean, clearly not, Rob. I mean, clearly Notre Dame doesn't care about winning a conference championship because they would have joined a conference at some point in the last 100 years. They haven't. Sorry to cut them off. We got to get to Heather with the news. Heather.
Hey, guys. So the snow helped Detroit police catch a criminal. Footprints left behind in the snow led police to a fleeing wrong-way driver and the doghouse where he hid a gun and some drugs. This happened last month. Officers spotted this guy driving the wrong way down the street while he was talking on a cell phone. They tried to pull him over, but of course he didn't stop. He fled. He eventually crashed into a fire hydrant and then ran. So police started scouring the area, right? And then they saw, look at these footprints in the fresh snow. The footprints led directly to this doghouse and then directly to the front porch of a house where, lo and behold, this criminal was sitting on the porch right there. He was busted. They found meth and the handgun inside this doghouse. And, can't do that. So
not the brightest.
No, and I picture, whenever I hear this, I picture like those old school cartoons where that little person goes through with a little duster to dust
cover their tracks.
He needed to cover his tracks. He forgot to do that. A man who recently turned 27 didn't expect to spend his birthday behind bars, but he did. This guy was on the jetway about to get onto his flight from Fort Lauderdale to San Francisco. Happened over the weekend, and he decided to make a joke that the TSA had missed a bomb in his bag. Right? That's the one thing you don't bring that up.
Okay.
Well, flight attendant confronted him because there was some talk.
Yeah.
And he doubled down and said it again that, yes, somebody forgot to check his bag. There's a bomb in it. So authorities arrested him. They did find no bomb in his bag. He was charged with making a false report of a bomb, arson, or weapon of mass destruction. And that's a second-degree felony. Happy 27th birthday. Yes. Tens of thousands of customers woke up to phone issues this morning. You might still have some. A nationwide AT&T outage is impacting customers' ability to receive and send calls, as well as make some emergency calls. Outages started popping up right before 3:30 a.m. this morning. More than 71,000 AT&T users reported outages as of 8 a.m. Also, you might have some issues if you have T-Mobile or Verizon. They're also being affected, but not nearly as much as AT&T customers. AT&T says that they're working urgently to restore service, and they encourage users to use Wi-Fi calling until everything is back in action. So far, no cause of the outage has been announced. Guys, there's apparently a lot of men out there who are very self-conscious about their nipples.
What?
Yeah. Who knew? But apparently it's a thing. So New York City surgeons say they're seeing a surge in men who are coming into their offices and they're bringing a picture with them. A specific person they want their nipples to look just like, and that's David Beckham.
What?
He apparently has the perfect nipples. They're, according to this doctor, small, symmetrical,
Geppetto?
and almond shaped.
The cat Geppetto? Yes.
So, I don't know. It's a thing. It's trending. This doctor says he now sees and performs these procedures once every 2 weeks, which is up from a handful of times a year in the past.
To improve the appearance of your nipples.
Yes. Yes, your non-functional nipples.
Yeah, they are very non-functional.
Yes.
And I don't know that the last time I've taken notice of
Never. I mean, people get they get subconscious about different things in their body. Never that.
Yeah, I mean,
I
every
can't
once in a
relate to
while,
that.
I'll try and make the kids feel very uncomfortable by like doing a flex, right? I mean, it's like as a dad, we've all done that, right? You know,
Sure.
But I don't know that.
Well, it's an easy procedure if you do start to feel a little self-conscious. They say in and out, you can go back to work the same day. It costs about $5,000.
Oh wow,
$5,000. That's
but
it. Huh?
See, here's the other thing too: is like I've seen people have the piercing.
Oh, sure.
It just seems like it would be unbelievably painful, and I just would prefer nobody cut that area.
They'd knock you out probably. You'd be fine.
They don't knock you out for a nipple piercing. Are you
No, not
kidding
for a
me?
piercing. I'm saying,
yeah.
not for a nipple piercing, but if I'm getting the David Beckham, you're gonna get knocked out. I don't even.
If you're a cat guy, they do.
Oh my gosh.
That's Heather with the news. It's 97.1.
Hey, get buckets with your first bet on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 if your bet simply wins. I'll repeat that for you. $150 if your bet simply wins. Bet on all your favorite NBA players and teams with quick bets, instant gratification, live same-game parlays, exclusive props. You get so much to look at, so download the app or go to their website, FanDuel.com/Jansen, and shoot your shot. FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA and 97.1 The Ticket. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems, call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
Texture says, I'd be more embarrassed to admit I got a nipple procedure than I could ever be about my nipples. So if people have seen them, it's too late. Tom in Flat Rock.
Yeah. That's just not something that would be on the top of my list. Boy, I need to improve that part of my body.
Teach their own.
It's a thing.
Would people even notice, though?
No.
Like, who is staring at your nipples?
Would somebody notice that you had them changed? I think so.
I don't think so.
They would have to know before what they look like to know that you've changed them.
I think there would be a little bit of scarring. Like, I think you'd be able to tell a little bit.
For $5,000, it better not be
There
scarring.
better not be scarring, yeah.
I think there would be. I think you'd be able to tell.
Doesn't that defeat the purpose, too, of getting
But
it
no, not if you're self-conscious about what they look like. You'd be happier with a little scarring than
scar?
you would be. Yeah. I think you'd be able to tell.
I just think it goes back to like
what? I mean, does it matter? I mean, like, are they? Why would I get back to why would you do this? Like, are they pointing the wrong direction?
Sean.
Maybe they're like completely different sizes and they're super like not symmetrical.
Please watch on Twitch.
I don't know.
As Heather describes the different sizes.
I've never seen that occur on anybody, but maybe.
That's why I'm wondering is like, what would the point of this surgery be?
Just to make you feel more comfortable in your own body.
Yeah, I guess if you're uncomfortable with your nipples.
I just think it goes back to people aren't paying as much attention to you as you think
As
they are.
you think they are, yeah.
Well, they're not doing it for other people.
Whatever
they're
takes
doing
the
it for
attention off
themselves.
your
That's
face.
the thing.
But aren't they worried about being judged by other people? What did you say?
Well, your nipples are look nice. Now oh wait, you're uglier than hell. Nipples are fixed, but your face still is ugly.
Texter says, I'm scarred just listening to this.
Yeah.
Okay, then. 248-539-9797. We got some ticket texts. We're talking some football to start the hour. Ticket texter says, you can't fix everything with the Lions in 1 year. The Lions have a 2 to 3 year window before the rookie contracts become an issue. Ben in Ann Arbor. My point would be it goes quick, Ben. Got to do something. Texter says, maybe they change the Lions name to the Detroit Wolverines and start playing the games at the Big House. John would love that, Cliff, in a car if you missed his Honolulu blueprint.
I like good players.
This one says, players aside, I trust Brad Holmes as a GM. I'm really mainly curious to see if they'll spend big money in general. Past GMs haven't, Joe and Canton. Isn't that the big question for the offseason for the Lions is how aggressive Brad Holmes decides to be?
Yeah. I mean, what type of improvements is he going to make? And how do you make those improvements? You, other than the draft, in the draft, we've got confidence that he can draft well. It's not going to be 100% hit. His draft picks haven't hit 100% of the time. Now, he's hit on more than none, but what is he going to do to make the team better in regards to free agency or trades? Like, you have this money to spend, and I'm not saying you go out and spend it just because you can, but, I mean, are you going to extend Penei Sewell right now? He's only going into his 4th year. He's still got a 5th-year option. Could you? Yes. Do you need to? No. Amon-Ra St. Brown, he's up. Extend him. Jared Goff, he's going to be up. Extend him. But there's not a lot of guys right now on the current roster that you're going to pay. So what are you going to do with this money? There is a minimum that you have to spend. I don't know what that's going to be. When they set the max, we'll know what the minimum's going to be.
Well, and it goes back to this ticket text. It's been a running theme for the last 24 hours. You guys need to start the Chris Jones signing bandwagon. I don't know that we'd be starting the bandwagon, but I would like some
I'd hop on that one.
Give me preferential seating, preferably near the front, because I'm all in on Chris Jones if he becomes available. And I think that's part of why it's hard to get excited because you don't know that he's actually going to hit the open market.
Right.
He might get tagged. If he doesn't get tagged, he may sign a long-term deal with Kansas City because he's already said he wants to stay there and chase a championship. But, John, if he becomes available, none of this long-term, stabilizing, take your time. That's a guy that breaks the rules. Chris Jones available is how you deviate from your plan when someone like that becomes available.
And here's the other thing is you've got to make sacrifices. I'm willing to sacrifice some things to be able to sign Chris Jones. One of those is not Jared Goff. One of those is not Amon-Ra St. Brown. One of those might be going out and getting a number 1 corner. I could still go out and get a good player, one that has some flaws, but I also know that they're going to be covering for a lot less time. They're going to be defending passes that probably, not all the time, but a lot more of the time, are not going to be on schedule. They're not going to be as accurate because your quarterback is going to be running for his life.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's someone who breaks the rules. GMs have their philosophy. They have a way of doing things. Brett Holmes' words and, more importantly, actions say that he's not a guy who wants to go out and do something bold. He's done it methodically, quote, the right way, and it's worked. And why would you deviate? Well, you deviate because, like the first texter we read said, he thinks you got 2-3 years. Well, in 2-3 years, Ragnow might not be here. He's contemplated retirement.
Right.
Taylor Decker will be up after next season. How much longer is he going to be an elite left tackle? You talked about maybe bumping him to guard at some point. The point is the offensive line is one of the best in football, if not the best. It's the biggest reason this team was playing for a spot in the Super Bowl, and it's not going to stay elite forever.
Yeah.
So while you feel like you can keep them together next season, do everything you can to win a Super Bowl next season. Don't leave any cap space in question and feel like you're playing with one less playmaker than the guy across from you. You have to keep up with the best teams in the NFL. Stealing Chris Jones from the Chiefs was one of the biggest swings you could make to go from Super Bowl contender to Super Bowl winner.
Yeah, and on the flip side, and I know people are losing their minds because I said Michael Onwenu.
I
he
like
happens to be a free agent. He happens to be one of the better free agent right tackles. There are other right tackles. The point is, if you want to keep a strength to strength, and you want to be able to go out there and sign other free agents like a Chris Jones, then you go out and you sign a right tackle, and then you move the guy that you're going to have to pay as a top-notch tackle anyway to the backside of Jared Goff, because he's the best there is in the business, and that's Penei Sewell. And then you bump down Decker, and you've created this offensive line that is still a strength, can continue to be a strength, and then you draft. You have Kobe Sorsdahl. Do I want him starting next year? Probably not, but I'm okay with him being a backup. Continue to develop him. You draft somebody. Continue to develop them so that when Taylor Decker, because he's not a spring chicken, when he does become too old to play on your offensive line, you have guys to step in.
Some more ticket text. The Javi Baez thing struck a chord with some people. Maybe he is left-handed. That would explain a lot. Another one says him swinging lefty wouldn't make any difference. It's not like he can miss more sliders. Abe in Southfield. And then a ticket texter, I'll have to fact check this, from Wikipedia, Javi Baez is left-hand dominant. He writes with his left hand. He eats with his left hand. And the other day, he was swinging left-handed. He says just to, get his hips and back right. He's 1 for 3 at the big league level, swinging left-handed. John, it would explain a lot.
And some of our Twitchers want to know how all in we are. On Chris Jones.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to change the name on this one, and I will ask you this question instead of me, because my answer is no. Cookies. Would you get the nipple procedure if you guaranteed that we got Chris Jones? My answer is no.
My answer is no, but I did pause for longer than I thought I would pause.
Oh, really?
Some ticket texters on the nipples. Says cross-eyed nipples, LOL. Another one says people can have an inverted nipple, and it could be deformed. That would be a reason to get the procedure.
Oh, so it's like a belly button. You have an innie instead of an outie?
I mean, I don't think that's what people are going for this procedure to do, but I understand that.
What happens when it gets cold?
Well, speaking of that, ticket texter, when I was 19, I got my nipples pierced. My wife made me take them out when we were dating. They are permanently hard and always look cold even in the summer. That's a real ticket text. I didn't make that up. Anyway, the winner from the Daniel Tosh tickets was Nick in Waterford. He's going to go see Daniel Tosh Fox Theater June 15th, 2024. Tickets on sale, Ticketmaster.com or LiveNation.com. They're courtesy of Live Nation. He heard John say, sell meat. Coming up next, we can take more nipple ticket text.
Yeah, I mean, if you got an innie and it's cold, do you have to worry about puncturing your heart?
How about this? There are details about what college football players... The NCAA 25 video game is set to come out this summer. How will players be compensated? We have some details. I'll mix that in if you're not into the nipple stuff. 97.1. 97.1. Good morning. Carson Anderson coming up at 10 o'clock. To avoid more nipple discussion, John, I do have an update on that college football video game that is set to come out this summer. Are you excited, by the way? You're not a gamer. You're not a gamer.
I'm not
Are
a
your
gamer.
kids? Any of your kids?
No, we don't have one in the house.
You don't have.
No.
Thank you.
Stoney.
Always there.
Always lingering.
Uh-huh.
Do you don't get into it, your kids don't get into it.
No. I mean, Jack might. If he says, hey, Dad, this is something I'd want to play, I'd look into it, but then I'd have to get the whole platform as well as the game.
So no PlayStation, no Xbox, nothing in
No.
the house. This is a phenomenon, though. You're aware of how excited people are to have this game
Sure.
back.
I know how excited people were when it was around originally. And then when it went away, everybody has been begging for, I don't know, what is it, 15 years? Please come back, please come back. And now it's back.
Yeah, would have been the last one would have been 14, right?
It's
13,
just
14.
something, I understand the excitement about it. It's not something that I'm into, but I understand why people are excited about
I'm
it.
going to be
First in line.
absolutely.
Is it just a download now, isn't it?
Yeah, basically now there's really I don't even know if you can buy discs. Like you just download them to your Xbox or your PlayStation and you're ready to go. Like at midnight the night it comes out and you can just go to town. The question was, how are they going to pay these athletes, right? Because that's why the game went away to begin with. There are some details. Chris Vanini from The Athletic. College football players can opt into EA Sports College Football 25 beginning today. All 134 FBS teams in the game. Players will get $600 plus a copy of the game. More than 11,000 players are expected in the game. So if you do the math, that's $6.6 million that they're going to pay out to the athletes to be in the game.
So for 98% of the athletes, great deal.
Great deal.
All right. For the top of the line guys, your Heisman Trophy candidates. So let's just go back over the last couple of years. You know, when you're looking at,
Caleb Williams.
Yeah, Caleb Williams, C.J. Stroud, Bryce Young, Jalen Hurts, all of these guys, their image, name, image, and likeness is worth a hell of a lot more. Their brand is worth a hell of a lot more than $600 and a copy of the game.
But don't you want to be in the game? Like, John, your brand.
You want to get paid.
Okay. I'm curious about you. You didn't have a brand of Jalen Hurts, but you would have gone into your senior year off a national title, All-American status.
I'd have taken $600.
Yeah.
I'm one of the 98%.
Well, no,
sure.
You go to the NFL. I think you were on the higher end. Don't sell yourself short.
Okay, so I'm going to hold up for $800. All right, but I'm talking about
my point
the
is you should just
extreme.
Yeah, but I think even them, they want to be in the game. Like these guys, they're younger dudes. They play the video games. They want to be in the game. They want their friends to have it, their boys to play it. They want their name in it too.
There's going to be part of that, but there's also going to be a lot of, hey, wait a second, my brand has a value. Do I want to minimize it simply because I want my name in that? Or am I going to hold out for a little bit and they're going to eventually come to me and say, you know what? This is what everybody else is getting, but this is what we're going to give you.
Special deal.
Yeah, we want your name to be a part of this game. And that's going to happen. This is what everyone is being offered. You can opt in now. If you decide that you don't want to, they're going to look and they're going to say, insert any quarterback for next year. Do we want them and their name and their brand to be a part of this game? So you're going to up the ante.
So big name quarterbacks for next season. Carson Beck at Georgia,
Sure.
Dylan Gabriel at Oregon. Right. Guys
Insert
like
those
that.
guys. Yes, they're going to get more. And that's okay.
That's fine. Get them in the game.
Yeah.
Get us back into those online dynasties. Get the coaching carousel fired up. Give me the fight songs.
This is going to be the first basically collectively bargained, not completely true to the sense of the term, but you're going to have a collective group of individuals get a certain amount of money by all opting in, and you have the right to opt out. In the NFL, all of these things are taken care of by the NFLPA. And so you are, by being a member of the NFLPA and you sign into, you are letting them license. It's a limited license agreement, but you are then allowing them to market you and be a part of their licensed gear as well, and because jerseys are a part of that.
Yep.
And some, not all, but some games and the way that they're going to use your likeness. So in doing so, you get a check every year from the NFLPA. Here is the money. It's, when I was playing, I'm sure it's a lot more now. I think it was like $4,000 a year that you would get for basically signing away your name, image, and likeness. And then you still retain the right to be able to go out there and market yourself. But for those that were collectively bargained by the NFLPA as a group, that's what you get. That's where this is headed. And it needs to head. But you're going to also then have some guys that are going to opt out and say, you know what? I'm more valuable than an offensive lineman. I want more money.
The great part about this is more NIL than most NIL deals. This is literal name, image, and likeness being displayed electronically, and it will be, because of the volume of it, expected to be the largest NIL deal ever, because it involves 134 schools and, in theory, 98% of players. We're talking about north of $6 million going to be shelled out over the deal. Players have until April 30th to opt in if they want to be part of the game. If they don't, they could still be added later as a roster update. Guess they're going to have to make their individual decisions if they want to be in the game.
That's where the big money comes, the
Should we
roster update.
You wait, you hold out, you make it past that deadline, and then you get taken care of even more.
Yep.
So I'm excited. They haven't even announced the date yet. The full-time trailer isn't even out yet, but they did like a pre-trailer teaser last week, and it
It's
got
gonna be
people
fun.
excited. Yeah. Some ticket text. Could you imagine being a college-age dude, especially that plays quarterback or a skill position, and you're at a party, they turn on the game, and you get to play as yourself? The biggest flex available, biggest man on campus energy. Be pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, yeah,
I think that has
it'll
appeal
be,
to people.
Yeah, there's no question it will.
Gator is coming to the studio. Gator, what's up?
How's everybody doing?
Good.
You done talking about nipples?
How do you feel about yours?
Thanks for. Oh,
Do you want him to look like Beckham's?
They're fine. You know, I don't.
When was the last time you even noticed
You
them?
don't even think about it, right?
You know, you notice them every day when you get out of the shower. I guess I don't. But I'm,
I guess if you're looking in the mirror.
I'm not fixated on them. I mean, they are what they are. But yeah, I read that story last night. Almond-shaped nipples like Beckham.
Oh, almond shaped. I didn't.
Yeah, you were chatting while I was reading
I'm
that.
sorry. Yes,
it's okay.
It's hard
I did
for me
mention
to focus
it.
on all
no
the
worries.
details.
John heard nipples and immediately
Yeah.
became a 12-year-old boy.
What I didn't see was Heather's demonstration of.
You got to watch Twitch.
Yeah, that's the thing. I missed. I was driving.
Yeah,
on it.
yeah.
I was just saying, if somebody had, not symmetrical nipples and one was a lot larger than the other one, which I don't think they are. Like I've never seen a guy have that, but maybe there are some.
Gator, I'm glad that I wasn't the only because she's doing this like it's the scales of justice.
Right.
And then I'm like, well, if you're doing this to a dude's,
I mean, I get that if it's testicles,
We're not
but
doing
we're talking
this,
about nipples.
but I'm just size-wise and like, I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there.
Did you say testicles?
I did. Well,
that would be
That's a
more
separate
of,
thing.
Yes,
that's what John
the
was doing.
motion.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, exactly.
You're talking about
It's a whole
scrotox?
nother story.
That is a whole.
yeah, it is.
What do you got coming up? Any anatomy today?
I don't know if we're going to have any anatomy today, but you never know.
Yes.
I mean,
I didn't see that one coming.
yeah,
No.
you generally don't. No, I think we're going to do something. Doug just explained to me when I was we were just talking. I don't know what we're calling it. Off the top of my head, I think we're going to call it dealer's choice. There's a choice of 3 that we're going to get into, and it sounds like it's pretty intriguing. And I think we can get kind of worked up about it a little bit. Doug, I was just telling him we haven't really discussed what we're going to call this thing, but I just off the top of my head thought dealer's choice.
By the way, great hat, Doug.
Thank you.
I like the hat.
this hat. I don't think Gator likes it.
I don't like that hat.
Really?
What don't you like about it? Is that
The giant logo on the hat.
Well, tune into
it's
Twitch
either that
and
or the
YouTube, and you can judge the hat
forehead?
for
You gotta
yourself.
look at his forehead.
No, I mean it's a hat. I mean I don't like.
He wants
it.
more
The kids
subtlety.
would ask, "Does Dad have drip today?"
Yeah, I think you're.
I think Doug's got
Pretty-
drip.
pretty solid, yeah.
I got drip.
Yeah,
Dad's
I
got
mean,
drip.
yeah.
I don't know what that means.
I know. Our generation, the
Swagger.
Drip, the drip was something else.
Swagger, I got. Yeah.
That's kind of what you're wearing.
Yeah.
So what are you calling this thing? This
We
dealer's
don't
choice
even
deal?
know.
Okay.
We don't know. Gator's got some decisions to make. I have
Oh.
3 envelopes with 3 different topics.
Oh,
Gator will choose one of these: 2
1, 2,
sports
and
and a
3.
non-sports.
all right. Sounds good.
Yep.
They'll get after it next. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
All right, welcome to the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. If you have not, and you want to judge for yourself whether the hat I'm wearing is cool or stupid, go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket, or go to youtube.com and search up 971 The Ticket and judge for yourself. So it's up to you. You like the hat, you don't like the hat. Gator does not like the hat, which is fine.
No,
Not
it's
that
okay.
worried.
I mean, it's your hat, your decision.
I'm not that worried about like
My opinion.
I'm not worried about anybody else's opinion. I mean, if my wife says if you wear that hat, I'm not coming anywhere within a 15-foot radius of you, I might say, well, then I'll take the hat off. But I like this hat. But anyway, check it out for yourself. Okay. So yesterday, the weather. Did you do anything that was not a typical February day? Did you get outside? Did you go for a walk? Anything with the dog?
I fell asleep.
You fell asleep.
Fell asleep.
So you took zero advantage of it.
Yeah, and I was upset because I wasted the opportunity.
Yeah. Yeah.
Normally, I like to go for a nice walk. A little bit breezy, I understand, but yeah,
So
still happened today, I guess.
my youngest is getting ready for baseball season, and it was nice, and he'd been talking about wanting to do grounders soon. So I gave it. There were two things. One I did, one I didn't do. One was I sent him a text, you want to hit grounders? And the other was crack open a summer shandy and sit on the back deck and just listen to music and hang out. One of those I did, one of those I didn't do.
Yeah, you hit grounders.
I hit grounders, yeah.
Yeah, I think we all understand.
I hit grounders. Well, you know what? When your kids, I'm at a weird place now with the kids. Where the kids actually want to do something with dad, you jump on it. Whereas there was a while there, everything was so overwhelming, and then they went through the stage. The two oldest ones, by the time they were 16, they didn't want to be anywhere near me, and that lasted. Probably my oldest is coming out of it now, 22. Happened a little sooner than that, but my daughter is starting to come out of it at 18. 16-year-old still, for whatever reason, thinks mom and dad's cool and doesn't really, not 100% cool, but they don't mind. He doesn't mind hanging out with mom and dad. So
Well, he's home alone now because the siblings are away at school.
Yep.
So he doesn't have anybody to help gang up.
Yeah, maybe
Influence.
nobody programming you to hate
Yeah.
mom and dad. Maybe that's what it is.
And maybe you've relaxed a little bit. Maybe you're
It's
treating
po-
him
it's-
differently than the other two.
It's possible.
I mean, that first kid gets the brunt of it, right? Whether you mean to or not, the first kid is the one that's typically the most disciplined and all that.
Well, there was like an incident I'll never forget where I was tossing him in the air in our kitchen area, and I tossed him a little too high, and he hit his head on an overhead light, and he had this tiny little cut in the top of his head. And I'm like calling the hospital. By the time the third kid came around, there could be a bone sticking out, and I'd be like, "Hey, you'll be fine."
Right. Slap some mud on it.
Yeah,
You're
but so things do change.
Yeah.
Things do change over the course of time, but yeah, I took advantage of the weather and hit him about 100 ground balls. Champ or chump? You're gonna be a champ or you're gonna be a chump.
That's how it started,
That
man.
is how it started when Gator was coaching Little League Baseball, which, by the way, I like to think that, sometimes when you pass away and hopefully go up and not down, you can look back at like stuff in your life, almost like you're watching your life, the movie of your life.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to go back and see you as a Little League coach.
It was fun.
I bet it was something else.
It was. And we had it. Our team, there may have been like 11 kids on the team, and it felt like every week there were a couple that just didn't show up to a game. So we were almost always shorthanded. It was just,
Yep.
we are not a good, we had two players on the team with legit players, and then maybe two other players on the team that were decent enough.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone else was a project.
Yep.
But those projects got better as the season went on. So
That's the fun part.
fulfilling. Yeah,
that is a really fun part.
And I was only 16, 17 when we coached. 16 years old when we coached.
I know 16-year-old Gator coaching kids fascinates me.
Love kids. It's great. It's a good time.
That's not why I think it's fascinating. Is that where the dislike for kids started?
I don't have a dislike for kids. I don't.
Mm-hmm. Is that where it started, though?
I think what gets misconstrued here is I have a dislike for the responsibility that comes attached to having kids.
You have a dislike for the responsibility.
Yeah. So if I see, it's more of my disdain for parents and how they're parenting, because I get the helicopter to it from a different room there. But if I see a kid who's, undisciplined and unruly and running amok,
And the parent
and mom and dad are sitting there, having a glass of wine and not caring, that's perhaps where an attitude adjustment comes. It's not directed at the kid.
Kang, did you get outside at all yesterday? Anything?
No, not at all. The little girl wasn't feeling well, so I thought about it, but I just want to get her to feel better quicker, and that was the main goal.
I meant to ask you this last week. When your wife came back, was there an uncomfortably long hug between the youngest daughter and mom that made you feel bad? Because she said an hour into you taking over after she had left, an hour into it, your youngest one said,
I miss Mommy.
I miss Mommy.
And she had the bottom lip and everything. It was the saddest thing ever.
Yeah.
Her long trip through hell was over and Mommy was home.
But now I think she's trolling us because Mommy will be in the next room and I'll be playing with her and she'll look at me and she goes, I miss Mommy.
Oh.
And I'm like, she's right there.
She knows.
Yeah, she knows.
She
You
knows
miss
it.
Mommy.
Mommy, you've changed.
She has a newfound appreciation for Mom. So you were on your own taking care of the kids, and Mom comes home, and the kids love Mommy more than Daddy now.
Oh, yeah, they always have.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I know where my rank. If kids can rank parents, I know I'm number 2. I have no problem with that.
Oh, kids rank them.
Yeah.
They go through.
There's a ranking.
Well, what's funny, too, is when they start asking for things, but they don't ask the parents together, they specifically seek out, I'm going to ask Dad for this. I'm going to ask Mom for this.
Yeah, it does make sense to me why I'm ranked number 2 because I'm way more fun. I give them whatever they want for the most part, but yeah, I'm still number 2.
Yeah. Yeah, get used to it.
I
Get used to it.
I am.
You're the fourth most important person in your own household. I rank 5. I'm well aware. All right. I've got not one, not two, but 3 envelopes. And in each envelope, there is a logo. There's a logo of a sports team.
It's quite a visual, by the way.
Yeah, well.
If you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, it's quite the visual.
Yeah. 1, 2, and 3. 3 envelopes labeled 1, 2, and 3. In each envelope, there is a logo. 2 of the logos are of sports teams. 1 of the logo is not of a sports team. Gator will select an envelope, and that will determine our opening topic.
Gator, you love game shows. It's kind of like a game show.
I do enjoy it.
Yep. So it's going to be up to Gator.
There's no trivia question associated with it. It's just me picking.
Yeah. So Gator will select. If you want to watch, go to twitch.tv or youtube.com. Search up 971 The Ticket. And you can see that when we continue at 10:16, and then we'll talk about the 2 sports or the non-sports topic that Gator selects from envelope 1, 2, or 3. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, get buckets with your first bet on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's any winning $5 bet. So just find yourself a heavy favorite and bet them, and when they win, you get $150 in bonus bets. $150. Bet all your favorite NBA players and teams with quick bets, live same-game parlays, exclusive props, and more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug and shoot your shot. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit is required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. All right, we reached out to the production team for a music bed for this piece, for this new thing we're doing here. 3 topics in an envelope. I don't know which topic is in which envelope, but 2 sports and a non-sports. All right, are you ready?
I am ready.
All right, so those of you watching on Twitch, envelopes are numbered 1, 2, and 3. Okay. I love our production team.
Pretty great.
Yeah. So, Gator, here I have envelope 1, 2, or 3. I'm going to hold them up, and you select one of the envelopes, open it up, and show the logo to the camera, and that will be our opening topic here on Carson Anderson.
Thank you. I've selected envelope number 3.
Envelope number 3. Gator, open up the envelope and show the cameras what the topic is. It's based on the logo. All right.
Red Wings. My Red Wings.
It is a Detroit Red Wing winged wheel. And we'll open with Red Wing discussion today. Later, we'll get to envelopes 1 and 2. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so tonight, Avalanche in town. One of the best teams in the West. We're talking about a team that won a Stanley Cup a couple years ago. Last year, the very disappointing first-round ouster, which is always amusing when it's not you. Back in the mix here in 2024. I'm going to bring up something that I'm not sure how much the fans care about. But I think they care about it more than we do, and that's why I'm bringing it up. I hope you care about it more than we do, because I don't get wrapped up in these types of things. But I think it's worthy of discussion. ESPN put together a NHL player poll where they talked to 10 players and 10 executives, so 20 separate people, and asked them to rank various position groups. It was, the anonymous survey deal. So the players were asked to rank the top centers in the NHL. Okay, so 4 players from the Eastern Conference, 6 from the Western Conference. They range from NHL award nominees to veteran role players. To balance that perspective, they also surveyed people from the hockey operations department of NHL teams, 6 from the East and 4 from the West, including 2 coaches and 3 general managers. They were to rank the centers in the NHL 1 to 10. And then, you get the results. You get a number 1 vote gets 10 points, a number 2 vote gets 9 points, and so on, all the way down to number 10. The number 1 center, according to people in the league, no surprise, Connor McDavid. Number 2, Nathan McKinnon of the Colorado Avalanche. Number 3, Austin Matthews of the Toronto Maple Leafs. Number 4, Sidney Crosby of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Number 5, Leon Draisaitl of the Edmonton Oilers. Alexander Barkov of the Florida Panthers was 6. Jack Hughes, 7. Braden Point of Tampa, 8. Jack Eichel of the Vegas Knights, 9. And Elias Pettersson of the Vancouver Canucks is 10. Then they have honorable mention. Okay, so a few guys that got a bunch of votes. And then they have others receiving votes. And then they have, among those centers who did not receive a top 10 vote, on that list is Dylan Larkin. Okay? He didn't get 1 vote. Now, do I particularly care about this? No, I don't. But, and do I think he got snubbed by not getting 1 vote? Not really. I'm just surprised. I'm surprised because he's on track to having his best season offensively. The team is better. They're getting a little bit more attention. And I don't think he got snubbed. I don't think he'd be on my top 10 list if I really sat down and vetted the whole thing out. I'm just shocked that 20 people, 20 different viewpoints in this league, not one saw Dylan Larkin as the 10th season and the 10th best center. And I'm saying this based upon watching Heisman voting and where you rank your top 3 and you look at somebody voted for a linebacker from Arizona State. What? You see this vast array of opinions.
Right, but you only have 10 players that are voting on this, right?
You have 10 players and 10 executives.
Okay, 10
so there's 20 different people.
Right.
So there's 20 different people, and I'm a little shocked Now, I wouldn't replace any of the guys in the top 10 and say, well, Dylan Larkin's definitely better than him. I'm not going to make a case for Dylan. I'm just surprised he can get one vote.
I guess initially I think I was like, oh, it's interesting. And then I started looking at it closer, and I'm not surprised.
Okay.
I like Dylan Larkin a lot. I think he fits what the Red Wings are doing, but he's not a star in the league.
No.
He's not a guy who scored 40 goals in a season yet. I think he's on pace to this year, but it's going to be tight. But he's had a great season, point a game. But being a point a game guy, I mean, there's 30 or 40 of them in the NHL right now. So, you know, how many of those are centers? Most of them are. There are, if you're going to go and think about the top 10 centers in the league, you'd probably be able to rip off 8 of them real easy, maybe 6 or 8 of them really easily without even, you know, sweating. And you wouldn't even think of Larkin's name in there with the guys that you mentioned.
Yep.
You know, the Draisaitl, McDavid, McKinnon, all that, and Austin Matthews. It's really easy. But when you get towards the other part, towards the 10, and then you start to scrutinize a little bit and you start to look at numbers, he's not there. He just isn't.
Okay.
And I understand your point about, you know, with Heisman voting, but Heisman voting that's writers in different regions, and they'll see guys and they may vote for their own guy that they see all the time, and this is only 20 people that are voting on this. So this isn't this massive swath of a sample size with people trying to pick it out. So I'm not that surprised by it.
I think 24 people got votes. I mean, Tomas Hertl got votes. He's got fewer points. He's got worse plus minus than Dylan Larkin. He got multiple votes. Nico Hischier got votes. I'm just like, not one. But then the follow-up, and maybe the more important question is, can you really win a Stanley Cup this way? Can you really win a Stanley Cup without a guy that's even getting votes kind of being your lead dog? Because, I mean, if you look at it, right, Jack Eichel made the top 10. He led Vegas a couple of years ago. McKinnon with Colorado, Braden Point with Tampa. Those guys are all in the top 10. And I'm just wondering, is this formula still not going to work until they basically get somebody that's way better than Dylan Larkin to be their lead dog, which is like a very difficult thing to do. Like, go get an elite player.
I think it's interesting what they've tried to do in the offseason, acquiring DeBrincat, and then halfway through the season you bring in Patrick Kane, because you've added to the talent level of this team. Maybe the numbers look a lot different if they're all together again next year. You know, and Kane doesn't have any setback physically, because playing with him for a full season would benefit everybody, and everyone's numbers would look better, I think. But it's just I guess kind of is what it is with Dylan Larkin. I think he's limited in what he's going to put up numbers wise. I don't think he's a guy you look at and say, oh, potential 50-goal scorer. And there's such a massive difference between guys that are in the top 5 or top 10 and where Larkin is. And it doesn't mean that the Wings are bad. It just means that there are some extraordinarily talented players in the league. You got Austin Matthews, who just scored, goal number 51 in his 54th game. Larkin doesn't even have 50 points.
But he's on his way to 40 goals. I mean, right now he's on a pace to score 40 goals for the first time in his career.
Yes, but he's got 28 more games to do it, and these guys have already gotten it.
Back to the question, though, do you need somebody? Can you win it with Dylan Larkin being your lead dog? And, you know, the evidence suggests that maybe you can't. That they need to somehow find a way to acquire one of these elite players. Whether it be through the draft, free agency, trade.
I think you can, but you may have to find it in different areas. Like, it doesn't have to show up with a guy who's, a top 5 forward and putting up 100 points a year. There were some years where the Red Wings didn't have that guy, and they still won a Stanley Cup. You know, Eisman had to readjust what kind of player he was. He was far removed from the 100-point seasons. Yeah, Fedorov had a 100-point year one of those years, but otherwise they didn't really have that guy. I don't think Pavel ever had a 100-point season. Hank didn't have one of those years, but they had Nick Lidstrom, who was the best defenseman in hockey,
who would have gotten at the top of the list if between players and executives at the time.
Well, but for a defenseman, sure, but this is just looking at the center portion of it. But so if you were to, I guess it'd be interesting if they did other positions and then Mo Seider was in the top 10 on everybody's list. Would you feel better about it?
I would.
Okay.
I don't think he is, if I recall. But 248-539-9797. I mean, is this, unfortunately, the reality of where the Red Wings are? Improved, but just not close enough because they're missing the hardest thing to get, and that is a superstar player. The other thing you can have is a superstar goalie.
That's huge.
That's the thing that separates this sport from others.
Which is crazy when you go back and look at that 2002 Stanley Cup team. They may have had the best goalie, the best defenseman, and they had a couple of the top forwards in all of hockey.
Yep.
That's why he won the Stanley Cup.
Mo Seider did get votes for the top 10 defensemen, but he was a distant, he was well outside the top 10. And I didn't expect that Larkin would be there. I'm not making a case for him being there. I am surprised nobody gave him a vote. And it's only because with 20 different people and a variety of opinions and 24 people getting votes, including players having worse years than Dylan Larkin, I thought he would get a vote, but he didn't. I'm not really screaming about that. I'm more interested if they can win it building the team this way, or they just basically need to go out and get somebody better than Dylan Larkin, which is a tough thing to do because they're not going to be drafted near the top now. And I mean, I suppose they could win a lottery from a long shot position.
Or he could just simply scout better than everybody else and find that guy. Lord knows the Red Wings have had Hall of Famers littered throughout their organization. We're not taken in the first round.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, get buckets with your first bet. Oh, my bad. No, we already did that, Reed. Sorry, my bad. Next, take two in 3, 2, 1. Hey, start your weekend off early with happy hour at Twin Peaks. You can also get buckets at Twin Peaks. Tired of waiting in construction on your way home? Turn to Twin Peaks and take advantage of their awesome deals Monday through Friday from 2 to 6 and 10 to close. Plenty of scratch-made hand-breaded options to choose from, like their mozzarella cheese bites or fried pickles, as well as some of your favorite 29-degree drafts, all between $3 and $5. What's the best way to beat traffic? Well, don't sit in traffic. Go to Twin Peaks and enjoy their happy hours with the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. And oh, by the way, they're open even later, and they got the late-night happy hour party as well. It hits even longer. Swing by tonight. It's going to be a big hockey game tonight as the Detroit team back on the ice. Puck drops at 7. Get in early and support our team as they make a push for the playoffs. Twin Peaks, to find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, and scenic views. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 the ticket. Feedback coming in. Geed from Farmington Hills writes in, I've never been to a hockey game. Going today for the first time. Very, very excited. Go Wings.
Nice.
You've picked a good one to go to. Wings and Avs tonight down at LCA. One of the best teams in the West. Chris in a brown truck. Larkin isn't a top-line center on half the teams in the NHL. He's only highly rated here because he's a hometown kid. Waterford, U of M. They would have been better off cutting ties before the new contract would have set the expectation back a year or two, but the Wings would be better off long term.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe that, but I think the first part is, I don't know, it's also selling him short as a player. He's an all-star.
Yeah,
I mean,
look,
he was an all-star.
I'd say this.
Fastest skater in the league at one point. I mean, there's a lot of upside with Dylan Larkin.
I could see an argument that is very valid that he doesn't deserve to be on the top 10 more than anybody that made the top 10 list of centers in the NHL on ESPN.com. I'm just surprised out of 20 people, not one person threw him a bone. Because typically, I mean, if 14 others who didn't make the list all got votes, and some of them are having worse years than Larkin, I'm surprised he didn't get one vote. But the other question, probably the bigger question is, can they win? Can they win with Larkin being their lead dog? And, you know, I'm not sure that you can. You kind of feel like you need that superstar.
Yeah, I guess another way to look at this, too, is to consider that each team has 4 lines. You got 4 centers in each team. So it's a lot of players to look at. So maybe that helps to explain it out a little better. Some teams might have 2 centers.
Yeah.
Like Edmonton, for instance, has Draisaitl and McDavid.
Let me also say this. I love the way Dylan's been playing this year. I think he's getting better. I think he's clearly getting better. From Will, I have the unpopular opinion that Dylan Larkin isn't the captain the Red Wings need. All he learned under Jeff Blashill was how to lose. I mean, I think it's easy to readjust, and when you get a new coach. Larkin is elite, guys. He's a two-way player and a leader that has 1 power play goal and has been in the league since 19, and he's just hitting a stride in his prime with a halfway decent team. You guys are talking superstars. You guys are talking superstars. We can build like St. Louis's Cup team and build depth with some elite guys. We need Edvinsson and Kosa. There's a lot going on. I think some missing punctuation, but yeah, I mean, I think Kosa had the shutout last night. Edvinsson, it feels like, is blocked right now, which is why I don't think they're going to trade for a blue liner. Are they going to see something in the next few weeks that warrants a call up for Edvinsson? Is there one little part of his game, one little aspect of his game they're waiting for it to develop?
I think he's the guy they're waiting to bring up. I think they're going to bring up Edvinsson. But could they give up good to get great? You know, could they move a player that's currently on their blue line or a couple guys on there to get a better defenseman and also still promote Edvinsson? I think there are moves out there. It's just a question of does Yzerman want to make those moves?
Yeah.
They're 4 points ahead of New Jersey in the last playoff spot right now, the last wild card spot. They're 6 points behind Toronto for the 3rd spot from the division. So they're still in this thing, you know, and they're playing tonight, and they could put a couple points up on the board and start to separate themselves. So that's really what we want to see them do, is start to separate yourself. That'd be nice. And then you could really have a firmer idea of what they need to do to get better.
Well, this is the point on the calendar last year where the wheels came off. The shutout against Tampa, the back-to-back losses to Ottawa, the 7-game stretch where they netted 1 full point. Yzerman sold, season over. 1 year later on the calendar, how much more prepared are they to make a run? 248-539-9797. You want to continue with the Red Wing talk, you can. Gator, you ready for the next envelope?
I am.
Here we go. All right, so one is a sports envelope, a sports out logo in it. The other is not. The first envelope you picked was envelope 3. It was a Red Wing logo. We opened the show with Red Wing talk. Next up, those of you on Twitch and YouTube, Gator will select. You can see as he grabs for an envelope, and he takes envelope 1. Pick is in. It's envelope 1. And he opens it up and show the people the logo.
Run, DMC.
It is the logo of the rap group Run DMC.
The baddest of the bad.
They are the coolest of the cool. So I finished the documentary Kings of Queens last night on Peacock about Run DMC. Very, very good. Very, very interesting. A fun watch. I did learn some stuff about Run DMC I did not know.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
First of all, their appreciation for music in other genres, which is kind of told in the story of the song Walk This Way, the Aerosmith song. And it was funny because the Beasties argued that Run DMC saved Aerosmith's career more so than Aerosmith helped Run DMC's career. And you are more into and I think it was King Ed Rock was making that case that if not for Run DMC, Aerosmith was spiraling down. And I feel like I'm putting the ball in your court. Is it true that Walk This Way helped reinvigorate Aerosmith's career?
I think it came at that time. Yes, Aerosmith was at the time in the mid '80s. They were in trouble with personal addictions and infighting and all that, and Joe Perry and Steven Tyler not getting along, and a lot of abuses going on. And then they kind of got out of it. That song certainly helped, but the next album, I forget what the album was, Permanent Vacation, I think was the name of the album. That is the one that kind of catapulted them back up to actually superstardom with not the song Walk This Way, because that was obviously an old Aerosmith song, but that Permanent Vacation album, I think it was the one. That got them to like number one in the album charts. The popularity went through the roof. Now, did that happen because they were able to cross over with the rap genre? I don't know. I don't know how many rap fans are buying Aerosmith records, but Aerosmith became relevant again.
Yep.
After a couple of albums where they were not relevant.
Kind of kickstarted some things for them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So at one point they were showing a interview that Jam Master Jay, the DJ for Run DMC, was doing with, I think it was a British television show. And, it was kind of an outtake. And then they asked him, and they saw him answer it on the air and off the air, what his favorite music video was. And it was from a non-hip hop artist. And I think the answer would shock you. What would be a shocking answer? Jam Master Jay's favorite music video from back in the day. Just give me an artist that you wouldn't expect it to be from.
I mean, the first thing I'm thinking of is country.
Well, it's not country, but
right.
That would be even more shocking. You're right.
Yeah.
It was a Talking Heads video. Jam Master Jay's favorite video was Once in a Lifetime by the Talking Heads.
To each their own?
Yes. You don't like the Talking Heads?
I was never a Talking Heads fan.
Fair enough.
They're fine. They're part of this whole new wave of music that came into the late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah.
The CBGB's scene.
So, they showed the neighborhoods these kids grew up in, the schools they went to, how they got started, and it was really pretty cool.
It's a New York thing.
Yeah, it was a really, really cool look back at how Run DMC kind of really helped launch rap music and hip hop to the next level, make them mainstream. But then there was one part that disappointed me that they really didn't talk about much, and I want to get into that a little bit coming up. But then, Gator, there was something else. I did not know that Daryl, DMC, was suicidal. And they were in Europe, and they did a photo shoot on a rooftop, and they went back into their hotel, and he noticed the door was unlocked later that night, went up and stood on the ledge of the roof and was thinking about jumping off. But again, we talk about how they had appreciation for other genres of music. Later as he was fighting what appeared to be depression, I don't know if he was clinically depressed. He did say he went through rehabilitation for what it appears to be alcoholism. He heard a song from another genre that he says saved his life, and he played it every day for a year. And again, caught me off guard. Not what I was expecting. We'll get to that today at 10:48. And the one part that disappointed me in Kings of Queens, the Run DMC video. Then we'll open up envelope 2. There's not much drama about that. We'll get to that today at 11:05. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, drive away those winter blues with a brand new truck or SUV from Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. Right now is the perfect time because As the number one volume Chevy dealer in Michigan, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights has a huge inventory of popular models like the legendary Silverado, the award-winning Equinox. Plus, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights is supporting their community with their quarterly blood drive, which is Friday, March 1st. So hurry in today for your brand new Chevy from Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Here's a name I haven't thought about in a while. Chris McCoskey just tweeted out starting pitchers for this weekend.
Yeah. Do we need to get the
No.
sounder?
No.
Okay.
He just tweeted out, Reese Olson will start the Grapefruit League opener Saturday versus the Yankees. Alex Faedo starts Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Have we even thought about Faedo this year being in the mix?
Is a bullpen arm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't thought about Faedo even impacting the season. But it'd be great if he did. So hopefully he stays
Former
healthy.
first-round pick. Was he from Florida?
Florida, yeah. We were watching him in the College World Series when they drafted
That's right.
him. Okay. So the one thing I wanted more of from the Run DMC Kings of Queens documentary on Peacock, and the one thing that surprised me, I'll start with the thing that really surprised me. I mentioned that I didn't know that Daryl DMC was suicidal. And he told a story about landing in the midst of his darkest days. He landed back in New York City, coming back from, I believe, Europe, and he was really not in a good place. And he got picked up by a driver, and the driver was basically driving him. There was dead silence, and the driver said, "Look, I'm not supposed to do this. I'll get fired if I do it, but I got to be honest. You're like one of my heroes. When I was a kid, I was in a dark place. My parents, bad home situation. Nothing was going right, but the Raising Hell album saved my life, and I I have to ask you, can I get an autograph? And Dee was kind of flattered, and he said, not only will I give you an autograph, I'll take a picture with you. So he takes a picture with this kid, and then the kid turns on the radio, and it's like Light 93.1 or whatever in New York City, and Dee is in the back, and he's kind of thinking about how this kid talked about being in a dark place in his life, and Dee is like, that's where he was right then. And the song that came on the radio was Angel by Sarah McLachlan. And he was in the back of this car going, oh my God, she's singing directly to me. And he said he played that song every day for a year.
Wow.
And it helped pull him out of this depression. And then like a year and a half later, I want you to picture this visual.
All right.
They are at a music show, like a Grammys pre-party or something like that. And DMC, Daryl McDaniels from Run DMC, sees Sarah McLachlan and sprints across the room and is like, and totally went fanboy on her and talked about how that song spoke to him and saved his life. And he said she seemed rather shocked, but said thank you, which was
That's pretty cool.
She said music, that's why you make music, is to reach people. And so that is not what I expected out of this documentary.
Was part of the reason that he was in a depressed state, did it have anything to do with his vocal cords?
So here's the thing about the vocal cords, because he was never diagnosed with a physical issue. They say it was psychosomatic.
Really?
That it had to do with anxiety. He was a comic book kid, and he would get really nervous before every show. And then he would ask the question, what would Peter Parker do? And that's
Spider-Man. What was Spider-Man?
Yeah, that's how he got through some of the nerves. And so, yeah, the vocal cord issue, they said, wasn't physical. There was nothing wrong with his vocal cords. And I think it was, they were, other rappers in there that, because they have a ton of respect in the rap game. And it was,
yeah.
Dougie Fresh was the one that I think told the story. And I was like, my guy.
But never wore a mask.
What's that?
Never decided to wear a mask, because what would Spider-Man do? What would Peter Parker do?
Right.
Peter Parker
he
would
never,
put on a mask and fight crime is what Peter Parker would do.
He never did put on a mask, no. The one thing that
But he could spin some rhymes.
Oh, he spit rhymes. The one thing that I'm not going to say glossed over, because they talked about the impact of it, but there was no answers to the question of why Jam Master Jay got shot, which is, I still think that's an unsolved crime, and maybe that's why.
That they're not allowed to talk about it, or maybe they just don't even want to.
I don't know. It's probably that they don't want to talk about it.
Still fresh.
Yeah. I mean, it happened forever ago, but there were all kinds of rumors out there about, that Jay had maybe done some things in the underground world or illegal, but they didn't touch it at all. It was just basically, they mentioned that, the news report and how they all found out, and then what happened to the band afterwards. But no, not really digging into why Jay got shot, which is obviously tragic, but a big part of their story.
I enjoy documentaries a lot. I know you do as well. But just to get full background stories, and you find stuff out that you didn't know. There's one that's out there on, I think it's on Showtime right now. And Kang, I don't know, the fighter, not the female fighter, Tatiana Suarez.
Yeah, I've heard of her, yes.
So they have this whole, it's like an hour and a half documentary about her and her upbringing, how rough it was for her growing up, and she got into wrestling and then got into MMA, and this amazing career going, and then suffered some catastrophic injuries, and was one of these great stories. Going to give up, doesn't give up, fights back, and trying to claw her way back up to the top again. And it's documentaries are so much fun to watch if they can catch you right away. Then you're going to be sitting. You don't want to stop.
So what's cool, especially the music ones, when you hear the stories behind the songs and how they came together. And I was thinking, the first documentaries I remember seeing from the world of music was Behind the Music on VH1. But yeah, this was really, really interesting. And they also have one on Guns N' Roses on Peacock right now. And I actually watched the Prince one yesterday, which was 45 minutes long. It was pretty short.
Is it good?
It's good.
Oh, was that a short joke?
No, it wasn't a short joke.
Is it Peacock that does a bad job, or is it Amazon?
Amazon.
Okay.
Amazon ones are typically kind of janky. But Prince, The Final Secret, The Final Secret isn't like some huge, a huge secret or anything like that.
Spoiler alert.
Well, I'm not saying what it is, but it is still interesting about his upbringing, his family life. And you know what? I guess I always believed it from Purple Rain, unless they glossed over it in this documentary. Prince's father, I thought committed suicide. But in the movie Purple Rain, Prince's father commits suicide. But I guess in real life, I thought that was a reflection of something that happened in his life. But
okay.
I guess not. Did you know? Did you have any idea or no?
No.
Oh, okay. Anyway, that's good too. But I highly recommend Kings of Queens. Prince: The Final Secret is good. But if you're deciding between the two of them, Kings of Queens, I'd go first with that. So 248-539-9797. Matt, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hi guys, how are you?
Okay.
All right, Matt.
You know, they actually did make an arrest in the Jam Master Jay murder. It was about 8 to 10 years after the fact, and the news reports, in my recollection, this is about 4 or 5 years ago, is that it was a nefarious drug deal that went wrong, which is why the PR people kind of squashed it as best as they could.
Yeah.
But they did actually make an arrest, and the guy was convicted.
Was he? Okay. They did put a graphic up that in 2000, I can't remember what year it was, but one year, 3 people were arrested. 2 of them pled not guilty. Another one claims he had nothing to do with the arrest, although they didn't say what happened to him. But I didn't hear what,
right,
if that was confirmed. That's it was unfortunately a drug deal that gone wrong.
That's what, you know. Apparently, 1 or 2 of them pled out to just a possession or something stupid, but the person that actually did the shooting, there were a number of arrests. But again, it was 10 years after the fact.
Yeah.
It was a cold case for a while, but then something cracked on it, and they got it.
Okay. Matt,
all right,
thank
guys.
you.
Be
Appreciate
good.
it. Yep, you too. All right, Gator. 1 envelope left.
What could it be?
Yeah, I'm only doing it for the music, so can we... Last envelope, can we play?
That's the only reason you're doing it, huh?
Yeah. Well,
Oh, there's music.
yeah. Gator, open up the final envelope. He chose the last envelope, envelope 2. Show the people the logo of the topic that we will talk about next.
Do we have to?
Yes, we do. It is a Piston logo. It is a Piston logo. Now, before you dismiss this and say, what the hell interesting is going on with the Pistons, I actually think something very interesting is going on with the Pistons tonight. And I'm kind of ready for what I hope happens tonight. Back from the All-Star break, the Pistons are taking on the Indiana Pacers and Benedict Mathurin. And if you didn't see what happened in the Rising Stars game, Benedict Mathurin pretty clearly got under the skin of Jaden Ivey. It looked like it started out. Now, in the Rising Stars game, unlike the All-Star game, the Rising Stars played and were trying to win. And there were some hard feelings that came out of it. Benedict Mathurin was wearing a mic, and you could hear him. He said it 3 separate times to Jaden Ivey. Even in the Rising Stars game, you can't guard me. And Ivey said, what? And he said it a second time. And Ivey said, say what? Like, I think I really don't know that he knew what he said. And the third time he said it, he gave a subtle little headbutt. He leaned into Jaden Ivey.
Mathurin headbutted Ivey.
Yeah.
Or brushed his forehead against
it. It wasn't like a violent attack. But I thought the subtle little headbutt, when he bumped into him, and then when Ivey figured out what he said, he was pissed. Jaden Ivey was pissed, and he got in his face and realized there wasn't a whole lot he could do without basically starting a fight in the Rising Stars game. And he walked away, and you could see the smoke coming out of his ears. And it's interesting that the first game back from the All-Star break, it's going to be Jaden Ivey versus Benedict Mathurin tonight in Indiana. Now, what do I expect tonight? I really think this is a interesting time in the early portion of Jaden Ivey's career. I love this college game. Love the draft pick. Rough start this year with Monty Williams, but he's obviously come out of that. The over-under, the total tonight for Jaden Ivey is 18.5. I'll just say I like the over because I think Jaden Ivey's going to want to send a message. And I also, there's not a lot of premium on what this Pistons team is going to be this year, clearly. But I want to see Jaden Ivey respond tonight. I want one of our lead dogs to have some dog in him. And when it really matters, not in some all-star exhibition, when you get called out and put on the Russian front by a rival, I want to see Jaden Ivey respond tonight. And Gator, that not a lot comes out of all-star games. That looked like something. It didn't look like nothing.
No, it's something. In fact, when you mentioned this, I went to Jaden Ivey's page on ESPN, and on the right side of the statistics and stuff, it'll show latest videos. And the first video up there is Mathurin talks trash to Ivey. Even in Rising Stars, you can't guard me.
Yeah.
And it has the video of what happened. And, yeah, I mean, at this point in the season, we're looking for anything to be interested with the Pistons, but this is legit.
Yep.
You know, you want to have some sort of budding rivalry somewhere. We don't know where it's coming from. But you get two young players in the league that maybe don't like each other, and they're going to be forced to play against each other several times a season. I'm in for it. Let's watch it. And yeah, Jaden's got to step up a little bit. The last couple of games, he not very good. Playing at the Lakers was 5 of 16 in the game, ended up with 15 points, but then followed that up by going 0 for 6 in 15 minutes against Phoenix and only scored 2 points in the game. So he's got to pick it back up. Before that, the 5 games leading up to that, I think he was averaging like 25, 27 points a game. He was doing great. He's capable. And it's one of these things we're watching the rest of the season is how is Jaden Ivey going to coexist with Cade Cunningham? But for tonight, yeah, I'm all in wanting to see how does he match up with Ben Mathurin, and are these guys going to have an issue with
it felt personal, and he looked hot. Like Jaden Ivey looked mad, and I don't really blame him. I'm not quite sure. These games are supposed to be fun, but those guys were trying, and then Mathurin started talking trash, and he knew he had a mic on, and so it wasn't like he found out later, wait, I was mic'd. So he did it for a reason, and I'm hoping our guy responds. And Piston fans, do you think Jaden Ivey goes off tonight? I mean, does Mathurin now go off tonight? It's funny because the over-under for Jaden Ivey's 18.5. The over-under for Mathurin is 14.5.
Well, Mathurin averages 14 points a game. Ivey's averaging over 15 points a game, but it's what Ivey's done lately that has us maybe a little excited.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
We have a starter for Saturday's spring game. The Tigers going with Reese Olson in their first taste of exhibition play against the Yankees. Today, the Dodgers and the Padres will start things off in the Cactus League in Arizona. Michigan Hoops could use a boost as much as anybody, but they'll be without Doug McDaniel and Olivier Kamwa as they travel to play Northwestern on a 3-game skid. Head coach Juwan Howard laid out what exactly they need to do in order to right the ship. Well, Michigan has 5 games remaining in the regular season. Tonight's versus the Wildcats will be a 9 o'clock start with Brian Bush's call over on WWJ. Alex Lyon will be back in the crease again as the Wings come back home for their first time since beating Vancouver 12 days ago. Newsy expects his same lineups for this one after a successful end to their road trip out west. The call is set right here on 97.1 with a pregame at 6:45. And Monty Williams wants a strong end to the Pistons season so they can go into the summer with a little bit of momentum. Their 8-46 record kind of weighing them down right now. Coach will be refining his rotation after adding over half a dozen new players at the deadline. And Isaiah Stewart, he's questionable with an ankle issue as the NBA has yet to announce any punishment for his punch of a Suns player. Game time is at 7 o'clock. I'll have your pregame at 6:35 on Alt 98.7. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket at Odyssey.com.
Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Talking a little bit about tonight's Piston game. Get back to that in a minute. I was going to say something and like do something here, but I don't think we can. Did you hear about this AT&T outage? Like all the AT&T cell phones showed no service today.
No.
Yeah. They're experiencing sporadic nationwide network outages. AT&T. I was going to say call us and let us know if your phone's back up and running, but
are they AT&T phones or AT&T service?
Sporadic nationwide network outages. That's what I'm going with. So
Sporadic,
I think it's people with AT&T. If you have AT&T for your cell service,
I do, and I don't think I have.
You haven't had any issues?
No.
Preventing many customers from making calls, sending texts, and accessing the internet.
Well, I've not tried to make calls or texts, but I did access the internet recently.
Have you been able to take calls?
I haven't had one come in yet.
No.
Maybe this is a good thing.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look. You went straight to voicemail.
Huh. Look at that.
Yeah. So it didn't ring?
Did not ring.
You have an outage, my friend. I'm calling you back.
Oh.
Again,
great.
Leave your name and number in a short message.
All right.
Let me send you a text. See if you get the text. So you're part of the outage.
I guess so.
Yeah. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news.
Yeah, I literally, last break, I think I was checking on the internet and I didn't have any issue.
All right. I just sent you a text. Tell me if you get it. Nothing?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you, but you apparently have an outage. Kang, do you have AT&T?
No.
All right. Ev, you got AT&T? No, he doesn't. No. All right.
What if I can I call you?
I can give it a shot.
Gator, what do you got, Ameritech?
It says my phone's not registered on it. It says I can only make emergency calls.
Yeah. Not good.
All right.
Hang
That's
in there.
awesome.
Hang in there, buddy.
More great news.
Yeah.
The year keeps going.
Sorry.
It's been a horrible year, man.
I just don't want you to miss like a call from Augusta National or something.
Well, I don't want to miss that call either.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We got a Joe. You're next. Hi, Joe.
Hey, guys. How are you?
What's up, Joe?
Hey, so at some point we pray or know that the Pistons will become relevant again in discussion as far as a basketball team that's winning and building.
Yes.
I don't know when that's going to be, but it will be at some point. And Rasheed Wallace was quoted a couple weeks back as to saying a lot of fans that don't understand these guys are not all going to be kept together. Money and ego is going to split these guys up. What Detroit runs into with Jaden Ivey, who I like very well, and the Cade Cunningham situation is similar to what they ran into when they brought Stackhouse over to Grant Hill's team. They didn't coexist very well, and somebody had to go. And then, of course, as we see it play out, Stackhouse eventually goes, and that's how we win in 04. They need to keep Duran happy, satisfy the floor general, somebody that's capable of running all them guys, because Ivy is not a true point guard. He is a scoring guard, but he's an undersized number 2, and Cade just doesn't seem to have that killer instinct. He's a very nonchalant guy that leads all the numbers in the stat sheets, but he's not capable of getting the team itself to play better. So that's my thought.
So you know what? I mean, this is kind of one of the reasons why I find tonight's game interesting is that Benedict Mathurin, Jaden Ivey thing from the Futures game, the Rising Stars game. That wasn't some fabricated thing. Jaden Ivey looked pissed.
Yeah.
And if he responds tonight, and I don't mean just responds by putting up 25 or 29 or something. I mean responds in an aggressive fashion like, no, okay, now that I see how this is going to be, I want him to show some dog tonight. And then maybe Jaden Ivey becomes the guy if they have to move one of them. And I don't know that they do. They're both so young. They had the two games.
They've hardly played together.
The game they played the game last 2 weeks ago, Portland, where they both were 28 and 29 or whatever it was. But bottom line is, you might be right. Time will tell. But I'm really wanting to see Jaden Ivey respond tonight to what Mathurin did to him. Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Jeff, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jeff.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Got you loud and clear.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yep, we do. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can now. Sorry, I'm shutting off the truck. I'm at my client's house. So your question on AT&T, I've been watching the news all morning. 389,000 approximately people from AT&T have been affected by this. They're able to use their phones unaffected if they're on Wi-Fi. And the problem is unknown and sporadic, so they haven't figured out yet why things are going on as it is. And it's not just AT&T; it's at least 9 different carriers, and they're trying to figure it out.
Thank you for the update. You obviously, who's your carrier?
AT&T, and I've had no problems.
You've had no issues.
I actually contacted my son, who's over in Poland right now, and he's not experienced any problems either.
So did you say it was 300-something thousand? Is that nationwide?
Nationwide, 389,000.
Doesn't seem like that many people relative to, how big
Correct.
our country is. So, Gator, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You're even less fortunate.
Great. Or I'm just more special.
However you want to put it, man. We do call you special. You are special, Scott.
Thank you, Doug.
Yep. 248-539-9797. All right, coming up. Would you easily just take the $600? I'll explain today at 11:20. We got a Who's on Top scheduled for, not Who's on Top. Are you going to eat that scheduled for 12:35 today here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
If you're trying to get your house ready to go because it's just not comfortable inside, maybe it's too hot, it's too cold, call the good folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling because they know exactly what it takes to keep your home comfortable throughout the winter, through the spring, and through the summer. They're offering a deal right now where you can replace that clunky water heater with a tankless one for free with the purchase of a Comfort Maker furnace and air conditioning package. They've got over 100 years of experience combined, and they're the team that I trust. I had an issue with my water heater, needed it replaced. They came out the next day and replaced it. I had a problem with my thermostat. They came out the next day and replaced them. They're awesome. Visit them at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com.
regarding Piston game tonight, Jaden Ivey, after Benedict Mathurin got in his face and talked smack during the Rising Stars game, gave him a subtle little headbutt. Wasn't much, but it looked like it got under Jaden Ivey's skin. An unnamed texter writes in, this goes back to draft night with Mathurin. He was blasting the Pistons for taking Ivey over him. Another one here says, Ivey, 20-plus points and 1 steal at plus 270. Sounds good to me, Doug. That's from an unnamed texter. Yeah, I want Ivey to respond.
Little parlay there.
I want Ivey to respond tonight. Let's go. When a game actually matters. Now, look, Indiana's got something to play for. They're in the 6th and final playoff spot in the East before you have to play in that play-in stuff. So they're going to want to, I think they're half game up. So they're still playing for something. The Pistons are playing for nothing but pride.
Well, they should be.
Yep.
28 games left. I mean, what are they playing for if not pride? You got to give me something to be encouraged about as a fan. Give me something.
Am I wrong, though? Shouldn't Jaden Ivey respond tonight?
Yes. Jaden Ivey should respond regardless because he's in the league. He's played well and, needs to take more steps forward. But this was,
it was almost uncomfortable.
He was fronting, Doug.
He was fronting.
It's funny that Mathurin's taking it on Ivy like he had a choice in the matter.
I know,
of who
right?
was drafted where.
Yep.
He just, the Pistons chose Ivy, and Mathurin's taking it out on Ivy. Yeah, I hope Ivy responds for multiple reasons. Number one, just so the Pistons have a good player on their team and someone they can build around besides, with him, Cade, and Jalen Duren. And secondly, to show that fight. I mean, this city, this town, if the line showed us anything, grit, right? I mean, if we have to do it the hard way, we do it the hard way then. We respond. No one's going to take a couple kneecaps, bite off his ass cheek. Well, I don't know, whatever Dan Campbell said.
Right.
That's what you got to do. I mean, right now the Pistons are knocked down. How are you going to get up? How are you going to respond?
They're getting clowned on.
Well, yes, they are. And we're always looking for the next rival, right? Well, if we got something going here with Mathurin and Ivy, you got something going with Halliburton, because he wasn't drafted by the Pistons.
I know.
And he said the other day that he was very surprised by that and had some interesting comments about it. Okay, there's that. And, who's the team with the brawl at the Palace? Malice at the Palace?
That was a Pacers.
Oh, was it the Pacers?
Yep.
I mean, there is history with this. Let's bring it back. I mean, not that I want to see the brawl.
Yeah.
I don't want that. I don't need that to happen again. But let's get competitive games back again, right?
Yes. Plus, Malice doesn't rhyme with Conseco.
It really doesn't.
Yeah,
But it has to be in Detroit's turf. But I mean, those teams, those were some outstanding teams back in the day. The Indiana teams against the going to work Piston teams. Aside from the fact that they ended up brawling into the crowd, those were fun games to watch because the teams were good.
All right, Gator. Right now, I'm going to make you the most marketable player on your favorite team in college football. So who would that be at Michigan State right now?
Well, it's going to be the quarterback.
The kid from Oregon State?
Yeah.
The transfer?
Aiden.
Him.
Yeah.
If.
My mind's not. I'm not in football. Right?
I caught you off guard. Let's say you're Quinn Ewers, okay? You're the biggest. Is he the biggest name coming back in college football, quarterback at Texas? He might be. I suppose it doesn't.
Shedeur Sanders.
EA Sports.
Aiden Childs.
Yeah. It's okay. This wasn't.
He's your favorite player.
No, you said he was the most marketable, and I said the quarterbacks.
I'm just kidding.
Anyway.
But he will likely become my favorite player once we see him play.
EA Sports has reportedly begun offering contracts to every college football player in the largest NIL deal ever for its upcoming college football 25 game. Every player will get $600 and a free copy of the game. If you are the most marketable player on a team, do you take the $600? Or, excuse me, do you have your people negotiate for more? Now, I'm also trying to put you in a college kid's shoes. $600 went a lot longer than it does, it went a lot longer for us than it will for these kids. But do you think everybody just takes the $600 And I think what else is getting offered here is really valuable. You are then in the game. Like, you are in the game. Like, if I was a college player, marketable or not, I would want to be in the game. I would want the little Doug Karsh dude running around making plays. and I would suspect that is a thrill for the players that hold some value. Because they play these games. I talk to the players all the time. They're playing Fortnite together. They're always getting to get Call of Duty, Madden, and at least the guys at Michigan are. And I guess as soon as this game comes out, they're all going to have it. They're going to be playing each other. They get the free download of the game and they'll be playing each other. And I think if you're not in it, it'll be kind of disappointing.
Well, this is interesting because does EA Sports have all the power in the situation? They're like, hey, we're only paying $600. That's it. We're not going higher. We don't care if you're Quinn Ewers or if you were the third string left tackle. Doesn't matter. It's $600. Take it or leave it. And if you don't want it, oh well, then your number is going to be out there. It's just not going to have a name on it, and everyone's going to know it's you.
Everyone's going to know it's you.
Yeah,
but.
So it's interesting how this is going to play out if EA Sports does have that kind of power. And I hope that they do, because you start getting to the haves and have-nots, and there's such a disparity for it.
What if a whole team got together and said, we're holding out?
I think it's disappointing if that happens. I mean, it's disappointing as a gamer. And I think there'll be some players like, I don't want to hold out. I want to be in the game.
I would think that there is some intrinsic value to being a college student getting to play a video game in which you are in it.
Yeah.
So you're saying you probably under almost any circumstance you wouldn't hold out.
No, I would not. But then again, I'm different in terms of the way I'm thinking, because I'm not a 20-year-old kid right now.
Nope.
I'm not. I haven't been immersed in this world of NIL and being recruited and all that. I would choose a school because I want to go to that school. It's a school I loved. It's a school I want to play for, not because it's the highest dollar. But that's different, because I'm in a different place in my life and I can't relate to what an 18-year-old is going through.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to figure if you're the most marketable player on your team, there is a high degree of probability that you have other NIL deals that'll pay you so much more than $600 that the $600 doesn't matter. And probably anything that EA would, I don't think EA is going to start paying star players $75,000. They're going to say, all right, what, Quinn, you want $650? Are they really going to start breaking the bank to get the star players? Because if it doesn't happen this year, Gator, I almost guarantee it'll happen eventually. That some player says, no, you can't use my name, image, and likeness.
Oh, I imagine there's going to be some discrepancies, because players will say, wait a minute, you're making a ton off of my NIL here. Or why am I not doing it? Mm-hmm. I'm in the game. That's why people are buying it. So pay me. There's an argument for it for 100%.
Kang, you've been a very bottom line guy all the years I've known you. Go get yours seems to be a motto that you live by. Actually, not really, but when these topics come up,
I only have it tattooed on my forearms.
When these topics come up, you have always taken the side of, hey, if you can get paid, go for it. Would you hold out for more?
No, I wouldn't. I mean, because you're maximizing your value in other avenues, that's why. If it was the only way you could make money, I would understand. But a Quinn Ewers or a Shedeur Sanders who pulls up to campus in a Lamborghini, I think you're doing okay. And I think the value in this is the enjoyment of seeing yourself in a game that, this is one of those things that there's not a price tag on. When you're a kid and you want to be a pro athlete, you're not thinking necessarily about the $1 million as a 9, 10-year-old. You're thinking about, dude, I get to be in a video game. I get to be on a football card. I get to maybe have my jersey, the name on the back of a jersey. Those are the small victories that mean a lot.
I think they're catching these adolescent males at the right time where they can sell them on being in a video game and they'll take it.
And kids, I feel like they play video games more than ever now. Not like your age or my age. Like now that you can sit on your couch and play anyone in the world, the game and the games are better. Let's just be honest. Yes. They're way better than what we were playing. So, yeah, I think this is one where Sanders, Ewers, whoever, there's always going to be one or two guys that might say, all right, then fine. The EA will go, well, Texas quarterback number 3 then. Too bad. You're not in the game. And everyone else is going to be in it.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you're going to hold out like that, you can also just simply input your information into the game, create your own character, and you're right there.
You can. I don't know if that does it for them as much as
of course not. I can imagine it does.
It's an interesting question. I hope there are no holdouts, but I suspect there will be some. $600 free copy of the game for every player in college athletics. 248-539-9797. All right, Justin Fields asked why he stopped following the Bears on social media. People thinking he's had enough and maybe he wants out of Chicago. And the person who asked the question is fantastic. We'll get to that today at 11:32 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Okay, world's changed a lot, including athletes having their own forums, including podcasts, like the St. Brown Brothers podcast with Amon-Ra and Equanimous, wide receivers in Detroit and Green Bay, respectively. I'm going to start before we play some of the sound because they had Justin Fields on their podcast. I started thinking about there's something curious about players on rival teams interviewing players on a rival team about their contracts and about their future. You start thinking about it from the league's perspective. They have rules about tampering.
Right.
But, I mean, Amon-Ra's literally asking Justin Fields, hey, do you want to stay in Chicago? Publicly, like on the record.
By the way, Equanimeous is with the Bears.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
He started with
You're right. You're right. But Amon-Ra is asking Justin Fields about what he wants. Do you want to stay in Chicago? And I'm just wondering, in a league that is very strict about tampering, have rules against tampering.
Yeah, you can walk the line. What you can't do is, I suppose, do you want to play here in Detroit? I mean, I don't know if you can do that, but can you ask him because the obvious question is, with what's going on with the Bears, the number one pick, and Caleb Williams and all the speculation, and hey, you just scrapped your social media stuff. I mean, do you want to be there?
Yeah. But with that said, I mean, I love it. It's cool. It gives us some content, and it's interesting to hear. And I think there's a degree of respect player to player that might bring a different answer as opposed to when the media asks. But anyway, that's one of the questions that Amon-Ra had for Justin Fields. Let's get to these. First of all, it did create some waves when Justin Fields unfollowed the Bears on social media. This is modern day passive aggressiveness and always gets a lot of attention when somebody unfollows. You can follow someone or unfollow someone, and it leads to wild speculation of it being part of a grander scheme or message. So Amon-Ra pushed the topic, and this is from the St. Brown's Brothers podcast. You'll hear Amon-Ra talking with Justin Fields.
What? No, hold on.
He said, just because you don't follow a girl on Instagram doesn't mean you're not messing with them. Just because you don't give them the social media follow doesn't mean you don't have some sort of interest in that young lady, that a budding relationship with the lass.
I can appreciate Justin Fields.
Can I make that sound any whiter?
You can try.
Or older.
Yeah.
I can appreciate.
I was trying hard, man.
Are you courting this young lady?
Just because you don't interact on the public social spaces doesn't mean you aren't courting.
Will you attend the sock hop with me?
What kind of dowry does your family have? Look,
anyway, Montague. Sorry, go ahead.
I can appreciate that he's trying to be diplomatic about this, but the bottom line is, you did unfollow him. I mean, of course people are going to respond to it and think that it's more than just, oh, I need to take a break. You take a break, then you don't interact. That's how you take a break. You don't have to unfollow.
Why do we take this stuff so seriously, Justin? We take everything seriously. The reason you're making millions of dollars is because we all take the NFL extraordinarily seriously. We are all very vested in it. People care. Fans care. So when you unfollow a team, yes. I'm amazed that
at
he was
this time.
shocked.
Yeah, unfollowing him in the off season, which is where the number one question with the Bears is, what are they going to do with their quarterback? Of course, it's going to bring speculation.
So allegedly,
you could have just written a post and said, "Hey, I'm staying off social media for a while.
Unfollow some things."
Well, Gator, allegedly, he went on vacation. I think it was Cabo or something, and he wanted to unfollow the Bears in the NFL because he just wanted to enjoy his time without the rumors of, speculation whether they're going to trade him or not or draft Caleb Williams. The true test is now that he's back, will he refollow the Bears and NFL and stuff? If it was just a break for that week and you don't want to go on your timeline and see that stuff, but yeah, it's too much. I wouldn't follow anybody if I were these athletes because then they just everything you do is just the magnified, right?
100%.
Well, and the number one reason that they'll have their social media though is to build the brand.
Well, there is
maybe
that.
not the number one reason, but for a lot of people, it's to build the brand.
It is a big part of it. All right, so Here's more from the St. Brown Brothers podcast. At some point, Justin Fields started talking about the Lions, and here's what he's had to say about our defense. He called Alex Anzalone dirty.
I could see it. I mean, I think there were times when Anzalone might have that hit that goes a little bit further out of bounds.
I do love that Amon-Ra stuck up for his teammate.
Yeah. No, Alex Anzalone's pretty clean. He just, well, yeah, it's unconditional loyalty.
Gators high school coach, for people new to the show, said if somebody in school rips on your teammate, you defend him. And he started giving examples.
No, 34 is dirty, man. No. No, 34 plays within the rules. He plays hard.
Oh, it's so great. And that's exactly what Amon-Ra did.
You stood up for him.
Yep. All right, here's one more in the back and forth between Amon-Ra and Justin Fields. And Amon-Ra asked him a question about his future. Does he want to stay in Chicago?
It's one of the few times where when a quarterback says, hey, it's out of my hands, it's not up to me.
Yep.
It's legit.
It is true.
He's really under contract. It's not up to him. It is a business. It's what the Bears want to do. If the Bears going to make up their mind and draft the quarterback at the first overall pick, then they're going to trade him.
Yep, he's right.
It's not up to him.
He is right about that. And I would imagine it would be something that would get annoying. You wouldn't want to hear about getting traded. I think we all talk about trading this guy, trading that guy, and we do it in such a haphazardly way that has we don't even think about what makes the player feel like. If you're playing in a town and all you hear on talk radio is about you getting traded or somebody getting drafted over you, I mean, I guess it would be, it's not all he's going to hear. He's going to hear people that stick up for him as well. But I do believe it would get old. But all right. But here's my question. If the Bears do have the number one overall pick, they got in the trade with Carolina. So they have the number one overall pick. They have the number, I think it's 8 pick as well, their own pick.
Mm-hmm.
And then they've got their own pick in the second round. So they've got like 3 incredibly high draft picks. My question is, oh no, they shipped the pick in the second round for a player they got for the Redskins, the edge rusher, Montez Sweat. Montez Sweat. Anyway, did I say Redskins Commanders? Yeah, my bad. Anyway, the Bears have a lot of resources. They did get better from year to year. And given that the Packers seem to be ahead of schedule, are we at all concerned that our division just turned into the toughest division in football, or could turn into the toughest division in football if the Bears do this right? And I realize we don't have Kansas City in our division. Patrick Mahomes is in our division. But unfortunately, Jordan Love looks legit. And a competent organization, if the Bears make good decisions, they could get better in a hurry. They could.
Yeah, I think that, we've talked about this a lot about what you would do, but let's just forget about what they would do. Let's just say whatever they do, it's right. It's the right move. It would be very tough because, whether Justin Fields works out or you could draft, Caleb Williams and he works out, you're going to have a very young, very good quarterback for a while. And they've got weapons to work with there now. They've got DJ Moore had a hell of a season last year with the Bears, over 1,300 yards receiving. He was very good. And, they could use one of these picks in the first round, let's just say they hang on to both picks. They draft the quarterback in Caleb Williams, and then at 8 they take, Rome Odunze or Neighbors or whoever, a wide receiver. That could go a long way to getting your new quarterback up to speed. He's already got escapability, but I mean, it's not necessarily how I would do it. I'm all about building an offensive line, but if you trade Justin Fields, what kind of pick are you getting for Justin Fields? You might be getting somebody's second-round pick, and it could be a high pick. Well, so maybe you can get an offensive lineman there, or you use an offensive lineman to get a wide receiver in the second round instead.
I will tell you this. I think the Lions are in a position where we don't have to hope that everybody else sucks. For the first time
correct
in decades, the path to success isn't because everybody else blows it. So I don't have any issue with there being challenges in the division. I am a little irritated. I should say, well, I'll get to my irritation coming up today at 12:40 or 11:46. Plus your phone calls and feedback. It's Carson Anderson, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That Today at 12:35. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, bet the NBA with a no-sweat same-game parlay from FanDuel every Thursday with TNT Thursdays. It doesn't matter if you're new to FanDuel or already have an account. You get bonus bets back if your same-game parlay doesn't win on any NBA on TNT game. That's tonight, the Thursday night game. NBA same-game parlays are the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance to score a bigger payday. However you want to play, head to FanDuel.com/Doug to bet the NBA with a no-sweat same-game parlay with TNT Thursdays. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum refund is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Talking about this podcast that Justin Fields did with the St. Brown brothers. And Amon-Ra flat out asking him about his future and, if he wants to stay in Chicago. He said yes. Pushed the topic, why did you unfollow the Bears? He said he unfollowed a bunch of football people because he didn't want football stuff on his timeline when he was on vacation. But the Bears have a lot of resources, right? The 2 picks, the top of the first round. They got cap space. They made a big jump last year just in terms of wins. They weren't really a threat to win the division, but they could step up big time. And this division could get really, really tough. And with the Lions maybe being a lead dog, we'll see about that. Look, the Green Bay thing is what irritates me. They're supposed to struggle here a little bit.
Right. They're not supposed to be able to get off the ground so quickly.
And, I'm not motivated that much by, vindictive bitterness. But when you start thinking about the last 3 decades and what Green Bay has been, I don't mind that Jordan Love's good, okay? But if he gets into that category with Favre and Rodgers, where he's one of the top 2-3 quarterbacks in the NFL. Maybe Favre was never that good, but good enough to win a Super Bowl, good enough to have those kinds of seasons. I mean, I realize it's just the competence of an organization and they should be praised for it. I don't have to do it here because sitting in my chair, I'm just getting irritated that they might have done it again.
Well, it's irritating. I mean, to watch the Packers grow this year, gain confidence, get better. It's a very young team where they're all growing together, and that offense together is frightening how good they can be because the receivers are all within like the first couple years of existence in the NFL, and they got a quarterback who just started this year in the NFL. And then you watch them go down to Dallas and just destroy the Cowboys with offensive awesome destruction. You're like, come on. This isn't happening again, is it? And it might. It might be happening again. But as you said earlier, the Lions are in a good place because the Lions look like they've got a team that could be sustainably good for a while. And it could be fun watching these division battles where the games mean something during the middle of the season.
It could be a lot of fun, and
it could be a lot of heartache too. And we don't want to experience the heartache.
No, we've had our share. One could argue.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, but you got a Green Bay team that their rebuild. What was their rebuild timeline? I feel like their rebuild literally was the loss to the Lions to wrap up the 2022 season.
Yep.
And then the rebuild was over. They lost one game to miss out on the playoffs, came back the next year, handed the keys to a young quarterback, and that concluded their rebuild. Are you kidding me?
That's right.
Like, I get it. I understand. It's competence.
Hey, good news. I got a text message.
Did you?
Yeah.
Is it from me?
Let's find out.
Yeah. Gator had an AT&T phone and it wasn't working.
Yes, it was from you.
Was it? What did it say?
It was one word.
And what was that word?
Nugget. Great word.
That is correct. Anyway, this division, I feel like I was hoping we were entering an era where the Lions were just going to run this thing, and maybe they still will, and it'll be even more gratifying if the division's good. But we are one competent offseason by the Chicago Bears away from this maybe being the best division of football.
Well, it's a stretch to say it now because until you win a Super Bowl, I don't know if you can be considered the best division of football. I think you have to have that first, and then you look at the competition in the division beyond that. But what I like about it is that even if the Bears and Packers are good, and the Vikings for whatever they decide to do, I feel like the Lions are still the favorite to win the division. So it's like the Lions best in this division, and it's a tough division. And that's cool. I'm cool with that. As long as the Lions keep making the playoffs every year, I don't really care. I like how we're building this organization.
248-539-9797. Greg's in Detroit, 997.1. Hi, Greg.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
And I don't know who I am anymore. I just don't know who I am. I said this during the season that I was really concerned about the progression of Green Bay, and the question was posed one game, who do you fear the most going into the postseason? And I said Green Bay. And the reason I said it because Green Bay grew kind of the right way. As they were growing, they had time to grow. Their fan base wasn't assassinating them. They grew the right way. And Jordan Love just grew expeditiously and with a lot of confidence. Their defense woke up, and the running game really woke up. So, and if Minnesota gets this quarterback that they want, I'm concerned about them because their defense really woke up. And if Justin Fields happens to go to Atlanta, that's really going to make Atlanta a formidable foe. So I always said that next season it's going to be the black and blue division. And I'm concerned of how many times we have to play each other because it's hard to beat a team twice. So I'm concerned, and my thing is I hope the Lions make all the picks to be the favorite going, but it's hard to beat a team twice, and it really depends on at what point of the season that you play these guys.
Well, thank you for the phone call, Greg. Look, the fact is, yeah, it is hard to beat a team twice, but only if they're good. I mean, if they're bad, it's easy. Is it foolish for me to be very dismissive of Minnesota?
I don't think it is. I mean, not right now.
If I were to,
they look like it's an organization that's not sure what's happening here.
Yeah, if I were to like embark on a trip to Earth from some other planet, and I got here and looked at the standings in the NFC North, which would probably be one of the first things I did, and tried to pick out the team I wanted to be a fan of, the last one I would pick is Minnesota right now.
Yeah, I mean, they've got talent on that team, but they also have, I don't know, a question about direction with that team. What's going to happen to the quarterback? Are they going to bring Kirk Cousins back? Is it going to be affordable? You know, if they're not bringing Cousins back, what are they going to do with Justin Jefferson? Does he want to be there? Because he could take off and go. And if he's going to go, do you trade him? And what does that mean? It's a potential fire with what's going on in Minnesota. We'll see if they have the extinguishers or not.
Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Keep Fields, draft Marvin Harrison Jr. #1, and take the best offensive lineman with the other first rounder. Imagine Harrison and Moore against the Lions secondary. Not good for the Lions. That's from Mike.
That's what I would
right.
do.
That sounds very scary, and I don't expect the Bears to do that. If they trade out of one, get more draft capital, get Harrison Jr. anyway, and get Joe Alt, the left tackle from Notre Dame, anyway, and more draft capital. Damn. That'll be something. The Bears draft their quarterback at 1, and then at 9, the Bears take tight end Brock Bowers. It goes a long way to help them start being a pain for the Lions, and maybe they trade Fields for a pick that they use on a decent O-lineman, plus whatever they sign in free agency.
Well, they have Cole Kmet.
They do.
Got a big tight end.
They do. Look, the wide receiver position, I think at the top is pretty heavy, and I would guess they go wide receiver over tight end. But then again, you know, if you did get Brock Bowers and Cole Kmet, I mean, it goes back to the old, when you pair somebody up with a buddy, imagine trying to defend that.
The two games versus the Bears last year, the Lions went 1-1, and the one they won, they had to come back from behind in the fourth quarter.
Yep.
So I think we all agree that the Bears are going to gain more assets this offseason, whether they trade Fields or trade the #1 pick. So I'm not like fearful of the Bears, but they're definitely an up-and-coming team that you can't just push aside because, like I said, they went 1-1 against the Bears, that Bears team. I imagine the next year's Bears team is going to be better.
Yeah, it feels like there is so much potential with what the Bears are going to do. Either way, you know, if you feel that Caleb Williams is the guy, then there's massive potential with him. And they still have another first-round pick to use after using the first pick. And they'll have other picks that they would get if they trade Justin Fields. If they don't, the upside of Justin Fields is still massive. He has just scratched the surface of what he can be. He hasn't really been a throwing quarterback just yet. Well, when he learns how to buy himself the time and not just take off and go, but use the receivers now that'll be open, then that could be a scary thing. It may not work out, but I just think there's so much more potential with the Bears for upside than there is for downside.
248-539-9797. Does the division become an issue for the Detroit Lions, or is this just the way you want it? I'm kind of in the just the way I want it camp with one exception. I'm pissed that Green Bay's rebuild feels like it took literally one game. The one game that they missed the playoffs, come back next year, make the playoffs, and actually win a playoff game.
Well, it hurts. It's like you guys didn't even work for it.
Yeah, you haven't been through anything.
And they're like, well, actually, we did. We did the smart thing. We drafted a quarterback a couple years ago. We believed in the development. We did that.
And they might have been right about him.
We drafted a bunch of receivers and tight ends in the last couple of drafts, and we have a two-headed monster at running back. And it's all that's our plan. Mm-hmm. You're like, damn it, it's a good plan.
Yeah,
it's a really good plan.
We'll keep talking NFL. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That at 12:35? 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Heard during the update, Red Wing game tonight. Another one of the best teams in the West. Schedule makers certainly had the Red Wings going through the top teams in the West in this stretch. 2-2 so far. Well, actually 3-2 because they beat Vancouver right out of the break. Then went 2-2 on the road trip, and including a loss to Vancouver, lost to Edmonton, beat Calgary and Seattle. Not Calgary's great, but be nice to win this game tonight against Colorado. We talked about at the beginning of the show, hey, look, I didn't expect Dylan Larkin to get a ton of votes for top centers in the league. I'm surprised when you're going 10 deep that none of their 20 panelists, either players or executives or coaches in the league, nobody gave him at least a 10th place vote. And when I look at some of the players that got 10th place votes, like Tomas Hertl is not having the year that Dylan Larkin is having, or Nico Hischier got votes. I'm like, okay, you could have voted. Somebody could have voted for Dylan. They didn't. I don't think he deserves a spot in the top 10. But then the bigger question is, can you win a cup with Dylan Larkin as the lead dog? He's having his best offensive season. He's on track to have his best offensive season. Could get to 40 goals.
That'd be great.
Piston game tonight. Look, there's not much to play for, but something happened in the Rising Stars game that makes tonight's game interesting to me, and that is Benedict Mathurin of the Pacers got in Jaden Ivey's face and mocked him. And at first it looked like it was funny, but Jaden Ivey didn't understand him at first, said, what? Because Mathurin was wearing a mic, and Mathurin said, you can't even guard me in the Rising Stars game. And after he said it twice, Jaden Ivey, I don't think still knew what he said and said, say what? And Mathurin leaned in, kind of headbutted him and said, you can't even guard me in the Rising Stars game. And Ivey looked pissed. And I want to see Ivey respond tonight. We're trying to figure out the personality of this team, and we want to see our team that has some dog in them. Then respond tonight. You're talented enough. You got a lot of skills. You kind of got your manhood challenged out of what became a viral clip.
Yeah. And what was, pretty big stage there over the weekend where people were watching it, more so than watching any Piston game this year. It was something when it unfolded, and once Ivey figured out what was going on, and Mathurin kind
what'd you say to me?
Brushes his head up against his, and then Ivey goes to get in his face, but realizes he's at the free throw line. I need to take a step back here because this is getting
He looked like he was ready to. It looked like he was ready to shove him. Like I thought that was about to go down.
Yeah, I agree with you. And if you watch the game against Phoenix, the last Pistons game, keep in mind what happened before that game began. Isaiah Stewart got in a fight.
That's right.
Before the game even starts. It's already chippy between the teams from the previous meeting. Then there's this fight that happens beforehand. As the game's going on, the game was a kind of a chippy game. And at some point, I think Monty Williams is all right, I got to, make sure I'm going to protect my guys here. Ivey only played 15 minutes in that game. I think we're going to start to see, I hope we start to see some fight from this team.
Yep.
Because the pride does matter. Now, it'd matter a lot more if you could attach some wins to it. With 28 games left in the season, this team's not going to go 14-14. Right?
No, at some point they'll win 3 in a row, but.
Well, for your sake, I hope. But wouldn't it be great if can you double your win total? And even then, it's an 8-20 record if they were to do that.
Yeah.
8-20 in the 28 games. It still sucks, but is it stepping in the right direction? I want to see them play with a sense of urgency, a sense of pride. I want to see them play like they do play for each other.
I feel like if Jaden Ivey goes out, puts up 30 and clowns on Mathurin, I'm good for the rest of the year. That's all I need to see for the rest of the season. Go ahead and clown on Mathurin tonight and show that you want to be a lead dog and you're not going to put up with this stuff. 248-539-9797. We've also been talking about that Justin Fields back and forth with Amon-Ra St. Brown on the podcast, the St. Brown's Brothers podcast, saying he wants to stay in Chicago and saying that him not following the Bears in the NFL is because he doesn't want football stuff on his timeline. But as we look at this division, it could get real interesting real quick. real quick. I mean, we're ready to run this thing in terms of what we got, but at the end of the day, Green Bay's very quick turnaround and rebuild, coupled with Chicago's resources, whew, this thing could get really tough. Let's go to Ned. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Ned?
Hey, what's up, guys? Good afternoon. Pistons plus 11.5 tonight. Lock it in for $1, Doug.
I'm looking at Jaden Ivey over 18.5.
That parlay it, buddy. Parlay it.
Okay.
May turn that buck into 3. But I wanted to comment on the Lions really quick, and I think that listening today, you guys are making some really good points about the division. I think Justin Fields is staying in Chicago. I don't think he's going anywhere, and I think that with the division becoming tougher, knowing Jordan Love's nipping at our heels, and the Packers have a young offense, I think now is the time where Brad Holmes needs to shift his focus from, building sustainability through the draft, which I think we still need to do, but we need to sign a couple guys in free agency. I don't know if it's Chris Jones or if it's Mike Evans or whoever it is, but we need to sign somebody now as we, everybody was mad about the draft or the trade deadline last year. Now's the time to do it because that's going to keep us in that top dog spot. I don't think any rookie coming in or anybody in the draft, yes, they may be able to help the team, but we need to take that step from sustainability to win now. We're going, push your chips all in.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about this a lot the last couple of days, that Chris Jones story in Sports Illustrated about how, Detroit was the best fit for him. It goes counter to everything that B_homie said he wanted to do. But if he is, there's an opportunity to make an all-in move to try and win in 2024. Everything they've said is about sustainability, trying to sustain this thing. But we'll see. We'll see how serious he is. If he veers from the plan because they got a chance to make a splash, he might do it.
And I think there's with the cap room that we have right now, and I know we got to keep Amon-Ra, and I know we got didn't they just give Amon-Ra a deal?
They didn't.
Not yet.
Not yet. I know that with the cap room we have now, that now would be the time to do it because pretty soon we're going to have to sign a bunch of guys that we really like. Don't forget, our tight ends are, Sewell, Amon-Ra. Goff is going to get an extension at some point. He needs to. He's our quarterback.
Yeah, you're spending a lot of money and you want to add a splash player. The cap starts to get pretty darn tight. So I hear what you're saying. I don't think the tight ends. The only tight end that I think is likely to be sticking around here just finished his rookie contract, so I wouldn't include that. But yeah, Sewell, Goff, Amon-Ra,
Lee McNeil.
Quite frankly, if Fatu Melifonwu's got one coming up, and if he's trending in the right direction, but
I don't see that being a big money one. But they've got players they want to re-sign for sure.
248-539-9797. Varn, you're next. What's up, Varn?
Hey guys, can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
All right, sweet. So I know we're talking about a lot of free agency. And before I get to that point, King, I don't know if you're there. I know you asked if I lost a bet about fantasy, if I kept bringing Kirk Cousins up. I did not lose a bet. I just do that. But my point is, in free agency, in a lot of ways, what happens in Minnesota's free agency determines the Lions center. If Kirk walks, that's just one less threat the Lions have to deal with because the Vikings are completely out of the question. But it would be a mistake to let Kirk walk because he's the greatest quarterback the Vikings have ever had. That's one thing. But also, we've discussed before, that contract number, the number that Kirk gets determines Jared Goff because Gator, like you said, they're very similar quarterbacks, pocket passers who are very accurate at the ball.
They're similar quarterbacks, but the difference is the age. So Kirk's not going to get as much money. Jared Goff's going to get really good money out of this.
Most likely so. Kirk might get good money on a much lower, on 2 or 3 years. Goff is probably going to a 5-year, 6-year. But yeah, they got to keep an eye on what happens.
If he signs or doesn't sign, I'm not sure it matters. Minnesota will be the fourth favorite in the 4-team division.
Yeah, And it'll be, if Kirk stays, they'll at least be a second.
I'm sorry, they'll at least be what? At least what?
Kirk, they'll at least be a second or third, but they'll be competing with Detroit.
Or
without
fourth.
Kirk, they have no shot. So it would be a mistake for the Vikings to let Kirk walk. Because, again, he's the greatest quarterback in Vikings history, but that's besides the point.
Yeah, it's irrelevant information of whether or not they should bring him back.
That's Varn's opinion. Varn or Vern or whatever. Yeah, it's his opinion that Cousins is the best ever. In Minnesota history, there may be some people that have other quarterbacks in mind that may have done more things.
Well, let me just.
I'm not convinced he didn't lose a bet still.
I still think he lost a bet. His comment that they'll be at least the second favorite in the division if Kirk comes back means he thinks they might be the favorite in the division if Kirk comes back.
Oh, look.
When you use the word at least, that means the minimum. Then he amended it to at least second or third.
Are you bringing back Daniil Hunter?
It doesn't sound like it, but
I mean, if you're gonna bring back Cousins to Daniil Hunter, you have a chance to be somewhat relevant, but I don't know if the Vikings have enough the rest of the way. They've got cap issues.
It's Carson Anderson, another edition. Are you going to eat that at 12:35? 97.1 The Ticket. It's funny, Kang. You were telling us about another story in sports during the commercial break. I walked in. I left the studio. I walked in halfway through the conversation. I could hear you through the speakers talking to Gator. I thought you were going to do the topic, would Varn wear Kirk Cousins' jeans?
Well, the answer to that would be yes. And unfortunately, I think more. I mean, he'd wear other stuff of Kirk Cousins as well. But
what else is he selling?
We were talking about a former Viking star, though.
It's true. Adrian Peterson is holding an auction at his home right now to raise money. Is he really a financial problem?
I
Is that
guess
what this is?
the story is that he's fallen in some debt. Got to pay off lenders. And this may or may not be true because like his trophies are up for auction apparently in an estate sale. He says that he wouldn't auction off, that he didn't make the choice himself. Like somebody else did it for him, maybe financial advisors or whatever. They're auctioning off, his personal trophies. But it's not just sports stuff. Like he's auctioning off designer jeans and like
a pair of jeans.
Yes, like a pair of like, hey.
You're a collector. You're a collector guy. There's a reason you have a podcast, Kang Collects.
Khang.
Yep. What is featured this week, by the way?
I talked to one of the big. You think you hoard cards? This guy maybe hoards cards more than anyone in the country. He's got a gigantic warehouse of pallets of cards that he has not even. It's been years. He hasn't even gone through them yet.
Like unopened boxes and stuff.
Oh, unopened boxes, open boxes, just cards and like how everyone's got like a basement or attic of cards. Imagine that times a million. His owner, Kruk Cards, local guy. Yeah, that's the podcast this week.
Okay. On the open market, somebody shows up and says, I have, for lack of a better term, game-worn Adrian Peterson jeans.
Game-worn.
Authenticated Adrian Peterson jeans. What is that going to get me?
Well, I'm assuming if these are designer jeans, they're probably expensive jeans on its own, but they are used, so you have to take that into account. But then again, they're used by a potential Hall of Fame player.
That's right. I mean,
did he make the Hall of Fame already? Can't remember.
No, because I think he's still trying to play. Last I heard. Yeah.
Well, he will be a Hall of Famer. Yeah, that's gonna be a no for me, dog. I'm gonna
You're not investing in Adrian Peterson's jeans.
I don't know what the market is for that. The jeans itself, I mean, you could market it like that. Like, hey, these are some Gucci jeans that are normally $600. Get them for $250. I don't know.
Here's lot number 62, an Ed Hardy T-shirt, circa 2006. Shall we start the bidding at $500? It is an XL, worn by former running back, future Hall of Famer Adrian Peterson. Ed Hardy T-shirt. Do I have 500?
How about autographed jeans? Have you ever seen autographed jeans?
Well, there has to
there
be.
has to be.
Yeah, I mean,
musicians, I would feel like, or celebrities.
Yeah, just
right?
anybody. When you're out in public and you want them to, people have them sign shirts and stuff all the time. So why not? Hey, can you sign my leg?
What?
I mean, would that happen? Sure.
The clothes thing is funny because let's say you bought it because they are expensive jeans. You get them real cheap or cheaper. You go out and someone compliments you, you say, thanks. They used to be Adrian Peterson's, actually.
This would be something that if I lived to be a million, I would never come across a scenario where I would purchase and wear a famous person's jeans.
All right, you wouldn't wear Tony Gwynn's shorts?
You just went there.
No.
Okay.
No?
I'm not putting on Tony Gwynn's clothes.
In fairness, Doug's not putting on shoes in a store.
Yeah, I don't like trying on shoes.
So anything used, it doesn't matter who, huh? John Cicada, like a hat? Always thinking about it, Gator.
That's great.
No, I'm trying to think if there is a hat I would wear, like a used hat. What would fall into the category like the most famous pair of pants ever? I'm sure it's not Adrian Peterson's club
assless
jeans.
chaps from Prince.
I was going to say Eddie Murphy's leather pants from one of his specials.
Bingo. That could be a collector's item that would be up on a wall in a display case. The people like, really? And outside of Varn buying Kirk Cousins jeans and putting them on a display case, I can't see anybody else I mean, there's got to be huge Adrian Peterson fans out there, but would you want his jeans? Honestly, he's selling his jeans.
All right, we've had some weird things brought up on this radio station today. It started off with the almond-shaped nipples that somebody wanted to get to model after David Beckham that they were talking about in the morning show.
The morning show. I was like, I don't remember talking about this.
No. Now we're talking about buying somebody else's jeans.
Mm-hmm.
It's odd.
Look, I mean, at some point in my life, there's a time where I would have got definitely got stuff from the thrift store, okay? Secondhand clothes, for sure. Now I'm like, I don't really want to do that, and thankfully don't have to, but Adrian Peterson's jeans, on top of that man had massive thighs. Do you think he had to get his jeans specially made?
He might have.
May have.
Like Maurice Jones-Drew, I think did. I think he did a podcast or interview about
Now that's a pair of jeans I'd like to wear.
Someone just texted us MC Hammer's parachute pants.
There you go.
That's a great call.
Doug would wear those.
That might be true. And I'd go around saying, "Can't touch this." How about
shows up in the bedroom? It's Hammer time.
How about like Run or DJ Run or DMC's hat, the old Kango or the
old school Jay Kangle hat.
Yeah, the hard shell Adidas.
Rip Wheeler's black Stetson.
That might be. I actually might wear that. TV show Yellowstone.
Yeah. No, but I mean, if you're gonna, let's say you were to purchase the Adrian Peterson jeans,
one of a kind.
I don't think you're purchasing to wear them. You're purchasing to put them in a frame and hang them up.
Are you sure? Are you sure you want to frame Adrian Peterson's jeans?
I think you're wearing them, Gator. I think it's like when celebrities like that go broke, the female celebrities auction off their purses and things. People want the purse. They don't necessarily care that came from a D-list celebrity or whoever. They want a deal. Hey, a deal's a deal, right? Everyone likes a good deal.
But you
is that Fran Drescher's handbag?
Let's say you're out on a date though, and the topic comes up.
Oh, nice jeans. Well, thank you. You know,
would you even admit that?
No. Unless they fit really well.
Well,
if they fit great, and you're like, just so you know, these were used to be owned by future Hall of Fame running back Adrian Peterson.
Is there a way to follow this auction, Kang?
I'm sure there's an auction house running it. Yes, so yes.
Can you let me know what Adrian Peterson's jeans actually go for, and if we can find out who bought them? Is it a closet full of jeans? Are there like 10?
No, they were laid out. I saw the pictures. Like, it's like a clothing store. Like, here's the front, here's the back.
Man, I hope he really doesn't need the money, because if you're selling jeans,
there's a market for them, right? He's like, what do I need these for? I'm not wearing these anymore.
Okay. Well, think anybody buy my old jeans?
If you go to HiBid, HIBID, all his stuff is on there.
HIBID.
Yeah, he's auctioning off a tower clock, a leather chair,
a
rug. I mean, shoes, of course, jerseys. A sword?
No.
Is it autographed by Randy Jackson?
You wish. That one he's holding on to. An old pistol, like a replica of like a really old pistol. Like, yeah, he's got tons of stuff on here.
Wow.
I'm still looking for. Oh, here are the jeans.
Okay, how
He's
much?
got a shirt, a denim Western shirt, True Religion.
Of course. Talk to me about the jeans. What's the opening bid on the jeans?
All right, I'm just gonna go with one pair of True Religion jeans here, size 38.
Okay.
It's high bid right now is $6. That's US dollars. 5 bids on it. Got 7 days left.
Can we go ahead and bid?
Should we try to get one of these?
I think we should try and win
As a
Adrian
show?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's try and bid on and win Adrian Peterson's jeans.
We're going to fight over who gets to wear them?
No, we're going to leave him in Valenti's cubicle and watch him melt down.
Well, then it'll rip them up, and then it'll be a wasted money. What are we doing?
I don't really think there's any market for what
we can put them next to the Marconis.
Adrian Peterson's jeans back here by the Lions helmet and the Marconi Awards.
That's right.
What are those Marconis saying?
Oh, is it?
Sports Station of the Year.
Station of the Year, huh?
Yeah, we can put them
Is there
back
more
there.
than one of them?
Looks like there's 2.
Oh, that's nice.
All right, let's get to another edition of How Are You Going to Eat That? And we'll figure out if we can bid and win Adrian Peterson's jeans. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 the ticket. Open lines 248-539-9797. Red Wings back at it tonight versus Colorado, one of the better teams in the West last couple of seasons. Of course, won the Stanley Cup a couple of years ago. Last year, they were in the mix. They went bounce in the first round, back in the mix again. Red Wings trying to make a little push here before the trade deadline, which we either justify not selling, justify buying, or justify just standing pat and trying to make a push with what they've got to make the postseason. Pistons on the court tonight. Look, there should be some eyeballs on tonight's game. Benedict Mathurin went public and humiliated, I think, Jaden Ivey in the Rising Stars game and made it personal. And they just happen to play each other tonight, Pistons and Pacers. So kind of hoping Ivey responds. Gator, did you see that they're doing for the NFL draft, this Detroit sign that they're building?
Yes, I had the Hollywood type sign. Yes.
What do you make of that?
I think it's cool. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think they're going to have a number of signs throughout Metro Detroit that'll say Detroit, but this is the one that they're concentrating on. It'll be off of 94.
Yeah, it's on the trip from basically Metro into downtown. So you'll go Blue Bridge, which they redid that bridge for the Super Bowl to try and give just a little bit nicer. That was remember we talked about it on the air? It was like one of a kind, some sort of architectural.
Uh-huh.
Did you have hostility towards that bridge?
Because we call it a bridge. And I'm like, is this even really a bridge?
Why are you doing this, Doug?
We're doing this again?
Why don't you think it's a bridge?
Oh, God, here we go.
It's like a pass, an overpass. It's not really a bridge, but I don't feel like I'm going from one side to another.
You only think a bridge can go over a body of water. Is that what it was?
No, that's not.
Right.
It's not worth it.
All right. Anyway, so you go Blue Bridge, you go Big Tire, and then you go Detroit sign on your way from Metro to downtown Detroit. I don't think this needs an oversell by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a cool little deal.
I think it's really cool.
Well, years from now, your grandkids will say, "Hey, why is that sign there?" And you say, "Believe it or not, it was the NFL draft."
Well, the story I was watching last night in the news about it, not only are there the signs, but what's more important is that they're fixing up the city even more. They're replacing 1,000
beautification
lights and stuff like that, and which is great. But then my first thought goes, why wasn't this done ahead of time? Why do we have to wait for the Super Bowl before all the lights are fixed downtown? But whatever.
You mean the draft?
Yeah, sorry, the draft.
Sorry. All right,
but it's being done in addition to there's some landscaping that's going down. There's more brickwork that's being done, all around Woodward and other areas. So it's gonna look great.
Time for another edition of Are You Gonna Eat That? Are you ready?
I am.
Starbucks in China has come out with a new latte, the Abundant Year Savory Latte. The Abundant Year Savory Latte.
Abundant Year?
Abundant Year Savory Latte.
Year. Y-E-A-R.
Yep.
Not ear.
Nope.
Year.
Yep.
Abundant Year Savory Latte.
Are you going to eat that?
No.
Shoot, I was hoping you were going to say yes before I told you what was in it. It somehow blends the flavors of coffee with that of pork. It includes pork meat and sauce that's possibly pork-flavored blended with the espresso and steamed milk one would expect of a latte. It's also garnished with a piece of dong po roux.
What? A piece of dong?
Piece of dong po roux, which is a braised pork belly dish. Gator, the Abundant Year Savory Latte. I think you went from no to hell no.
Yeah, I was just about to say hell no. Absolutely not. Look, I don't drink coffee to begin with. I haven't had coffee of any kind in probably 5 years. Last time I had coffee was I had a coffee maker at the house at Keurig, and I would make a half a cup to use with. I was having toast in the morning. I would dip toast in the coffee, and that's what I would do. I haven't done that in 5 years. I don't like coffee. This sounds absolutely disgusting. Now, I'm trying to figure out why this would make any kind of sense. And Kang, you can appreciate this, I suppose. Is this going to be something like an au jus type thing, but it's like a combination of au jus and coffee?
Yeah, like hints of pork flavor-ish. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
You get your like French dip, but even that sounds wrong.
Oh, it sounds terrible.
Yeah.
Kang, you in?
Just based on the way it sounds, I'm not in.
Yeah,
but I've been surprised before by certain combinations that I didn't think would work. I mean, you too, Gator, I'm sure, right?
Absolutely.
But yeah, we're both out on this one.
Yeah, I'm out too.
But I do drink coffee. But
Doug's out.
According to Darren Rovell, at the
White meat,
Daytona 500, you could get something for $24 called the Pile Up. It was a warm, soft pretzel stacked with crispy chicken tenders, fries, gooey cheese sauce, chili, and bacon.
Yeah.
The Pile Up for $24. You would eat that.
Sounds expensive, but it sounds like you get an awful lot, and it's a shareable. Yeah, that sounds delicious.
Kang?
Yeah, man, I love when I don't know what to get when I go to a place, I'll get like the nachos where it has everything on it, or I'll get the loaded fries.
Yeah.
So this sounds like a loaded type of plate. Like where I just grab a
Love
fork.
me a soft pretzel, man.
Oh, I love soft pretzels. Doug's in, right?
You know what's funny is if I ordered this, I'd be like, yes, I'll have the Pile Up minus everything but the pretzel. No,
You just have it without bacon? Would you try it without bacon?
Yeah, I probably wouldn't want the gooey cheese sauce or the chili either. Does that surprise you?
I mean, the chili doesn't. Like, if it's meat-based chili, then I get it.
All right, here we go. This one's interesting. From Kentucky Fried Chicken, on February 23rd and 24th, KFC fans in New York can order an item at the restaurant's East 14th Street location. It is called a Chizeria. It first appeared at KFC in the Philippines. It has gone to Korea, Taiwan, India, Thailand, Germany, Spain, and Mexico. This is a pizza / fried chicken mashup. It's basically a piece of fried chicken with pizza toppings on top of it. Gator, the Chizeria. Would you try that?
Absolutely. Combining chicken and pizza? Yeah.
Is this like chicken parmesan?
Kind of. With a little pepperoni?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw a picture, and it looks like they take chicken breasts, like flat chicken breasts, and make that into the dough, essentially.
Yeah.
Like tenderize it, pat it, beat it down.
Batter it, cook
Yep.
it, and then you simply throw some cheese and some sauce and maybe pepperoni and throw it in a broiler, and that's chicken parm.
Chicken parm tastes so good.
You too, Kang? You'd eat it?
Yeah, it just sounds like chicken parm to me.
I think I'd eat it.
Whoa.
Yeah, I think I'd eat it.
Slow
That sounds
down.
really
What
good.
happened? You?
Yep. All right, so all three of us. Gator,
Impressive.
Red Lobster, holding a contest. There'll be 150 winners that get to gorge themselves on 2 hours of endless lobster. Although it says it's called Endless Lobster. It says fans can enjoy a maximum of 12 1.25 pound live Maine lobsters and be followed by Maine lobster tails or Caribbean rock lobster tails. 2 hours lobster on your mark, get set, go. You've got 2 hours, as much as you could eat. Would you do that?
I would not. Now, I say this because I've had lobster, but I've never ordered a lobster. It's always been, oh, hey, I'll try a little piece of it here. And it's great. It really tastes great. I don't really need to work at my food as much as you have to work at getting some lobster.
It's some work.
That's part of it. But the real reason is I remember the New Year's Eve, 1999, being in Orlando, Florida.
Wait, are we talking about 2000?
Yes. New Year's Eve, 1999, Orlando, Florida. I'm there for the Citrus Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Friends of mine drove down to go to the Citrus Bowl as well. And we were kind of hanging out and getting ready to go out for the night. We decided we're going to go to Red Lobster.
Yep.
And I just went simple. I got like fried shrimp or something like that. My friends, there were 3 of them that gorged themselves on lobster and other stuff. We barely made it out of the restaurant.
They rolled them out of there?
They were in trouble. They got food poisoning.
Oh, no.
And there was a rotation in and out of the bathroom for the next 3 hours.
Wow.
These guys were not in good shape and did not feel comfortable going out for the evening to celebrate Y2K.
Party indeed is over. Oops, out of time.
Oops, out of time. So I always have that in the back of my mind when you think like Lobster Fest. All I'm thinking about is my friends in GOFD.
So
good
you're not
old-fashioned diarrhea.
So because of that, you won't eat lobster.
Not the way they're describing it here.
That sounds like an overreaction. Kang, would you? Far be it from me to judge. Kang, would you?
Oh, absolutely. Love seafood, love lobster.
I think this is a first. This is the first Gator no, Doug and Kang yes.
All right, Doug.
I think I'm in on this.
Me and you. Get your bib.
All right, finally, at the Indianapolis All-Star
you didn't
game.
get to hear, dude, pull over. Dude, I need you to pull over now. Let's go.
I've seen people that have had diarrhea before. NBA All-Star game, they had something called the Indy Porkster. This is a crispy pork tenderloin, a bratwurst patty, thick cut bacon, bacon onion jam, and whole grain mustard on an All-Star branded bun. It's a lot of pork. Gator, you going to eat that?
I mean, it just sounds like it's stacked too high, but each item, I don't have an issue with any of those items.
Okay.
But it does sound like it's stacked too high. But yeah, I'd eat it.
Okay. Kang, would you eat it?
Yeah, I saw a picture of this when they tweeted it out over the weekend. Yes, I'm in.
What does it look like? Is it stacked too high?
It's stacked decently, but you'd be all right. Knife, fork,
Okay.
that's fine.
All right. I'm out, by the way. That concludes another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Could Brad Holmes really rock the boat in any tangible way? We'll get to that today at 12:49 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, during the winter, the last thing you need is plumbing issues. If you got them, call CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, 855-339-4242. CGC will send one of their plumbers out quickly. And if you're tired of running out of hot water, call CGC Water and have them install a Navien tankless water heater. No more running out of hot water. You reduce your energy consumption and save money. Call CGC Water and get 10% off the installation of a Navien tankless water heater from CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. All right. So here's my question, Gator. Can Brad Holmes at 29 do virtually anything? And we would have to go, well, okay. Like, can he do virtually anything?
No, he doesn't get a free pass. He gets close to it. I think there were some things, if he did, he'd have some serious explaining to do.
Okay, let's make that list. What can he not do at 29?
Running back.
What about quarterback?
I'm not going to say no. I mean, I don't think I'd be thrilled. Again, I'd like to hear why, but I mean, maybe if they were to go, then that tells you all you need to know about what they feel with Hendon Hooker.
Mm-hmm.
So if they were to use the 29th pick and select Bo Nix, well, it tells me they like Bo Nix a lot more than Hendon Hooker, and they want that first-round pick to use on him so they get the extra year. Okay. I wouldn't be thrilled with it, but I could follow logic. Running back, I can't follow logic.
What about tight end? I mean, it basically, I think the only thing is if Bowers plummets that far, but even then.
Yeah, I probably have an issue with tight end. They didn't use a first-round pick on a tight end last year.
No, they didn't.
And they got a star during the second round, so you're not taking a tight end in the first round.
They might have got one of the best in the league.
Right. So I think I would have an issue with tight end and running back at this point.
Tight end and running back. What about linebacker?
The only reason I have an issue with it is because it doesn't seem like there's a single linebacker out there that's worthy of a first-round pick, and the Lions really don't have a need at linebacker, so I'd have a problem with that.
Kid from Texas A&M, I think, is going to be a first-round pick and probably be off the board before the Lions pick.
Well, there's going to be 32 guys drafted in the first round. I'm not sure they're all worthy of first-round picks.
Edgerrin Cooper is a guy that I think is probably going to go in the first round. But so running back was the only thing you kind of said a hard no to. Everything else.
I'm a hard no on a tight end.
Are you?
Yeah.
Kang, what about you? Is there anything he could do? Is he kind of got to the point where if he goes guard, we'll go, okay.
He's damn close to doing whatever he wants at this point.
How about safety?
I could see it. You always use depth in the secondary.
I mean, this in the NFL, it feels like it's more of a blurred line with safeties and corners. It's just secondary, you know.
And before anybody sends it in, yes, specialists. We're not even considering specialists.
Right, kicker, punter, no.
Although, I mean, if a team's going to stretch for a kicker, might be this one. I'm not talking about a 29.
Please.
I'm not talking about a 29.
All right, because if you throw that out there, then people are like, wait a minute, he just said
no. I'm just saying that.
Yes,
I would not be shocked if the Lions take a kicker
in the draft.
In the draft, yes, and they might take it at a usually high place, but they had that need last year and they didn't do it. Yeah, I mean, if he goes wide receiver, I mean the Keon Coleman thing. What if Keon Coleman's on the board and he goes wide receiver and he takes somebody other than Keon Coleman?
I mean, I trust his wide receiver evaluation skills.
Those were some of his worst free agent signings, though.
Yeah. How was Amon St. Brown? Was that good?
That one worked out, yes. And Jameson seems to be tracking in the right direction.
I believe he's drafted a receiver in every draft that he's done as a Lions GM.
I tell you, there's one player.
3 drafts and 3 receivers, yeah.
There was a receiver that will probably be on the board that I watched him play twice, and both times I thought, this guy has terrible body language. I mean, terrible, blame your quarterback, throw me the damn football. And it's Adonai Mitchell from Texas. And I would be shocked because he just seems like he'd be the opposite of what the Lions would want. It is a guy that might, a bad body language guy. But at the end of the day, I could have just saw him on a bad day, so don't want to get too carried away, but that would sort of have me scratching my head. Like, did you just take him of all people? But I feel like he's almost got carte blanche. Almost.
Yeah, almost does. I hear you. But yeah, if he takes a receiver at 29, I'd be surprised if they did, but I could be talked into it. I think they're positions of need, but if those guys just aren't there right now, like if I don't know how many interior offensive linemen are going to go in the first 28 picks, but I think the Lions have a need for an interior offensive lineman. Now, is that reaching if nobody else has taken one, or is that just, hey, the fortunes are that nobody took the guy that you thought that they needed to get?
It could get to the thing, like the one thing that could happen. Let's say a Jared Verse falls and is considered one of the elite pass rushers, edge rushers, and he passes on him. I think that's what could get people worked up. Is somebody that in mock drafts.
Yeah, it's like a Jalen Carter thing.
Yeah, is somebody in a mock draft that you're used to going well before the Lions pick, then he's on the board, and they go guard instead of Jared Verse. That could be a scenario where we would get calls questioning Brad Holmes.
You take a guard instead of Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Yeah.
Or whatever defensive back du jour, whatever you want to use.
Okay, say McKinstry's on the board. Remember that mock draft we had yesterday? Had Wiggins on the board, McKinstry on the board, and Enos Rakestraw from Missouri on the board. And they go, Max Melton from Rutgers, something where it's just not the household name. That could get people to turn their head. But, I mean, he's come about as close as you can to getting a free pass. Like you said, running back, and you went tight end. But, man, he's earned a lot of street cred in this time.
Oh, he's earned a ton of street cred, but I don't think
you can blow
just
it.
say
You
that,
can blow it quick.
Yeah, you can, and that would be a way that's not going to endear you to the fans. But, yeah, I just can't see that running back or tight end making any sense at 29 without knowing ahead of time that somebody just got hurt in the offseason and you need to replace that spot.
Quarterback thing's interesting. Quarterback thing is interesting that you wouldn't freak out.
Well,
it would be
I also find it hard to believe that would take place. But I mean, if it were to take place, what's the scenario? Scenario is Hendon Hooker suffers some injury in the offseason, or they just look at him like, it's not what we wanted. It's not what we expected. We thought this is going to grow, and we look over and we'll see. We worked out and we talked with Bo Nix, and it just seems like that's can't miss.
All right, a couple things here on Twitter. One is projected contract for one of our guys. We'll get to that in the 1 o'clock hour. I just saw this from Dan Wetzel. In honor of the 44th anniversary of the Miracle on Ice, what is the one sporting event in history you wish you could time travel back to attend?
Oh.
Which I think is an awesome question. But Kang, your response to this is fantastic. Because immediately I went, oh, conspiracy theory. And I had never considered the question or what you bring up here. We will get to that today at 1:02. But in the meantime, 248-539-9797. One sporting event in history you wish you could time travel back to attend. What would it be? I think I've got one for you, Gator. That you wish you could time travel back to attend it. And you did attend it. I'll explain at 1:05. We'll get to Kang's curious conspiracy theory on this question coming up today at 1:02. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
The Red Wings come into tonight's matchup with the Avalanche holding the Eastern Conference's final wildcard spot with a 4-point cushion. They've been one of the NHL's better teams this calendar year, having taken 26 of a possible 36 points. But despite that, most publications and sportsbooks have Detroit behind the 8 ball when it comes to making the playoffs. Wings coach Derek Lalonde is feeding off of that. Wings and Avs face off from LCA here on 97.1 tonight. Here it's starting at 6:45. The Pistons return from their All-Star break tonight at Indiana. Hear that on Alt 98.7. Coverage starts there at 6:35. Michigan hoops at Northwestern. You can hear that on WWJ News Radio 950. Pregame starting at 8:30. And more change inbound to college football. CFP and conference leaders on Wednesday discussed expanding the college football playoff to 14 teams. Such a change could not happen, though, until 2026 at the earliest. During that 9-hour meeting, power brokers also explored increasing the number of automatic qualifiers to 12, with the Big Ten reportedly seeking as many as 4. In this model, only the top 2 seeds would earn first-round buys. Currently, in the 12-team model, the 4 highest-ranked conference champions get first-round buys. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. So the question was from Dan Wetzel on Twitter, Yahoo Sports, friend of the show. In honor of the 44th anniversary of the Miracle on Ice, what's the one sporting event you wish you could time travel back to attend? And Kang, you responded.
Yeah, me and Dan are good buddies.
Yeah, but you put Chamberlain's, quote, 100-point game, end quote. Then he writes, gotta confirm this actually happened.
There it is.
Yeah, I'll be the unbiased guy recording the points. I mean, is there any video evidence of this? Do we really know this happened?
No, he's got like a piece of paper, wrote 100 points.
Yeah, I could write 100 on a piece of paper and hand it to anybody. I'm sure he scored some points. Apparently, he shot like 90% from the foul line that day when he's a career 50% free throw shooter. And the guy that wrote down that 100 on a piece of paper, PR guy, Gator.
Mm-hmm.
Team's PR guy just handed it to him. Who was counting these points? I'm just saying, I'd like to be there to confirm this.
He went 28 of 32
Spoken
for
like
the
a true
free
Kobe
throw
fan.
line. You,
A round number of 100. Didn't score 101. Perfectly 100.
He took 14 shots in the first quarter, 12 in the second, 16 in the third. He took 21 shots
He's going
in
for
the fourth quarter.
We're trying to get him 100.
He went 36 of 63 from the floor and 28 of 32 from the line. So
that's pretty fishy.
You seriously question
28 to 32 from the line when you're a 50% shooter. That's fishy.
Would it really be that shocking to you guys if there was evidence that came out today or tomorrow or years down the line that said, you know what? It was bullcrap. It didn't happen.
It is pretty amazing that there's zero video. But wasn't the game played in Hershey, Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Did Jade Ivey do this? Hold up a 2 card after he scored 2 against Phoenix? Get 2. Get 2?
No.
I only did that. I love Jade Ivey. The only reason I did that because you had the envelope was like staring at me over here.
Well, didn't the Izzo kid hold up a piece of paper with a 3 on it? After
No, that's,
Steven, that's
funny. Confirmed. I saw that.
Yeah, I watched that. It's wild.
Career free throw percentage, 51.1%.
And he knocked down 28 out of 32.
Kang's calling BS.
And there was no shot clock. I mean, how many possessions did they get?
Honestly, I hadn't ever really questioned it. But now I'm questioning it. This is a brand new conspiracy. Is this?
I don't know if it's brand new. I've always thought. I personally always thought.
It's not when it gets brought up all the time.
No.
I like it.
But there's no recordings.
I don't think so.
So King wants to go back in time.
Yeah, if you're asking me.
1960, whatever it was.
Yeah, hot tub time machine.
Yeah. Get your clipboard.
What was it, 62 or something?
Yeah.
I said Gator would want to go back to the trouble with the snap game and not leave before the game was over.
I was in the stadium. I was just walking on the concourse.
You were inside the gates. You were outside the stadium.
Well, I was on the concourse.
The concourse is outside of the
Fair
stadium.
enough.
at
But I'm
the
just
big
saying, I was
house.
walking along and looked up on the, hey, why are they showing an old highlight of a punt return? Wait a minute, that's happening right now.
Yeah.
And it's not a punt return, it's a block kick. Damn it!
Damn it, but yes, I'm sure you were thinking. I don't know if I could top the Miracle on Ice. I was thinking about it during the break, and
I had two things that came to mind. One is an event, and one is, I guess it's kind of an event. The first one, you talk about the time machine. Go to the 36 Summer Olympics and watch Jesse Owens just put it right in the face of Hitler in winning the gold medals.
That'd be pretty sweet.
That would be amazing. To see that done in Berlin is unbelievable. But recently I was thinking about, something that really had an impact on me as a sports fan. And when I really became a giant Red Wing fan was when they went to those back-to-back conference finals against the Oilers and Wayne Gretzky. Yzerman was banged up, was hurt, and Bob Probert was leading the team, and they had the Goose Loonies incident. I would love to put myself in Goose Loonies and be whatever I was and try to convince them not to stay here. Go back to the hotel, please. Don't do this. You're ruining legacies. You're ruining your career for a couple of those guys. Because that incident back in May of 1988 was devastating to me as a young Red Wing fan, and as a monster Bob Probert fan.
So for people who don't know it was the postseason. It was a deciding game, and the Red Wings were out drinking the night before, late,
very late,
in a place in Edmonton called Goose Loonies, which I wonder if it's still around.
I don't know, but I think it was Probert and Peter Klima, and there were some other players, and guys were shipped out in that off season, and partially in response to that.
Yep.
But those were the two that I was thinking of.
Well, 248-539-9797. I was thinking about the game where Isaiah scored like 17 points in a minute and a half. To see that live would be pretty awesome. There's a certain romance to the Bad Boy Pistons. Like I would love to go. I mean, you're talking about changing things too. Like, don't go. I'd be screaming, Isaiah, take the time out at Boston in the Garden for Game 5 when they're about to go up 3-2 on the Celtics. Came home, won Game 6, went back to Boston, lost Game 7 when Dantley and Vinny bumped heads. Was it Dantley or was it Aguirre?
It was Dantley.
Dantley. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so much went so catastrophically wrong in such low probability ways. But I think that Game 5, Isaiah throwing the ball away.
That's another interesting topic, Doug. Like, what advice would you give an athlete if you go back in time? I'd be like, Rashid, do not leave.
Right.
All right.
Stay
do
in
not
Ori.
leave Robert Ory.
No matter what.
No matter what.
No matter what.
Don't double.
Suffice it to say, that would be a good one. The thing is, I'm pretty sure he was told that, and he doubled anyway. God darn it. 248-539-9797. Okay. Saw this from Spot Track, which is a website that keeps track of player contracts. And they're pretty detailed. And I've been told they're a good resource. So I pay close attention to what they have. But they also are good at working the numbers, making them work within the cap, understanding the cap. And they've put together contract projections for 6 quarterback extension candidates. So think in your mind what you think would be a fair number for Jared Goff. The number that would be reasonable but yet make you happy. Where he gets his contract extension, he gets his raise, but you don't think it's too much. What is that number, annual value? Gator, would you have a number in mind?
I do.
Okay. Kang, would you have a number in mind? What you think it would be fair yet reasonable?
Yes.
Okay.
Like fair and not insulting is the way I look at it.
Yeah, you know, he's making like $30 million now, and you're not coming back and saying, I think he should stay at 30.
Right.
Yeah, that's not happening. He's not signing a contract.
I don't want to pay top dollar, but I also don't want to insult him. I want him to understand you're a big part of this team. We can move forward, and hopefully this number I have in mind is enough that it satisfies you and it's not insulting, but also that there's an acknowledgement that, yes, you're leaving something on the bone here.
All right, what I want to do is get with the people and take 10 texts.
10 texts. Couldn't rain.
248-539-9797. What is your number? Annual value for a Jared Goff extension that you think is reasonable. And then we'll tell you what's projected. First 10 texts, make sure you sign your text so we know who sent it. We'll read your text. Gator, I'll get your number. Kang will get your number. And then we'll tell you what's projected for our guy, Jared Goff. 248-539-9797. Get those texts in. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Kang behind the glass, Kenny answering phones. Here are the 10 texts. JC in Allen Park says $45 million a year. The $5 million discount would give us another player, thus delivering a more competitive team. Dave in Wyandotte says $45 million. Josh in Warren says $37.5 million. Justin in Westland says $51 million. Doug in Rochester says $48 million. Joe in Chesterfield says 5 years, $47 million annual value. Lance in White Lake says $45 million. Brian in Northville, $42.5 million for 4 years. Dave in Clarkston, $47.5 million. Sean in Ann Arbor proved he's worth it, $40 million a year. We're asking, what is the number that if Jared Goff signed it, you would be like, yes, that's fair to the Lions, and it's not an insult. Your number, Gator, annual value?
$43 million a year.
$43 million a year. Kang, your number, annual value?
$48.5 million a year.
Okay. One of you is slightly closer than the other. According to Spot Track, they project Jared Goff to sign a 4-year, $180 million extension, annual value $45 million a year. And I'm interested. I guess I'm not surprised, Gator, that you're a little bit lower than Kang, because whenever we talk about contracts, you bring up something that you are always looking for the hometown discount. Did that play into this at all? Did you think he'll give Detroit a little bit of a hometown discount?
It's not about a hometown discount. It's about what I think his skill set and what he's worth. I look at other quarterbacks of the same ilk and where they're going to get paid, and I understand the landscape of of professional football now, and guys are going to sign big contracts, and 5 years from now it's not going to matter because those numbers just get passed over. But if they can get it done now, I mean, if it's a $45 million number, I'm fine. That doesn't rub me the wrong way. I think that's actually getting it. That is getting a discount. I think if Jared Goff were to hit the open market, if the Lions just said, you know what, forget it, we're done with you, I think there's a team that would give him a $50 million a year contract.
Yeah, if he does, I think he would get that too. And I think he also probably acknowledges that this is the best run of his career in terms of the way he's playing. He did go to the Super Bowl with the Rams, but he feels to be the guy here, acknowledges the guy, and playing at the highest level of his career. You couple that with the one thing you could say to him is, hey, look, man, we want to pay you astronomical amounts. If we do that, though, Jonah Jackson's gone, and it's going to be harder to bring back Penei Sewell. So we want you to think about this. Think about, here's the number that we've come up with where we can afford to keep Jonah and Penei and still give you this massive raise. I would be very happy with $45 million, and I think that would make it more likely that they could get it done.
Yeah, I'd be pretty happy with 45. I understand where Kang's at with 48.5. Is he worth it? Yeah, he is worth it. But try to get less. Is it possible that you could, if there is a discrepancy, if his camp is like, we're firmly at 50 and you guys are firm at 45, is it possible that you can get incentives put in there, much like Josh Reynolds had that incentive at the end of the season? Hey, can you get him enough catches? Where you say, each playoff wins $1 million.
I don't know. And I'm not sure that would matter to him to make $1 million extra 1 year. But, because the signing bonus for this deal, I should say that, is $45 million, which means he gets $45 million up front just to sign his name. Then that gets prorated over the course of the contract. So
it's one thing to ask Jared Goff for, hey, would you take $43 million or $44 million, $45 million? It's another thing to bring up other players, and that's insulting, I think. I think if I were the agent, I'd walk out.
Oh, to bring up Penei Sewell and Jonah Jackson?
Yeah,
why?
Because that has nothing to do with Jared Goff, and I don't even know if Jared Goff's in the room, actually. I think it's maybe he just sends his agents in there.
That's a good point.
So if the agents are sitting down with Brad Holmes and, Sheila Ford Hamper and Disner, or, whoever's in the room, and they bring up other players that they can't sign, I'm sorry, man. I understand this is a business and there's a cap, but that's not my problem. That sounds like your guys' problem.
Well, but
that's the business.
Yeah, and that's the business end of it, is what I'm saying.
You're sending in, it depends, I guess, what the agent knows that the emphasis is.
Well,
like if Jared Goff is sending in an agent whose job is to be cutthroat and squeeze every last penny out of the organization, then yeah. But if his job is just to do the best that he can, but keep Jared's situation as healthy as it can from a football perspective.
Now, it's different if Jared Goff informs his agent, hey, I want to make sure we can keep everybody else. Then that's one thing. If the agent brings it up, okay, I'll work with those parameters. But I think it would be a mistake for any team to go to an agent and say, I can't sign other players because of your player.
Well, I can't sign other players because of your player. It's I can't sign other players because of what you're asking me to pay your player. Is that insulting? I don't think it's insulting.
I think anything under 50 would be a win because I just think the market says $50 million for Jared Goff.
All right, 248-539-9797. The story is in Spot Track. It's a website that covers caps for all the leagues, and they project a Goff extension, 4 years, $180 million. It's interesting. Trevor Lawrence, 6 years, $300 million, $50 million per. Tua Tagovailoa, 4 years, $220 million, $55 million per. Dak Prescott, 3 years, $180, $60 million per. Jordan Love, 4 years, $200 million, $50 million per. Kirk Cousins, 3 years, $100 million, $33.33. 248-539-9797. Matt, you're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Matt?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Okay, sir.
So I personally think that Jared Goff realizes where this team is and how close they were to the Super Bowl. And I think that he wants to win here. He loves it here. He loves the relationship he has with Ben Johnson and realizes that Ben Johnson came back to be a part of this team with him and the relationship they have together. So I personally think that Jared Goff would take a team-friendly, probably 5-year, $40 million per, and then you load that with incentives. You know, playoff wins, you get a certain amount. You get MVP, you get a certain amount. You get it Super Bowl to the Super Bowl win, you get a certain amount. Super Bowl MVP, certain amount. And you just load that contract up with incentives to make up for maybe some of the rest of the money. And then that would allow us to beef up the defense and re-sign Penne. And I don't think they're going to bring back Jonah anyways. I think they're going to look somewhere else.
I didn't think so either, Matt. At the beginning, when I heard Brad Holmes talk, I started to think that, oh, wait, Jonah Jackson might be in play here. And we'll see how it plays itself out. The incentive-laden contracts, you don't see a ton of those in the NFL. You really don't. You get roster bonuses if you're still on the team in 3 years. But the whole incentive workaround isn't something that veteran players are looking for. It's cool if you can get it, if they'll take it, great. But let's go to Jared. You're next on 97 on the ticket. Hello, Jared.
Hey, fellas.
What's up?
I just want to talk about the drastic change in ownership. And you think about how in the past we always used to complain about the Lions and Tigers and Pistons were so high, and now it's just completely reversed. And, Tom Gore's absolute disaster, and he's trying to run this team from California. Doesn't seem like he's committed to the Pistons at all. And Chris Ilitch has just become so cheap. I mean, we're 21st in payroll this year. We're down $30 million after having Cabrera come off the books. The Kansas City Royals, who are notoriously cheap, are ahead of us in our own division for payroll spent. And what do we do? Last year, we invest in new outfield lights at night, and we move the outfield walls in because we assembled a AAA roster that probably couldn't hit it over where the walls were anyways. And none of that matters if people don't go to the game. And this year, it's a new scoreboard, and nobody cares about that.
Well, they've added
it's just
payroll.
so
they've added payroll to the team. I mean, they lose Cabrera's contract on it. I get it, but they add Jack Flaherty. That's $14 million. They add Kenta Maeda. That's another $14 million. They added Mark Canha. That's $11.5 million. They re-up some contracts of other players like Andrew Chafin. They bring in Shelby Miller for $3 million. They're paying Colt Keith. I think they're being smart about it right now. Now, I think that what's making maybe why this is more prickly is because there's so many big name free agents that are still available right now, and the Tigers don't seem like they're in on that. And maybe that rubs you the wrong way, Jared. But they actually spent more money this year on the new players than what they had last year. I mean, because it's Cabrera's contract comes off, so that the payroll may not look as stout because that's not there.
I'm kind of disappointed. I'm not. I do believe that when they're close, Illich would invest. But I am kind of disappointed in this offseason. I thought there'd be a bigger splash. Canada's not moving the needle for anybody.
Canada doesn't move the needle for me either. I'm intrigued by what he can do for this team if he's a mentor, if he's an everyday player that's going to be, a good player in his lineup. But he's 35 years old. But I also do believe, to a point what Scott Harris said, they don't want to necessarily block the youth from this team, the guys they have from coming up and finding spots. It's why, hey, here's Colt Keith. They didn't go out and could they add a third baseman? Sure, they could go ahead and do that. And then you're not having Vierling or McKinstry there or whatever you're going to do. And let's say it was, the guy from Toronto.
I guess, but if you replace Jack Flaherty with Blake Snell, we're talking like that would have.
That is true.
I can't drum up any excitement over Flaherty. Maybe Maeda, but not Flaherty and Snell.
Snell would do it. You're right on that.
And Snell's out there.
He's still available.
Now, I know that they have young arms they want to mix in, but then if you wanted to mix the young arms in, you wouldn't have brought in 2 veteran pitchers. They brought in 2 veterans, and they didn't get a guy who's arguably the best one out there. Now, I'm not burying him just yet. I think if they're competing, trade deadline comes, we'll see. Meanwhile, they did just sign somebody. We will get to that today at 1:32 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Carson Anderson, 97 the ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. The Detroit Tigers, according to reports, have reached a one-year agreement with veteran Gio Urshela, $1.5 million deal, pending medicals. So they bring in a guy that I assume here is going to battle a little bit for playing time at third base. Cody Stavenhagen saying the Tigers have a need for a right-handed infielder. Urshela makes a lot of sense at third base. He's a .290 lifetime hitter versus left-handed pitching and hit .373 against lefties last season. Gator, Gio Urshela, a Detroit Tiger.
Yeah. I mean, is that moving the needle? No, not at all. Not even a little.
Nope.
I mean, he's not terribly far removed from being a very productive player. But even then, he's had one season really in 2019 when he played with the Yankees, played 132 games, and he had an 889 OPS, 21 homers. But since then, he has struggled to play. He played 144 games with Minnesota in 2022, 767 OPS, which is okay. But what does this mean for the guys on the roster now? So who's the odd man out?
Well, it might be Urshela, but it
might be Urshela. Yeah.
I mean, isn't Veerling and McKinstry supposed to?
I think they like those guys.
Is somebody hurt that we don't know about? Somebody tweak something?
I mean, does this tell you that they're not gonna? The Kreidler's not gonna make it a short.
Well, here's what I hate. It might mean. It might mean that somebody needs to play more second base.
No. They're going to give him every chance. Colt Keith's going to get every opportunity.
I understand, but is this a safety net signing for that in case it doesn't work out?
It could. Look, I'm not going to go crazy about this right now because Urshela may very well not even make the roster. Right?
I mean,
it's spring training.
I don't think anybody, if his talent would be considered locked in.
Yeah, I mean, he's 32 years old.
Yeah, this doesn't really move the needle much, does it?
No. I mean, he's basically a third baseman, so.
Yep. Well, suffice to say, at this point, I can't wait for them to start playing games. That comes Saturday. Reese Olson getting the start. Alex Faedo gets the call on Sunday. And it'd be good to have some baseball back to talk about.
Yes. Looking forward to baseball. Talk about some baseball.
But Colt Keith, like you said, every opportunity to win this job. Is Urshela good defensively? Help me out here because I really don't know. Maybe that's what this is about. Because I look at the infield and I worry about the defense. And you and I have sparred, not real heated, but I value defense more than you do.
I do value defense.
I didn't say you didn't.
I
value it more. Is that possibly what this is? I can't say I know much about Urshela defensively.
Yeah, all I see are numbers in front of me. So I don't know enough about him. Mike knows more because he was a Yankee fan and he played with the Yankees. Is a Yankee fan. He played with the Yankees. I mean, it seems like he might be. I don't know. Is he a plus third baseman? I guess a .967 fielding percentage. I don't know.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Phil. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Phil!
Sorry.
I'm just wondering why everybody's in such a hurry to pay golf. What happens if we don't pay him and we wait till next year?
Well,
How much more will that cost us?
It depends. They could franchise him, in which case he'd make for 1 year an average of the top five at the position. Or I think it's 120% of his current contract, whichever's more, which I think it would be the top five at the position. So that would put him, probably north. It would put him north of $50 million for 1 year.
Yeah, the problem, Phil, is that if you wait, you're going to have more quarterbacks that do sign, and when they sign, they're going to keep pushing that number up for what it'll be at the end of next year.
Yeah, I understand that part. How much more do you think that would increase? Because
it could be $5 million a year more. It could be $8 million a year more. Don't really know.
Well, he'd be worth it, and then it'd be okay. I still, I'm a guy that wants to give Hooker a chance. So that's why I'm leery of
Why?
signing him.
Why do you want to give him a
Brad Goff,
chance?
because Brad Holmes drafted him. He drafted him for a reason.
To be the
He must
backup.
have saw something there.
To be the backup.
Well, no, are you sure? I mean, I never heard that part.
Well, he hasn't
He
said
signed
it.
just to be a backup?
He hasn't said it, but he traded for Jared Goff to be the starter.
Well, he traded for Jared. They traded
I
Matthew
understand.
Stafford, and they got assets in return. Part of that was, of course, it was going to be Jared Goff in return because you got to give up some salary. That was going to happen. Now, it's worked out.
But Brad Holmes expressed faith. He said Jared Goff was our quarterback of choice from moment one.
Sure, but it's been 3 years now, and I don't think you drafted
Look, I'm
Hendon Hooker
happy.
to be the
Look at
backup. I
Goff.
think, you're drafting Hendon Hooker to develop him to be an NFL quarterback. And whether or not it times up well, we'll find out.
Goff did a great job. It was a great offensive line. Okay, could another quarterback do that?
I will say this. Being the Hendon Hooker fan here,
Yeah.
Jared Goff's the quarterback, and he's the quarterback for a reason. He's really good. He's really good. I don't want to play the what would it be like if this guy were in there? I don't care right now. Because right now, this team got to the NFC Championship game. And that quarterback led them there. And they should have won the NFC Championship game, or they had every opportunity to win it, and they didn't. Right?
Yep.
I don't put it on the quarterback's shoulders there. He didn't drop the ball twice. He didn't fumble the football.
He didn't give up the
He
drives.
didn't have the ball bounce off his helmet and hands and into the receiver's hands. He didn't do that. Jared Goff's really, really freaking good. So being the Hendon Hooker guy here, let it go with Hendon Hooker right now.
Look, I hope Hendon Hooker is a great quarterback. Because if he's better than Jared Goff, that's incredible. Making plans for Hooker and having them impact what you're doing with Jared Goff now seems awfully foolish.
Because it is. I mean, I hope what the Lions have is an Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love situation. Is that Hooker stays behind the scenes for a long time, and then finally you're in a position where, all right, we got to do something or get off the pot, and you make the right decision.
I seriously can't. I mean, if you put yourself in Brad Holmes' shoes and what that caller suggested, do you think at any time in the negotiations with Jared Goff, the Lions think to themselves, well, we do have Hendon Hooker? Does that figure into their negotiations with Jared Goff at all?
No, the only way it figures in there is if, oh my God, if we can't get something worked out, we're going to have to go with Jared Goff, with Hendon Hooker.
Not this coming
next
season,
year,
the
but not
following
even this
season.
upcoming season. Yeah.
On top of that, being an unquestioned leader of this team, so well beloved by his teammates, I think it's pretty important to maintain the harmony in the locker room.
People love door number 2.
Yep.
Isn't that it? Mike McMahon should play more.
Yep. Let's go to Len. You're next. Hi, Len.
Hey, guys. It's amazing to me how quickly we forgot what Goff was able to do for us.
Yeah.
Quarterbacks, don't get all the credit, and they get all the blame, though, when something goes wrong. Goff's got a reputation as one of the most accurate passers in the game. And this has been echoed by other coaches and even other quarterbacks. Stafford said what a great year he's having. Mayfield, and then his ability to read a defense and make the right throws. How many games did he go? I think he's in top 5 all time and not throwing an interception. And so the other thing is physical ability alone does not make a good quarterback. You got to read the defense, know where to go with the ball. And he's excellent at that. For instance, Lamar Jackson is probably the most gifted thrower and athletically, but yet you can see compared to Mahomes, he's nothing, And just like I just can't believe we're short-stopping. He just got through with the season, and we're already trying to shortstop on Goff.
Well, some people are going to have that opinion because they've already made up their minds, and they did a long time ago, and they're going to keep that flag planted. I think it's a little ridiculous. I think what people don't realize, people that don't like Jared Goff, what they don't realize is that his number one asset is between the ears. He understands the game. And he understands it better than most at that position. And it allows him to be very good. It helps that the offensive line is outstanding. There's no question about that. But when he walks up to the line of scrimmage and he surveys the field, he knows what's going to happen. And he knows where his players are supposed to be. And he can help direct the protections and what's going to happen there. That, I think, is his biggest asset.
248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. It's the other scenario that I talked about that would upset you, right?
What, blocking?
If for some reason it takes at bats away from Colt Keith. Gio Urshela just signed with the Tigers. Infielder. Can play second, third, or short. According to one of our resident fans of a team he played for, very smooth at third base. If he's taking at bats away from Vierling or McKinstry, you're not upset. If in some ways this takes at plate appearances away from Colt Keith, now I wouldn't imagine. I think they want Keith to be successful as much as anybody. So,
yeah, I think this move of the Tigers signing Gio Urshela to a 1-year deal at $1.5 million is as low risk as it gets.
Yep.
The guy who plays decent defensively at third base. He's shown the ability to hit at the major league level. He's at above 300. He hit right at 298 in another year. He's had a couple years where his OPS was well over 800. Is this a change of scenery? Is this what this does? Played with the Angels last year, Minnesota before that. Played with the Yankees before that. Been a lot of organizations already, but in the end, what is this? Is this just insurance?
Probably, or to compete with the other two.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got a comment on the previous caller. The guy that wanted, not the guy that just called 2 calls ago. The guy that didn't want to re-sign Goff to any extension because he wants Hendon Hooker to get a chance. And these calls bother me way more than they should.
Yeah.
And I'm looking in the mirror. I need to chill out, okay? I need to chill out. Here's my problem. And this is why they bother me more than they should. I'm going to say something that's unfair. But I bet that guy didn't like Matt Stafford either. And I bet a lot of the people that don't want to re-sign Goff didn't like Stafford. And the Stafford knock was it was about postseason success. He isn't the perfect quarterback drop who you want exactly to be your quarterback. If you were to be able to create a computer-generated quarterback, an AI quarterback, a 3D printer quarterback, and give him every trait you'd ever want, it wouldn't be Matthew Stafford and it wouldn't be Jared Goff.
It would be Patrick Mahomes.
It would probably be something more like Tom Brady's smarts and, Lamar Jackson's running ability and maybe Stafford's arm strength, whatever it be, Okay, but it's always searching for something better and not accepting that what you have is good enough. Because this guy has gotten them, and really no fault of his own. I mean, you always take fault, and you always take, quarterback always gets fault and always gets credit. But we came out of that San Francisco game, and we didn't get calls? Goff lost that game. Nobody called and said that. Nobody. There are probably some people here and there that believed it. But we didn't take one call the Monday after the game against the Niners saying Goff lost it. And so we had a quarterback that played well enough now, put up Stafford-like numbers for whatever those are worth. I don't really care about the numbers. But then he won 12 games in the regular season. They won 2 playoff games. For the first time in the franchise's history, they played a third playoff game in one postseason and came within an average half of going to the Super Bowl, of which I could find some things I wish he did better. But to think, the thing that bothers me is we finally got a guy that's doing what Stafford couldn't in Detroit, which I thought was more really an indictment on what the organization was through the Stafford era than it was on Matthew Stafford. I was more inclined to blame the worst players instead of the best players for their shortcomings. So then Stafford goes somewhere else, gets a better team around him, and bam, bam, wins playoff games, wins the Super Bowl. Now we got a guy in here. We have a competent organization. We've got a GM that I suspect isn't going to sign him for an amount that will cripple him and cripple the GM in making other moves. I don't think he'd do that. So I'm kind of trusting that Brad Holmes will do the right thing here. And people are saying, well, let's maybe take a look at Hooker. Why?
Well,
I mean, I get that he's cheaper.
That's a number
and you
one
can do,
reason.
well,
There's two reasons.
Yeah, and then he can run.
There's
People
him.
believe he's going to be more mobile than Jared Goff, and there's a parking meter out there that's more mobile than Jared Goff. But Goff,
But that parking meter didn't win 2 playoff games.
no, and neither did Hendon Hooker. And so I felt like we did the damn quarterback shows for the last 5 years of Stafford's career and was so happy to put the embargo in place. And I feel like some of the callers are so much wanting to start it all over again. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to give up the entire talk show from 10 to 2 every day talking about the quarterback. Again. I don't want to. And we get these calls and I get so pissed off. Because it's like the listeners are begging, no, let's do it again.
Well, but in fairness, when we're talking about a topic here, which is tied to a contract, and do you extend them, and for how much do you extend them for? And then somebody brings up the point that you don't have to extend them yet because he still has another year on the contract. What it does is it allows you the opportunity to see what Hendon Hooker can do in the exhibition season, in the off season, in training camp, before you decide to make up your mind on giving an extension to Jarrett.
I know.
And
you're right. We brought it up.
Yeah. So this isn't going to go away. The only way it goes away is if we get to the preseason and Hendon Hooker looks like Mung. Then it goes away.
I know. I just think the absurdity of using the variable of Hendon Hooker and having that in any way impact your plan with Jared Goff seems absurd to me. The probability of him being ready to, this is a team that's ready to win now. And you might want to let him get to free agency. Yeah, he could play next year under the contract. You could franchise him for another year.
But if you're not going to pay Goff, you're thinking about Hooker.
I mean, he would be in the mix, but I guess if I decide I want to move on from Jared Goff, which I don't, but if I did, I would have to take a look at what quarterbacks are going to be free agents the year we'd lose Jared Goff, what quarterbacks I might be able to draft, what quarterbacks I might be able to trade for, and Hendon Hooker.
I would hope that if you're thinking about not extending Jared Goff, the number one reason is because Hendon Hooker, not because of those other things. That better be the number one reason.
But
we're not
can you
thinking
imagine? Can you imagine right now being in a position where you go, I don't need to extend him because I got Hendon Hooker. What do we know about Hendon Hooker at this level?
We don't. Not a damn thing.
I don't even think the Lions have any clue.
I think they have a clue.
I mean, a very limited, a little bit in practice clue coming off an injury, but less than any other quarterback that you would have drafted last year that would have practiced all year. So, no, they don't have to pay him now. But it feels like we've been on this eternal search for a quarterback that could win playoff games. And now we got him. And people are ready to move on. I don't know, man.
Well, person.
You're correct.
And even then it was kind of passive.
And my blood pressure rises and I just need to stop. I need a reset. I'm gonna have to go meet with a therapist. After this season we just had.
Could always meet with your old college roommate. Heard he was pretty good. He can help you out.
Which one?
What was his name? Rico.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's good. Could always talk to him, Doug.
I could.
Buddy, I got the panic advisor all lined up. You know?
Why,
Do you?
why is Doug upset?
Just we took a don't need to sign Goff. They got Hendon Hooker call, and I can't even believe, and I'm upset because we spent 5 years talking about Matthew Stafford.
Why does this bother you?
I don't know. That's why I want to go see a psychologist.
Doug, seriously, you and I will go up to wherever that cabin that you have. Let's just go talk.
Petoskey?
Yeah, me and you. You know what? I'll even share some kale with you. Let's talk.
You have some kale?
I'll eat kale with you if it helps you get to 0. Because you
See,
got to let this
I
go.
won't eat the kale with you.
Yeah.
I can talk to you, but I'm not breaking kale.
Because I don't like. Why does this bother you?
I don't know why it bothers
Doug?
me this much. I think it's
And you know what I get
because
to do with this, Gator? I've always went, Doug, it's not your fault.
no, but here's
Doug,
the thing.
It's not your fault.
I know, and I'm not treating people with respect, and I got it all. But I think it was letting our show get taken over by the Stafford topic year-round for the last 5 years of Stafford's era, and I feel like we're starting to wade into that territory again, and I don't want to do that.
Not with a quarterback that just took it in the NFC
And
Championship.
I feel personally responsible because, Doug, you argued with the best back in the day. You should be able to hold your own.
Mm-hmm. I used to get frustrated then, too.
Right.
Yeah.
But I toughened you. I forged you. Here's the thing, Doug.
There were some skills learned. There were some skills learned.
You're going to get that
Stay focused.
call. Right. You're going to get the Hendon Hooker call regardless. Because I said, it's all changing. Once Goff signs the big deal, he will now become the new Dak Prescott, where Dak was cool until Dak got a lot of money. And now, we're paying this guy $200 million and he throws 2 picks in a game. Hendon Hooker wouldn't have done that. He's cheaper.
No.
So just be ready.
That's why I need to see a therapist. What do you got planned coming up next?
We got a move that the Tigers, they just picked up somebody.
Yep.
Another move that we think that they should go after.
Yeah,
and
the next move?
That next move, and I think it's going to not only help them, but it's going to help them by hurting an in-division opponent.
Stay tuned for that. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. The Tigers are signing corner infielder Gino Urshela to a 1-year, $1.5 million deal. The 32-year-old will figure into the mix at third base for Detroit, which has so far been platooning Matt Vierling and Zach McKinstry during the spring. In 60 games with the Angels last year, Urshela hit .299 with a .703 OPS, 2 homers, and 24 RBI before breaking his pelvis early in the summer. He hit .373 with an .868 OPS against lefties. The move likely to be received poorly by fans, with reigning Gold Glover third baseman Matt Chapman available and the Tigers' $93 million payroll nearly $55 million below the MLB average. Red Wings host one of the best teams in hockey tonight, the Colorado Avalanche. Hear that here on 97.1, coverage starting at 6:45. Pistons are back from the All-Star break tonight at Indiana. Monty Williams is through with experimenting for the sake of developing young players. He said after practice yesterday, quote, "I'm trying to win every game we can. I'm not going to be throwing certain combinations on the floor just to see how they look. We're done with that. We'll be competing." Hear that, Mike? They're trying to win now. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
Nothing says racial harmony like Kenny feeding himself. That was really good work. Whoops. And if you take our Black History Month promos seriously, you're an idiot. Of course they're tongue-in-cheek. Now listen.
We try to bring some truth with some, fun.
The best is when he says, "Remember the Titans is the only movie they'd show at my school." All right. We are hijacking everything we had planned. I'm going to sell you on something. People, all I ask is...
Sell me this pen?
Sell me this pen. I'm not going to make fun of the Gio Urshela thing. Maybe that's my Yankee bias coming out, but I actually think he's a decent ball player.
Who, Gino?
Gino, as Update Jesus called him. No, Gio Urshela, first of all, he can hit left-handers. You find anybody who can hit some lefties and kill them, that's a good thing to have. He doesn't have to start every day, and he'll be a part of this third base Frankenstein. No, I'm not going to make fun of it, just like I didn't make fun of Maeda. What I'm also not going to do is pen a 1,000-word piece about how committed to winning Chris Ilitch is. So let's just work with me. It's clear they listen down there. I make fun of their tube TVs, they get rid of them. I talk about how the ballpark and the scoreboard got to get upgraded, they upgraded. Bitched about the dimensions, they moved fences. Rico, yesterday I said you don't have a third baseman. They went out and got a third baseman. So we're going to test this one more time.
Sell the team?
Oh, no, that clearly doesn't work. I can't overcome the tax consequences of that. But there's one thing left to do, and you will win the AL Central. And before people freak out and think I'm just a star bleeper, I'm going to present evidence that suggests I'm not crazy. The player is a veteran leader, well-liked player. The player is still producing. The player is absolutely a DH at this stage of his career. And the player would not require more than a 2-year deal. You are $55 million below league average. The player I am asking you to go and get that will win you this division would at a maximum still leave you $35 million below league average. Okay. The player I'm about to name.
What's the downside?
I don't have one. The player I'm about to name, 4 of the last 5 years have been, for your offense, elite. Let me give you some numbers, okay? By the numbers. Let me give you these numbers. 939, 867, 790, 893. Those are the OPS of this player, the on base and slugging. This is a guy that is a baseline, will produce 65 extra base hits between home runs, doubles, triples, the whole bit. Minimum 65.
Which is good because Comerica Park.
Shout out Dimensions.
Yeah.
Rico, the move they need to make is to go out right now and offer a 2-year, $40 million contract to JD Martinez. Before you call up and cry that I'm blocking Kerry Carpenter, why don't you go look at Kerry Carpenter's last 2.5 months last year? Second of all, there's no saying I need to play JD every single day. But if I give him 1 day off a week, if I get Carpenter once in the outfit, I'll find the at-bats.
So basically pay JD about 120 games.
120, 130. The point I'm making is I could take the pressure off of Kerry Carpenter. Here's what else happens. Injuries. They always happen. With JD, he's going to give you at least, here are the games played for JD the last 5 years. 146, 54, the injury year. 148, 139, 113. Guys, this isn't just a name or, well, we recognize him or he kind of looks like Kenny's older brother. This is exactly what the team needs. The better part of 30 home runs, veteran presence, reliability, and it's a DH spot that, no disrespect, I'm not displacing David Ortiz in his prime. I'm displacing Kerry Carpenter. I want you to argue me on this. Guys, they can win the Central.
No, because you're looking at his one bad year was the COVID year. So, yeah.
And baseball's a hard sport to be consistent, right? It's difficult. This guy is a model of consistency.
He's made for this ballpark. Get you the extra base hits.
And if he says no, or says he wants a third year, or somehow, even though he was on a 1-year, $10 million deal last year, if any of these parameters aren't good enough for him, here is Scott Harris's response.
Because now, I like the idea. I would have probably lowballed a little bit and said 2-year, $30 million. Let's see where that goes. If we have to bump it up to $40 million, he'll feel like he won, but I was willing to pay that anyway.
Because here's what Rico, that's my whole point. I didn't want to quibble with people. Look, I don't even know if people in this town are awake. I think the Lions have gutted them. I think they're nude in the fetal position. It's like True Detective. They're seeing ghosts out here. Gio Urshela is going to hit left-handed pitching, and he'll moonlight at third. He can play a bunch of positions. I don't make fun of it. I don't make fun of Maeda. You can keep Flaherty. My point is, if you really want to get better, and there's whispers of landing spots for JD. Do you know one of them? Cleveland. You don't want him in this division. Now, look, if you wanted me to guarantee that you win this division, I would have to do sports radio unrealistic hyperbole. I would be telling you to go get Martinez and Bauer. Not going to do that. I'm asking for Martinez.
You can't do that.
But you could.
You can do that, and that's not going to break the bank. Martinez would cost you more money. Bauer, prove a deal. That he's willing to play for.
Yeah.
He wants that
incentive-driven deal.
Yeah.
Look, guys, I'll throw the number out. We're going to get to football. We'll have football every hour. We're going to get to, I think, what is some interesting smoke about Notre Dame and Rico's playoff expansion, which is re-expanding, 24 hours later.
Because we can't be contained.
No.
We're on fire.
In the 3 o'clock, LGRW, as Kenny goes full quad flag. We're going to talk about it. You haven't been awake for the Red Wings? Don't worry. Kenny's going to give you the 5 most important things you need to know as we start what I'm calling day 0. This is the first day of the rest of our lives, a.k.a. the playoff drive. We have a loaded show, but I'm not going to beg, but I am going to ask you nicely. Your baseball team's got some juice. Tell me where I'm wrong here. Pick up the phone and call JD Martinez. 2 at 40, 2 at 35, 2 at 37.5. I don't even want to quibble.
Is this Because Carpenter let you down last year.
No.
We were betting. So now.
No,
is
I
this
like
punish-
Kerry.
Okay.
No, my point is, in a serious manner, here would be my argument to anyone who wants to criticize this. There is a difference between being happy to have a guy on the team and depending on that guy. If I'm trying to win 90 baseball games,
then you need a JD Martinez.
I need proof. Now, Kerry Carpenter, I'm going to find at bats for, because here's what's going to happen. Riley Green's going to pull a groin. You'll have somebody else fall down the stairs or slip on a sunflower seed. Somebody's on bereavement. Someone's on I had a baby trip. Or you find at bats. I'll worry about it later. I just, for me, this is a no-brainer. All right. I bitched about not having a third baseman. They actually went and got this is a Moneyball thing. This is Scotty Harris playing Moneyball. He's Brad Pitt. They're the same person. I got Dombrowski on line 3.
But now
that's what that move is.
But yeah, JD Martinez could be had. I think that would work, especially in this ballpark. He would get the extra base hits. He would hit the home runs. He may strike out, but you know what? It's feast or famine.
You wanted the rub on all of this? There it is. Last year, he had his highest strikeout rate of his career at about 30%. But I'm looking at the long haul.
But here's the thing. Here's how low the bar is for strikeouts in this town. So long as the ball was somewhere in the strike zone and you missed it, I'm okay with that kind of strikeout.
This is a team that barely has players with a 700 OPS. This guy's coming in over a 5-year sample size between 850 and 900. Argue it. Support it. Argue it. Do whatever you want. Give me one good reason Scotty Harris doesn't make that phone call. Now, him saying I don't want to, I don't accept it. I don't have to. If Chris said the money's there, but Harris doesn't want to, he's wrong. If Harris wanted to, but the money isn't there, Chris would be wrong. There's only one acceptable thing in my world. Pick up the phone and make the call. And go win the AL Central. JD Martinez as a stabilizing force in the middle of this order to continue Torkelson and Green's growth. Think about having to negotiate. Do this. During the timeout, I want you to just do this. Go to the Google, as the kids say. Type in Tigers projected lineup. And I want you to look at what it looks like now and then tell me what it looks like with JD Martinez in the middle of it. It is a seismic difference. I want people, whether you love it or hate it, I want to talk about it. Do me a kindness. Give me 2 segments of baseball. 248-539-9797. We'll get ticket techs in the mix, get your calls. We got a playoff push to go on. We're bringing Notre Dame to the Big Ten. We got football. Got you covered till 6.
This would be nice.
See? Look at what Rico's looking at. No, Jim. No. He's looking at a lineup, please. Let's go to the... You know what? What a segue into the IRS collections and audits department. You need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of tax problems. You need Abraham and Rose. Maurice and Jerry of Abraham and Rose will fight for you. Legitimate representation. They will create a plan. They'll get to work for you, try to save your time and money. And they'll guide you through this process as your primary contact. That way you don't have to deal with the IRS. Call them today, 248-539-5040. That's 248-539-5040. And you will never personally have to deal with the IRS again. No, that's right, Kat. No. Don't. You want to set the standard? You want to tell me your owner's committed to winning? You're $55 million below league average. Oh, I won't take the cheap way out and make fun of Gio Urshela because I actually know who the damn guy is, and 99% of you don't. He'll kill left-handed pitching. He will moonlight at third. He can fill in all over the place. I don't hate Gio Urshela. Gio Urshela's a ball player. You need guys like that. But if you want to, right, Gino, Burbala, whatever. I mean, let's see how Beanie can butcher that next hour. The point I'm making is if you want to win this division, go get a proven commodity. I've laid out the contract terms, and if he doesn't like them, doesn't want them, tells you to go bleep yourself, no stress.
No,
you tried.
You do improve the projected lineup.
Tell me about the team playing. Tell me about a shower. Oh, we got new loofahs down at Joker Martian. I don't care.
Because, JD would instantly come in and bat in the fourth spot. That's where Kerry Carpenter's penciled in. It would be Parker Meadows, Riley Green, Torkelson, JD, Canna, Colt Keith, Javi. Whoever you play at third, and Jake Rogers.
The point I'm making is that lineup has a different look. And guess what? We're still going to get Kerry Carpenter at bats. Injury's going to happen. Not playing JD 162 games. Not going to play all my outfielders 162 games. I'll get Carpenter at bats.
Here's the beauty of it. Carpenter all of a sudden catches fire, and now you have too much.
That's right.
You have enough. So now maybe you have something at the trade deadline that you can say, hey, you want to rent JD? Give us this back.
Or we just go out, win 92 games, and win the Central for the first time in a decade or since Rico didn't use hair dye.
92 games? Wow. That doesn't happen here.
Mike just pointed to the center field fence right there.
Why? But think about it.
No, I got nothing to say about that.
No, it's for all these people. Like, if you want to sit here and let this team bleep on your head and tell you it's raining, then this is the type of demand. This is a small move. This isn't paying Yamamoto $350 million. This is a small move to get a legitimate anchor to the lineup, some veteran leadership.
And to win a division that's winnable.
Right, and it's a 2-year deal.
Yeah. And if it works out that both are doing well, fine. You put them up there as a rental at the trade deadline and says, okay, JD, who wants him? We're going to keep Carpenter. You can have him. That's it. Yeah,
I know I'm asking for it, but you ready for this? Hey, David, what do we got on Ticketex?
JD would be nothing more than a partial DH and once in a while right fielder. That's why I love it.
Oh, thank God. Oh, thank Jesus.
You thought something there.
I was like, now we're poo-pooing DHs with 900 OPSs.
Bring back JD. Fans crave the excitement he brings to the game. It was always a fan favorite. Plus, dude can flat out play. And it's not my money being spent. Go ahead and spend it.
And it keeps you still $30 million below league average. None of this is me asking Chris Ilitch or Scott Harris to do anything that's financially irresponsible. I want to win.
Love the idea of bringing back JD. Still want Bellinger on a long-term deal, but 2 at 40 is a steal for JD, and I hope he takes it, Matt in Wixom.
Well, in order to take a deal, there has to be a phone call or a carrier pigeon or an electronic mail or a text or something.
Telegraph?
Yeah. Beep, 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 beep. Well, there needs to be something.
A raven has arrived.
Right. Caw-caw! New showers, Rat! New showers!
Wrong raven.
Send a different raven.
Chris from Grand Rapids says, Mike has been saying JD all off season. I want them to put a major league product out there and let's go get this thing, Chris.
Yeah, and again, you know what JD doesn't have? Any of the moral compromise you may need to sign a Bauer. Any of the baggage you may or may not want to deal with. And last check, Bauer, outside of the off-field baggage, was already kind of a penis. He's not exactly easy to get along with. So,
you don't invite him to the cookout.
I'm just making a point. They can't attack this opinion like they could the Bauer thing. There's nothing wrong with this.
Well, says you. Here's
he
this
walk in
one.
with the best OPS on the team.
Right. Go on, let me hear it.
It's not just the Tigers not paying big money for a DH player. It's spring training time, and he has no job for a reason.
Okay, what's the reason? I've given you the data. What's the reason? MLB's free agency is corrupt. We all know it. The fact that Bellinger doesn't have a job.
4 is 4.
The fact that Blake Snell doesn't have a job. The fact that Matt Chapman doesn't have a job. The fact that JD Martinez doesn't. Second of all, take the other teams you're talking about and blow them out your ass. I don't do radio there. I'm here. I want to win. This team hasn't won and hasn't tried to win in a decade. This is not a bad idea.
Spot on, Mike. JD is a zero risk and guaranteed upgrade of any bat he replaces.
And guess what? There will be plenty of days Carpenter and him are in the lineup together. We're not ending anyone's career. We're not blocking, no disrespect, but Kerry Carpenter's not Jackson Holliday or Gunnar Henderson, okay? Calm down. Not Bobby Witt Jr. I'm not blocking the path of the next great thing. Kerry Carpenter might end up being okay, but he's also 25 years old.
With the Wings and the Lions are at the adult table, it's time for the Tigers to join with the JD and Bauer signing. Same with the Pistons and Bridges. I want to be a winner.
Just JD is just fine by me. I won't even allow people to come at me because I won't even do the Bauer thing. We'll just talk JD.
If you're going to go in, go all in. And you're a winner. Mike, you're a winner, okay? I can say a lot of things about you.
Thank you.
But you are a winner. You don't halfway do things.
I could have hit a button there and I didn't. Personal growth. We'll leave it alone. Okay. David, go ahead.
Unfortunately, I think Scott Harris wants to see Henry Malloy, Chase, and Bigby before making any big moves. This is a joke.
Look, we all like where the farm system is headed, but I have some terrible, terrible news for you. Most prospects fail. I'm so sorry I have to be the bearer of bad news.
No.
So I love prospects, and I love having a good farm team. I love mostly trading those people to get real players. And every once in a while, you bring a guy up and they're good. But you know what we've been struggling with the last 3 years? The fact that Riley Green and Spencer Torkelson, for a majority of the time, have stunk. Guys, you not wanting to bring in JD Martinez on the promise of a player who could deliver a pizza to your house tonight and you wouldn't know who they are, you must stop.
Remember Stephen Moya, right? Remember Christian Stewart, right? I mean, the list goes on and on about
Rusty Nail.
Right, all these guys, these guys are going to be the future. No.
In the vestibule. No, I mean, that's Kenny, that's my whole point. The best problem you can have is having a great player at the major league level and a prospect that you're infinitely confident in at the minor league level.
Right.
This is not a bad thing.
Right.
Now I'm sad. Stephen Moyer was supposed to be it, man.
What about Willie Adames? Just keep it moving.
Man.
We'll get to the calls momentarily. I want to hear more of the ticket text. Go ahead.
JD would be an amazing experienced player to add to the youngsters. They can learn from him. I hope Mike's plan works.
Look, it's clear they're listening because they do the Spite Store with me all the time. I want a third baseman. Here's Gio Urshela. Nice tube TVs. All right, we got a good deal at Costco. We got new TVs. Like, please, sign JD. Let's get some juice.
No.
Let's go win this division.
To prove to me that they're listening, come up with a menu item. That will prove.
Oh, yeah. Can't wait. That'll be the first time Wojo's worked since the Rose Bowl.
No.
He'll give you 1,000 words on some brisket nachos.
New York style pizza.
New Zabarro opening up.
Saw where I was going with that.
Inside the concourse.
Oh, boy, howdy.
Love JD. Great idea. Will Avila cry when we bring him back?
David, think about it. I'm throwing 2 at 40 out there. There's no proof it would take. It could be 2 at 30. Be 2 at 35. I just said 2 at 40 for effect. Round number, most I'd pay him. And if it ain't good enough by term or by finances, you don't sign him. He was on a 1-year, $10 million deal and knocked it out of the park last year. So these other owners want to sit around not signing guys. They want to manipulate the market. They want to play games with Boris. That's fine. I'm only interested in me. I'm only interested in this baseball team.
Well, and keeping him away from the Guardians.
And again, there's only smoke there. Oh, Lord knows. You want a cheap organization, a real cheap one? They're rubbing sticks together down there to start a fire so they can heat the showers down at Progressive. What a disgrace that franchise is.
They don't have a new plane and new showers.
No, it's actually emulating Major League. They're gonna have Gavin Williams come in from pitching to start the bubbles in the machine with a boat motor. Oh, Guardians. Good heavens. All right, we'll get to the phone calls. Sit tight. Everybody relax. We got football 245. I want to see if anybody can poke some holes in my idea. Because, again, the Gio Urshela thing, that's not bad. He'll hit lefties. He can make you better. And I understand what Harris is doing. This is Moneyball. We're going to duct tape 4 third basemen together to come up with one. I see you. Just go get JD and call it a day. What the hell are we doing? 248-539-9797. Your phone call's next. 97.1. All right, about 10 minutes away. We'll get a little football today in the mix. But look, you missed the open of the show. I think it's sensible. I don't think there's a lot of bluster to it. It's not sarcasm. I didn't make fun of Gio Urshela's signing, but if you want to prove to me you want to win, 2 at 40, JD Martinez, bring him home. Played on a deal 1 at 10. Last 5-year sample size, an 855 OPS overall. There's no discernible regression in his game. You want to cite strikeouts, 30% strikeout rate last year. Fine enough. The point I'm making, the division is there for the taking. You're $55 million under having a league average payroll. This is not a big ask. Right, Lomas? No, that would be signing like Cody Bellinger. I'm not even asking for it. Let's go to the people. Go to Connor, 97.1. Connor, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing good. First off, I would just like to say Eduardo Rodriguez should be the most hated man in Detroit, and I hate him, and I will hate him forever. And I hope every single beer he ever has is warm.
All right.
And next, I want to say I don't mind the Gio Urshela, but the thing is, the guy's a platoon guy. You know, like he's gonna hit close to 300, but what is he gonna have? Like 40 runs and then maybe 50 runs batted in. Like he's not gonna. His WAR is gonna be like 1.5. Okay, like he's not gonna put us over any hump. You know, like. It's too underwhelming, and with Bellinger and Chapman still out there, hell, if you sign Chapman, you could start to platoon Javi Baez out of the lineup.
Right, it's not happening. So that's why I'm just staying away from it. Now the JD Martinez thing is different. Like the JD Martinez thing doesn't require 4 or 5 years. It doesn't require a high AAV, and it fills a legitimate need.
But see, Bellinger, in the same sense, you're going to be paying around the same money. Yeah, you might have to dish out a couple more years, but he can also play first base. He's younger. What is he, 27, 28? He had a resurgent year last year.
I don't disagree with you, but again, I don't need a first baseman, and this team is not. Look, Connor, I'm not going to argue that Bellinger's not a good ball player, all right? But you got to let go. This team is not going to make a 5-year, $140 million commitment to Cody Bellinger. They're not doing it. So I don't want to talk about it. Like, here, do we want to review Kenny's date with Margot Robbie last night? One problem. We can't. It didn't happen. There's no point to talking about it. The JD thing is now the no excuse signing.
It can happen.
Should happen, can happen. You could make an argument that the Matt Chapman thing or the Bellinger thing shouldn't happen or can't happen. You can have those conversations. I don't think you can do that with the JD thing. I just don't. I am so tired of hearing this organization tell me how committed they are to winning, and the best they can show us is Tiger Paw 1 and a new bar of soap in the lounge. Come on. Go get me 30 bombs. Go get me an 850 OPS. Let's make Carpenter a luxury and not a necessity. Win the division.
Right.
Go ahead, David. What?
I'm not paying for a DH. Give me a position player.
Okay.
Matt Chapman can hit and field. What are we waiting on? Make the signing. We need a third baseman.
The
Allen
difference,
from Belleville.
okay, first of all, they have said from the beginning they're piecemealing third base. Signing Urshela is the same thing. All right? It's Moneyball.
Yeah.
Now, if you
you're
want
probably not going to get Chapman.
Right, you want to join us in the real world, you're not going to go out and give 5 years to Chapman when you have now added another piece to the third base puzzle. And why do you care about paying a DH? Why? Are you offering a 5-year deal? Are you offering a long-term commitment? No and no. What does it matter? You going to care do you value the home run less when it's the DH hitting it? Well, you know, his ass doesn't really look good crossing second. Like, what are we doing? Seriously, Rico, I feel like I'm on planet Nebular. It's unbelievable. Go to Andrew, 97.1. What's up, Andrew?
Good afternoon, fellas.
Hello,
I just
sir.
wanted to call in and say I've been advocating for JD since the end of last season. I don't understand the point of wanting to lose and wanting to think that these prospects are going to come up and prove to you that they belong in the major leagues for a 162-game season. JD Martinez is a fan favorite here. Now, Javi Baez does have his number on the back of his jersey, so he might have to change that. But, I was advocating for Tim Anderson even. He signed with the Marlins yesterday, and you could move Javi off a shortstop and have him go play third base. And
they're
you
not
could have
gonna.
had Tim Anderson at shortstop.
They're not gonna. Andrew, listen, for better or for worse, they're gonna stick with this cat. He was never opting out. The only thing you're left to do is to try to rally behind Javi. Hope it gets better. Rieger and Wojo last night did an interesting topic at 6, talking about, hey, I think he's going to bounce back and be better. What I said to both of them before I left, you better tell me what better is. And then your listeners will tell you whether they're interested in it. It ain't hard to get better when you're useless. Better is not next to useless. Yes, David.
Kerry Carpenter has the same stats last season as JD. Why waste $20 million and any versatility?
Hey, let me ask you a question. You see the last 3 months of the season with Kerry Carpenter?
They're going to ignore that.
And you know what? I'm sorry, but you're in a lie. He had 7 less homers. He had about 30 less RBIs. Please don't make things up. And second of all, they're not mutually exclusive. You will find at bats for Carpenter.
And third, it's not your money, so why do you care? Just bring in the player. And if worst case scenario, now you have a difficult decision to make. AJ has to figure out who I'm going to play between the two guys. That's good. That's what good baseball teams have. That's why he's the manager. So,
I'm in a very weird spot with this city.
Because I think part of the city wants to do it the right way.
What does that mean?
That means homegrown young talent that came up through the farm system. Mike, you see it in every sport, that if we could just do it and build our core with our own guys, and then, and only then, do you go out and find the mercenaries to help get you over the top. But because this team is still in the building stage, you want to see the Riley Greens out there.
No, Chris told me the rebuild was over 2 years ago.
Okay.
Oh, no, no. Oh, no. He got up there in a jacket he hasn't worn since, because no way Chris Ilitch is rocking a Tigers jacket around town casually at Costco buying a pallet of ground beef. He said the rebuild was over. You don't get to do that.
Right.
Rebuild's over, go get me a DH.
But to some people, they want the Colt Keats. They want, these are our guys.
You're going to have him. He's your starting second baseman.
I understand, but that's why it's like we don't need to bring any outsiders in. Let's just roll with the young guys, and the young guys are going to take us there.
Okay, good talk.
You want to understand.
This town's clueless. Hey, here's some numbers you might enjoy, just for fun, okay? 78, 66, 77, 23, 47, 64, 64, 86, 74. You haven't won the requisite amount of games to win this division since 2014. And you know how many times you've won 100 games? Oh, that would be once.
84.
1984. You got to go back to 1968. So I guess once every 50 years we're covered if we're actually excellent at baseball.
Well, here's the thing. If you're the Tigers, you look at that 100-game thing. Each time you won the World Series. Maybe that should be something you shoot for.
Yeah, weird,
68 and 84.
Weird.
Yeah.
The fact that people defend this franchise and then rationalize, it is beyond me. I can't fathom it. Steve Yzerman doesn't even get this benefit of the doubt. Lord knows, Shakespeare over here, he don't get benefit of the doubt.
Flag.
I mean,
David,
yesterday,
throw the flag, David. Come on, ref.
Buddy, yesterday we hit Tom Izzo with a chair. He don't get benefit of the doubt. But Chris Ilitch and Scott Harris do?
Because the Tigers aren't looked.
I'm going full yin-yang twins. Huh? You can't be serious.
There are two types of Tiger fans. They're you.
I know, idiots and morons.
No. Well, I was going to say they're you and people like you.
There is no one like me. I'm a unicorn
You're
in
not
this
a
town when it
unicorn.
comes to baseball
No, there
because
are-
I don't view it as a good time.
No, there are some people who want to see them win, but then there are some other fan. I just want a good time.
Exactly.
They look at a Tiger game like a movie.
The
Hopefully-
daiquiri crowd.
Yeah. Hopefully, in the end, we enjoyed the game.
I care about one thing. I want to win.
I said there's two types of fans. And that's why I think this team has been so bad for so long. They've beaten you into submission. You just want a good game with good weather. Fun.
248-539-9797. We've talked Northville Lumber for a long time. Oldest company in the state. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more than Northville. It's all in the warehouse. They moved enough product last year to cover 26 football fields. And whether you're a builder, a do-it-yourselfer, or anything in between, Northville Lumber, your one-stop shop. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. Beat the spring rush. Beat the price increases. All you got to do is call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Thank you, Jim. Tremendous. Thank you, Romy. Outstanding. Real cornucopia of audio here. I think the people that blindly defend the Tigers probably are enjoying some of that right now. Stop trying to snort the third base line. Things might become clearer. All right, let's get to it. It's time for Football Today.
We are getting closer and closer to free agency.
Are you okay? You're
Yeah,
going to be able to keep it together here.
We are closer and closer to free agency. So let's go over free agents teams will regret spending big money on.
Oh.
There's reasonings here for all of them. You tell me if you agree with it. Let's start with Baker Mayfield. Reasoning is, of course, yes, he's coming off a career high year. But here's another problem. He will have another coach and coordinator. That will be 5 in a row now that he will start the year with a new coordinator or coach.
This hurts me to do this, but I take away all the inherent bias because I do like Baker. This is Daniel Jones 2.0. This is a team that won a division and won a playoff game, and they're in an impossible spot, and you have to pay your quarterback. But what David just said, Rico, is so spot on. Dave Canales is not there anymore. He's got another offense to learn, and he probably never duplicates what he did this year. They will regret it. That's my answer.
See, I don't think they will regret it because I don't think they believe they're in rebuild mode. They think they're in retooling mode, and they can just adjust on the fly. So he's the leader of the team. That team is really he's their guy. He's like their Jared Goff. I know it's blasphemy to say, but in Tampa, they believe in Baker. They found him off the scrap heap, and he's turned this thing around. David, probably long-term, yes, but short-term, no. I don't think they'll regret it, even with a new coordinator.
Next guy on the list, Austin Eckler, guy who went into a contract year, had the worst year of his career. He appears to have lost a step.
Let him finish
Let
first.
thy gesture guide thee.
Mike is snapping. That means we don't pay running backs.
Yeah, full regret. Like Kenny's cold cut relationship of years gone by. Full regret.
We don't pay running backs. Wow, he had a horrible year.
I'm out on principle. Rico's his own man. Do whatever you want with it.
No, I mean, he's just his history, injuries, breaking down. Yeah, I would pass on him. Especially running backs, and you can go find a new one in the draft who can be just as good as him. So, yeah, pass.
Next guy.
David?
We don't pay running backs. No, yours is we don't draft running backs in the first round. Is that what you're snapping at me about? Is that what we're doing?
Well, both.
I don't know. Next guy on the list will be Danielle Hunter. Reason why they're saying this, of course, he had 16.5 sacks, a league-high 23 tackles for loss, but the injury history is a concern here.
Yeah.
Had a neck injury, had a pec tear in 21. Will that be a concern? They'll pay too much for a guy like that.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Is he 29?
29.
Yeah, see, I do wonder about a 5-year deal where you got to keep him around for at least 4 of it. If I'm in a Super Bowl window, I don't really care. I'm still going to do it. But I'll say on general premise, signing a guy who's just about to be 30 as a free agent is a bad idea. I'll say yes.
Yeah, the neck injury. I've never been one because I know in the NFL you're always one injury away, but there are certain injuries that rank a little higher than others, and neck injury that's one for me. Playing on the D line, it's collision. I would say that's going to be a bad move. So no, they're going to regret that one.
Next on the list, I will give you the name in a second. I'm going to work this one backwards.
Okay.
This individual, as a wide receiver, he ranked among the top 5 in receiver drops in the last 2 seasons. Counts for 8.1% drop rate.
Oh, wait.
He also dealt with a soft tissue injury this year, and he's never been a number 1 wide receiver. Your guess?
Oh, I was going to say Mike Evans, but
No.
never mind. Nope. Valdez.
Nope. Plays in the Midwest. His name is T. Higgins.
Okay, you know what? Here, maybe I'm a slappy. When you have Jamar Chase on your team, you're never going to be a number 1. I think T. Higgins, if he goes somewhere else, can blossom. I love him.
Even with that drop rate.
Yeah,
I don't think so, Mike, and you will understand this, and maybe some people. I wonder what T. Higgins, is it going to be the Alvin Harper?
Oh, God,
effect?
when he went to Tampa Bay.
Yes, where
maybe
he was always under Michael Irvin, and everybody said, oh, well, if he ever just got his own thing, that he just watch him take off. Some people can't handle being the number one receiver.
It's fair.
And if you already have the drop rate and now you're going to get top dollar, the fans will turn on you, the media will turn on you, and you will regret the fact that you moved to this city. So if I'm him, stay in Cincinnati, make it work out.
Next guy on the list will be Kirk Cousins. While they say he is a wonderful player, gets this team to the playoffs, but he's only been to the playoffs 4 times, okay? Only had 1 win. That was a very controversial win. It also says that he might deliver the gaudy numbers, make a Pro Bowl, but at $40 million annually, and he can only get you 1 playoff win in his career, you're going to overpay for him. You're going to regret it.
Okay, that's all fun and nice and dandy. Here's what else you'll regret. Thinking you can outsmart the system and you don't have a quarterback. So my answer will be no. You got to pay the guy. You got to get a QB. If I can't draft one in the top 5, this is what you're left with.
To quote NBA Jams, Mike, you are on fire.
Boom shakalaka. I loved NBA Jam.
Yeah.
What a game. Scott Skiles and Shaq pairing on the original. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I forgot the arcade on Grand River. Used to go up there and play.
Kevin McHale, Larry Bird. Who was the primary ball handler?
Just didn't matter. I would say this, David. You're going to have to re-sign him, especially if you're Minnesota, because you saw what life was like without him. You were horrible. At one point, you were right there with the Lions and maybe making winning the division or getting a wild card spot, and then you fell off completely. So there's no great quarterbacks. That's just it. Like every quarterback that you just mentioned, like that you said, you could say that for every quarterback. Like, well, how many wins does he have? Not a lot, not a ton. You take out Patrick Mahomes, and maybe that becomes a different thing. But right now, pay Cousins because he's a quarterback that works in the NFL.
That's right.
Then we'll close it out with Christian Wilkins, who is a run stopper, but last year had a career high with 9 sacks, 23 more QB hits. So what they're saying is, will he be that, or will he go back to being the run stopper?
Contract year. Inflated his stats because he knew you're going to sign me, so let me make it very difficult for you and pay me my money.
He's very similar to Leonard Williams. You know, when Leonard came to the Giants, he put up that 11.5 sacks, got that big contract, was never the same. Here's the thing. That's a player that needs to stay exactly where he's at. Christian Wilkins has done a really nice job as an overall football player for the Dolphins. That's a guy where you get Alvin Harperitis, where I take him out of that defense and put him somewhere else, and you go, wait a minute. You're not special.
What did we pay for?
Yeah.
Nothing.
It will be nothing. That is in football today.
All right, your first bet on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. You're going to get a chance for $150 in bonus bets with that first winning bet. It's $150 if your bet wins. You bet on all your favorites, including right now the NBA, quick bets, live SGPs, exclusive props, and a whole lot more. Just visit FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present, Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. You got a gambling problem, just call 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Gio Urshela has arrived at Tiger spring training in Lakeland and passed his physical all about an hour after signing a 1-year, $1.5 million deal with the club. Urshela's contract includes $500,000 in incentives for plate appearances, and that's irrelevant. He's played 120 games or more just twice in his 8-year career. Wings, Pistons, and U of M hoops all in action tonight. Winged Wheelers hosting the Avalanche, one of the best teams in the NHL. Hear that here on 97.1 The Ticket, coverage starting at 6:45. Pistons are at the Pacers, their first game back since the All-Star break. You can hear that on Alt 98.7. Coverage starts there at 6:35. And Michigan basketball at Northwestern. Hear that on repeat on WWJ News Radio 950 tonight, starting at 8:30.
Hey, if you want to turn into a bum fight, enjoy Michigan and Northwestern.
At the Penn State pulled off the upset last night.
There you go. Big Ten basketball.
It's fantastic.
All that parody, Mike. You love it.
Yeah, it's a dirty diaper, Beanie. Carry on.
At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Joe Corson. All right. By the way, before we start this, Odyssey.com rewind, you missed anything. I have signed a player that is going to help you win the AL Central. You can go back and hear that right now if you use the rewind. Now, I need to talk to Kenny momentarily before we do the grand opening. Update Jesus over here just did something that I don't know if I've ever heard before. Now, I've heard the Wings referred to as the Winged Wheel, one of the all-time logos in sports, a classic. But he referred to the team as saying, quote, the Winged Wheelers are in, Colorado. And you're like, I don't think you can do that to the Winged Wheel and turn it into a Winged Wheeler. Kenny, what is your vote on this in your hockey nerd circle?
I'm out on that. I've never heard that before. We got to have a talk with Update Jesus.
No, it's very sad. That's it. That's it. No more liberties with the Winged Wheel. I knew it. I knew I caught him. Now, this is day zero. It's day zero. People, I want to bring Kenny Cott to the main stage because we are cutting the ribbon on a playoff push. It is day zero right now. If you've paid no attention to the Red Wings because you have been full mast about the Lions, noted. We're going to catch you up to speed on everything you missed, the 5 most important things you need to know. And I need Rico to the Bifrost. I need the hockey elite. The signal is in the air. Idris Elba's wearing his Viking hat. Let's get it going. People.
Kenny, you're crossing the Rainbow Bridge.
Right. 6-game run-up now until the deadline. Correct, Kenny?
Yeah.
Okay, Colorado tonight, and then 5 also Rans. The playoff push starts now. It is officially car flag season. Kenny, I want you to catch up the people. David, hit him with some music. I want Kenny to give people the 5 most important things they need to know about what we are about to coin today. Our playoff-bound Red Wings. Kenny Cott to the main stage, please.
Well, David's working on the music. I'll give you fact number 1.
I'm sorry, working. I didn't say, can you compose me
there
something?
We go. NHL 94.
I'm
go.
Ron Barr for EA Sports. Black and white photo, Mark Messier. All right, let's go.
Number 1, the first and most important thing you have to know about this team is that they're still in the playoff chase. Exactly. They're holding on to the last wild card spot. They're 4 points above the Devils. And this was around the time last year where we were in the playoffs for about 5 minutes.
And then back-to-back in Ottawa took place.
Exactly. But we've been in this spot now for the past, say, 5 weeks.
Okay, so Factually speaking, you can tell your friends we are a playoff team.
As of right now, yes.
Number two.
Number two, why is this different than last year? The goal differential is way up. They're scoring way more goals. I don't know what they were last year at this time, but right now, they're surprisingly 6th most goals in the league. 6th.
High octane hockey. Come on. Yes. Yes. Yes.
So you may ask yourself, why, if we're 6th best in goals, why are we only in the last wild card spot?
Kenny, can I answer that?
Yes, you may.
Could it be the fact that you need to work on your defense and you're giving up way too many goals? And when you score a ton. But when you lose, oh boy.
And Rico wins.
Yes.
Defense has been dreadful. They allow one of the worst high danger chance percentages in the league. They are among the worst in that stat, which means all the chances are allowing right in front of the goal, wide open. It's a
high
pass
danger
across the crease. It's a shot that probably will go in. It's a shot in the paint for you basketball fans.
Look at Kenny crossing over.
Oh.
Good for you.
Jack of all trades, my friend.
So they're not pulling an AJ Hogarth. They're actually making it. Gotcha.
For the last two facts, I have ways you can fix this.
Okay, let's go fact number 4 for the Red Wings playoff premiere party.
Fact number 4, you can fix this via trade. This is a popular option across the league, so you may have to spend a little bit, but you can fix this with trades. Your top 2 targets are Chris Tanev, Noah Hanifin, both in the Calgary, are we good? I think we stink. No, we're back to being good. No, we stink again team, which we're waiting on them to be actually stinking so that we can start to pick the bones a little bit, you know?
So defensive blue line help.
Defensive blue line help that will create depth for you. Right now, you have a top pairing defense core, and that's it. There's nothing else behind those 2 D-men.
Right. Then you got Roberto with his helmet on backwards.
Yeah, his name is Justin Holy's terrible.
So we put that in the get bigger on the blue line segment.
Essentially,
and
yes.
that's where Kenny's going to call up Evanson.
And we go to number 5. If you don't want to trade for one of these guys, you can ship out a Shane Gostisbehere type of a guy who is on your defensive core, who provides limited defense at best. Call up Simon Edvinsson, who creates a lot of defense at best.
And is like 7 feet tall.
And is factually bigger on the blue line.
Aha!
And once you've done that, it's an upgrade defensive. People are going to look at it like, oh, you can't ship out Gostisbehere. He scores goals. Yes, you can. You're 6th best in the league, and you need defensive help. Bring up a defender that can actually, defend.
Kenny has caught you up to speed. People, this is what we need. All right? The Pistons are terrible. MSU hoops, not terrible, but far from good. Michigan, factually terrible. And the Tigers, it ain't opening day yet. This is
but
the
they
team.
have a new plane.
This is the team we have to rally behind. They may not have new showers, but they've got new players. The Wings are factually a playoff team. The next 6 games, starting tonight against Colorado, are going to go a long way in determining who they are and where they are and how we approach the deadline. Kenny has offered you, or one moment, I want to throw the number out. I want the hockey elite to unite. Do not leave Kenny out here to freeze and die. 248-539-9797. Do not fail your bearded ice hockey genius. Don't do it. Rico Beard, yes.
Mr. Cott.
Yes.
When do we officially hit car flag season?
But that's an interesting question. I believe it to be right now. Mike said it's day 0. I'm fully bought into this. But if you want an answer that's a little bit safer, because right now it is a risk to be in car flag season.
Because I almost took the car flag out last year. And then,
here's how we're going to do this. And this is right up Rico's alley. It's like recruiting. We're going to go your level of confidence that the Wings are going to be back in the postseason this year on a 0 to 5 car flag grading scale.
1 out of 5 car flags or 5 out of 5 car flags?
Now, and 5 out of 5 car flags, you know where the 5th car flag goes. Just going to have to unzip your pants. The point I'm making is 0 car flags, it ain't happening. 1 car flag could happen. 2, think it will.
3 is probably.
Probable. 4 it is. 5, fully engorged.
We're winning
five
the cup.
Flag. No, just it's a mortal lock. We're in.
See, I think 4 is we're in. 5 is we may be able, with a little bit of puck luck, we can win this whole thing.
We can win a series.
There we go. 5 is a series.
Oh.
5 is a series.
Wait, excuse me. Okay. Thank you, Gator. 248-539-9797. People, if you're sad about the Lions, cowbell ain't going to save you. The Red Wings can. They are a playoff team. They are high octane. So even if you're fringe hockey, they're going to score goals. They're going to be exciting. You are going to sweat your ass off watching them because a lot of this gets very dicey in the third period. We got 6 games that you need to pay attention to, leading up to a trade deadline where they will almost assuredly trade for someone you've never heard of, but Kenny swears they'll help this team win.
Can I sell 3, maybe 4 out of 5 car flag level hope?
Oh, wait a minute. You got to make a declaration. Now, you could take your time in doing it. I don't advise the 5 car flags. I don't even know if that's a safe way to drive.
5 car flags means they can win a series.
Yeah, that's exactly what that means. Right now, I think I'm at a 3, but I can make it a 4 by just looking at these next games.
3 is they will probably make the playoffs.
Yeah, I think they will.
4 is they're in the playoffs.
They will make it.
Right.
5 is make it and dangerous.
Yes.
So they have the Avs tonight. That's a tough one. That's the toughest game they have leading into the
Don't
to the
go
deadline.
crying.
I'm not crying. They're starting their backup goalie.
7-6 final. Let's go.
They're starting their backup. They have every option.
Come on.
The Blues and Blackhawks on a back-to-back after that. Which those teams stink.
I want the over in the Blackhawks game. I don't care if it's like 8.5.
Yeah.
The Blackhawks play some of the craziest games in the league.
You should. That's a smart take. The Capitals, too, they stink. You should win that game. The Islanders, they might be fighting for a spot just like you.
We stink.
But
it's okay to say it. We stink. You're not hurting my feelings.
You don't stink as bad as you think, Mike, but you're not that good either.
Yeah, and we have Patrick Waugh as a head coach. Really?
So that's, you're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4 out of the next 5 games you should win.
Which then means
you're a buyer.
There it is. Yes. 0 to 5 car flags, playoff push. We kick it off today. People, here's the deal. I'm going to be very kind about this, all right? If you think we're doing a power ranking of cookies, you can just go elsewhere.
Wait.
There's so much going on in the world of sports, and a lot of it's positive with your teams. Do me a favor. Stop feeling sorry for yourself, laying there nude in the fetal position because the Lions didn't win the Super Bowl. Put your pants on, take a shower, clean yourself up, and let's resume sports life here, shall we?
But it is Girl Scout season, so we could power rank the cookies.
What the hell does that mean?
We could power rank the cookies.
No. Absolutely not. We have sat here for how long begging for one of our winter teams to be able to make the playoffs. And you know the Pistons ain't going to be able to do it. The Wings are here. While you've been asleep, they're here. They're in.
And here's the funny thing. If the Wings do this and make the playoffs, Mike, we've almost extended the entire entire year. Because remember, we wanted the Tigers to be relevant up until the Lions training camp.
And they're going to be.
They handed the baton to the Lions, and the Lions did their business.
Now
they lapped the Pistons, and now they're going to hand it off to the Wings.
Now the Tigers need to be 3 games or closer by the time the Lions have their opener. That's the new deal.
Yeah. So, the Wings can take it, hand it back off to the Tigers, and you have relevant sports in this city year-round.
For the first time in at least 10 years.
Yeah.
I think the Wings are worth your time. They're entertaining. They're fast. They're fun. Yes, scoring and fun for fringe hockey people like myself. Yes, I do need scoring. Sorry, I have a hard time seeing the beauty in a 2-1 game. Now, playoffs, that's different because the drama factor, the puck luck, you're panicked with every shot. Noted. But I want to know, 0 to 5 car flags. Your faith, the Wings, this is day 0. They're in the playoffs by 4 points. Are they going to get this done? And I think the flag rating goes up with the work you do in the next 6 games and what it's going to empower Yzerman to do at the deadline.
Or you just buy in now and say, 5 flags. I'm in.
248-539-9797.
That's right.
How you living? In an instant, an auto accident can put you in the worst financial position of your life. It is a must to hire the right lawyer. Make sure the insurance companies pay what they owe you. Injury attorney David Femininio is exactly the call you need to make. He's been making insurance companies pay for over 30 years, and he can help you right now. He is ready to speak to you personally at 855-65-CRASH, or just go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. That's what the Wings are doing to the league. We're starting a playoff push. It's day 0. Scale of 0 to 5 car flags, and you can figure out where the 5th flag goes. The point is, your faith are getting it done. Kenny, our wartime consigliere, our Ron Barr of EA Sports, Kenny has given you the 5 most important things about this team so that if you are now just waking up from a medically induced coma known as football, you have a hockey team that is in the playoffs. You have a hockey team that is an offensive juggernaut that plays an entertaining brand of hockey. You have a team that has absolute ability, pending the next 6 games, to be a buyer at the deadline and solve some of their issues, which is great top 2 pairing on the D-line, but boy, howdy, the rest of it, it's kind of like Roberto with a helmet on backwards. It's just not optimal. So let's get to it, people. And if you missed our JD Martinez conversation, I didn't stutter. Odyssey.com rewind. God bless, Rico. David, ticket text. Let's get to the people. What do we got?
3 flags for the Wings. Blackhawks game will be a tough one. Chelios retirement night. That's why they're saying it. Kane's return to Chicago. Okay. I'm rocking 3 flags. I've been saying it all year, even before the season started, calling it right now. First wild card spot is going to Detroit. Fred in a car. I'm at a 3.5. They're outdoing themselves in some spots, but I still think they can make the playoffs. Sam in Grand Rapids. 3.5. Okay.
Well, you got it. You can't put half a car flag.
I'm not doing half a flag here. What
You're
are we
either
doing?
a 3 car flags or 4. Now, Kenny, how many flags are hitting the vehicle today? And do I have to procure these for you?
I'm at a 3 flag system right now. 3 out of 5 flags.
Do you have 3 car flags?
I have at least 1.
Do I have to buy the other 2?
He took it from me.
What's
It's out
that?
at the desk back there. Where's my flag?
We thought you took it.
No.
Okay, I guess we don't have any flags.
All right. So hold on. How many car flags do I have to buy?
3 for me. I don't know. I can't speak for you guys. but I'm
No.
at a
You're
3
the only
flag.
one that matters.
Yeah.
This is your baby. This is your team.
Yeah, 3 flags.
I thought you took the
we thought you
flag.
took it.
We look like the Spider-Man meme. Wait a minute. You didn't take it?
There was 1 in the cube, and now it's gone.
David, go ahead, and then we'll get to the callers.
3 out of 5 flags. I think they probably make it, but they definitely need to get some defensive help. Don't know if they get that.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing, and this is the problem I'll have. If you are holding down a playoff spot and you're entering the deadline and you know you have an Achilles heel, a critical weakness, we're not dealing a player like Evanson. We're going to probably bring him up. The point is you have to add to your core, add to your strength. Yzerman knows who's vital and not. I'm not asking him to make a stupid deal or make some ridiculous commitment to somebody. This isn't 10 years ago with the Shea Weber deal, okay? This is a different thing. You add a blue liner. You give your young play. Do you know the best way for a team to grow? Win. Playoff push, pressure, playoff games. That's how you get better. I want to give these guys the best chance possible to do that. And you know what? Guys, they had a rough spell while everybody was sleeping. They got out to a hot start. Then they shoved their head up their ass for about 15 games. And then they've righted the wrongs. I think this group of young players has fulfilled their end of the bargain. And now Yzerman's got to do his, which is deadline, be responsible, but be aggressive. Responsibly aggressive. Or aggressively responsible. Whatever way you want to phrase it.
Wing wheelers.
LGRW. 248-539-9797. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Brian, 97.1. Brian, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, good. How are you?
Good.
You know what? I really wanted to come in and call with gusto and maybe do like a fake like Northern Michigan Canadian Jeff Blashill accent, but I got to tell you, I'm feeling 2 out of 5 car flags here, very humbly.
Okay. Why is that?
I don't think they have enough depth down the middle. You know, I was really excited when his name escapes me. I'm sorry. He's the University of Michigan center winger that we got from the Avalanche in the offseason. Shoot, Comfer. You know, he was huge for the Avs when Kadri went down, and I would argue one of their more pivotal players in the playoffs when they clinched the cup. I just don't think we're using him in the right role. I don't think we have a true number 2 center. I think we come from behind way too much. And I think when you're always trying to come from behind and you're always giving up goals, I just think that's a bad recipe. And I think unless we're super aggressive and drastically change the identity of the defense at the deadline, I just see us kind of flaming out, or maybe being one of the last spots getting in and just getting crushed in the first round. So I can honestly see a world where we don't make it because of that.
Well, I mean, listen, the whole whatever happens in the first round, getting there has always been the goal. But second of all, I don't think anyone's going to be thrilled to see the Wings in the first round. A team that can fly up and down the ice, get to 5 goals. A lot of teams, mine included, can't. You don't want a young, dumb, high-flying team in the first round because the Red Wings might just be stupid enough to not realize they're supposed to go home. And they can put goals on you. Yeah, I wouldn't sit there because also, too, and Kenny, this is part of my beef with Kenny. His sport, the best teams make it. They get aced out half the time because of puck luck and things.
That's why when you play a team like Boston, which is likely who we'd play if we squeak into the playoffs, it's scary, but it's not as scary as you want to imagine it to be.
You fear no one.
That's right.
Come on. Somebody call up Luke Robitaille. Get him in a uniform. Come on. I want to make playoffs. And I think they can do it. We've talked about this since the moment they got the cat. Like, this is a playoff year. It's time.
It is.
So I wanted to start day 0 today. We'll get the phone calls, get a little football later in the hour. 4 o'clock, we have deal breakers. Rico with an update on the college football playoff because it's not 12 teams anymore. Now it might be more? Question mark? Things?
We can't be limited. We're Mr. Unlimited.
Don't make me pull that audio. 248-539-9797. Here's Rico.
You're looking for that career in radio, TV, graphic design. You hear what we do on the radio and say, you know what, I can do that. You probably can. But Specs at LTU can help you achieve that goal a lot faster than just sitting in your basement. What do? You need to go to the website. Be curious. Visit that website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. And the beauty of it is you don't have to wait until the fall for the next semester because they are constantly having new classes. So go on the website, find out when the next class is going to be, and sign yourself up. So remember, visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. You're going to be taught hands-on approach. So from day one, you're going to learn what it takes to make it in the radio, TV, and graphics design business. Now, once you're at the website, now you need to make magic. By enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program, do that today.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. The Pistons are signing guard Buddy Boeheim to a 2-year, 2-way contract. Boeheim, son of former Syracuse coach Jim Boeheim, played in 10 games for Detroit last year. Pistons back on the court tonight, too, at the Pacers. Monty Williams says Detroit is done experimenting with different lineups just for the sake of player development, saying after practice yesterday, quote, "I'm trying to win every game." Here, Pistons at Indiana on Alt 98.7 tonight. Coverage starting there at 6:35. Here on 97.1 tonight, the Red Wings, with a 4-point cushion in the East's final wildcard spot, host the Avalanche, who have the 5th most points in the NHL. Pregame starts at 6:45. And speaking of hockey, it was 44 years ago today, Team USA defeated the 4-time defending gold medalist Soviet Union 4-3, then beat Finland 2 days later to win gold for just the second time ever. And it remains the most recent time USA Hockey won Olympic gold. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, the action doesn't stop here. We have breaking news. I have an update. Update Jesus. Beanie Howell had said, quote, "The winged wheelers is absolutely a thing because, quote, I was reading it in the hockey news when Kenny was swimming around in his dad's balls." Close quote.
That's an actual quote. I heard it.
That's a direct quote. Because
Update
Beanie
Jesus.
Howell, Beanie has chosen violence.
How could you update Jesus?
Where'd you find the flag?
We found, and that's another breaking piece of news. We found somebody besides me and you has stolen the car flag, and we've procured it. It was James Cookies Costa.
He took it back.
He took it back, and then I took it back from him. So now it's ours again.
That low rent scumbag
That's exactly what I'm saying.
gave me a gift and took it back. Because I'm on the morning show now. I can do what I want.
Except stand up to John. All right, let's.
Hey, you know what? I understand what Costa's trying to do, Mike. He's got a strategy. You know what that strategy is called?
Kiss John's ass.
Let it play out.
Yeah, baby. Man, the ball breaking, let it commence.
Piece of crap, stole the flag. How you give me something and take it back?
Well, apparently they were ragging him for having nothing on his desk, so he took it. So
go
instead
for-
of getting his own stuff,
He went and stole something
Yeah.
off of my desk. Okay. All right.
How about we go to the calls? Let's do it. Let's go to Randy, 97.1. What's up, Randy?
What's going on, guys?
How are you?
I'm great. Well, I'm happy to say for the first time since 2017, I'm dusting off the flags, and I'm going to give you 4 flags. I'm going to tell you why.
Let's hear it.
I think the team has just come together. We have the depth. The scoring we know is there, and I think we need to make one move to make it happen. We're, I think, 4th in scoring. I think we have a great first pair defense. But then you have a guy, I think there's 2 names out there for me. And Kenny touched on one, and there's another one that hasn't been talked about. It's Hannafin, who's also 27, fits the timeline.
Mm-hmm.
And you also have Jacob Chutrid from Ottawa, similar in age, and they're looking to move him as a piece.
Kenny just made a hold on, Randy, hold on. Kenny made a frowny face. I want him to address you. Go ahead, Kenny.
No, the Chikrin thing, it's not much of a frowny face. I like the name a lot. It's just we don't know what Ottawa's doing. They're talking about buying somehow when they're losing, which blows my
terrible.
mind. Exactly. They're talking about buying one of those Calgary guys, which doesn't make any sense to me either. But I think the Hannafin thing is more realistic.
I think stay away from Tanev. It's more of a rental. I think Mike, you touched on it. Yzerman can't go into this and panic to make the playoffs. This has to be a real piece.
Yes.
Right? I think we can look for a center down the line, but we have so many centers coming with Casper, Danielson. But what I think is the huge deal that nobody's really talking about, you bring in a Hannafin or a Chitrin, like I said, let's just Hannafin. You know Simone Edmonton's going to get called up with 9 games left in the season, and he's probably playing in the playoffs.
Yeah.
The only reason he's not playing right now is because he doesn't want to burn that first year on the contract.
No.
He's going to play in the playoffs.
And he'll
what
provide
happens then?
he'll provide the requisite size, right? You're going to have options.
Correct.
I'm with you, Randy. I'm the type of fan, I'm willing to pay more for security. I'm willing to pay more for a guy that becomes a part of my team. I don't run from that. Like I'm with you. I don't need some cheap rental. Bring in another member of the core. Bring in the guy who's going to usher a young pairing on that second line. You're going to pair him up probably with Evanson for the next 2 to 3 years. I'd be all aboard.
He's 27. He's 27 years old. He was a 5th overall draft pick. I mean, everybody seems to get shipped out of Calgary because nobody wants to stay there. So they're going regardless, and they know they got to get something for him. Right now, we have the scoring. At that point, we would have our defense would eventually turn into one of our strengths. Think about that. I mean, and think about if we eliminate December from our schedule. We're clearly in the top 3 in our conference. And if we're in the other conference, we're making the playoffs without a doubt. So I think the people that are just looking at, we're 4 points ahead of New Jersey, I think we have a legitimate shot to end up in the top 3, and I can't believe I'm finally saying that since 2017. Let's go Wings, baby.
That's right. See, that's what 4 car flags sounds like.
Exactly.
That's 4 car flags.
And with the Hannafin thing, what you can do is a similar thing you did with DeBrincat, where you trade for him and then you talk to him beforehand, get him signed. He was a restricted free agent, which is a little different, but you still can do that.
How many flags you at? He's going to go 3?
Yeah, I'm going to go 3.
That's okay. I think once the deadline gets here, if they buy, everybody's got to be at a 4.
3, next 6 games, can move it to 4.
Let's go to Willie. 97.1. Willie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, boys?
Good, Willie. What's on your mind?
Well, I'm a 4-flagger on the Wings, that's for sure.
Okay.
I think they're one move away, I think, from, I mean, if you look at it, they got the most balanced scoring, I think, in the league, really. They got, like, how many guys, like, have, double-digit goals, right? Balanced scoring, but they need a lockdown D, like Tanev from Calgary would be perfect. Pair him up with Edmondson, who's got a wingspan of a 747, and I think you got yourself a real winner there.
And you take a big step forward. Listen, Willie, we've waited a long time. It's the 5th year of the build. They've done their part as a young team to put Yzerman in a position where we could talk about buying and talk about playoffs. He's done his part adding pieces. Let's take that next step. I think the next 6 games, people, if they haven't paid attention, pay attention now. Give them a chance. Mm-hmm. It beats watching MSU
absolutely.
hoops.
And, you know what? Say the Wings end up in the last wild card, but I sure as hell wouldn't want to be the team that plays them in the first round. No. I really wouldn't.
No, they'd be a complete pain in the ass. They'd be a complete pain in the ass. I view it like if you take it to a different sport and you go run up against a team like the Indiana Pacers in the first round of the playoffs. I wouldn't want to face that.
Probably the team, yeah.
You got to score 130 points to beat those idiots. It's the same thing. Like if you run into a baseball team like the Diamondbacks last year or the Rangers, 2 teams that score a ton of runs. Well, they ended up making it the whole way.
Yeah.
But they're a pain in the ass because those lineups are a real problem.
And they can come from behind, too, which is a real pain in the ass in the playoffs if you can do that.
But see, my theory on that is you're already in playoff mode before you get to the playoffs. So, what?
Don't worry.
Okay.
It's between me and the pastor. You just keep going.
No, I'm saying because you're already in playoff mode. So you're where other teams have to get that thing jump-started because chances are they've locked up number 1 seed, so they're just kind of sitting there. You're fighting for your life week in and week out. You're red hot, and you can probably
I said it's between me and the pastor.
Right. I'm like, okay. I'm
Focus on delivering your opinion.
I was listening to you, Rico. I thought it was a strong point.
Thank you.
Look at you two making friends. We'll get more of the phone calls. It is day 0. It's the Red Wings playoff push. We've given you the 5 most important things you missed while you were busy with football. This team has a 6-game lead up to the trade deadline. Make some hay, make a move, 0 to 5 car flags, confidence of them making the playoffs and actually doing this. I'd like to tell you I'm at a 4.
But you're not.
I get scared because of the blown leads. I get scared because some nights the kill and the defensive side of the game of hockey is so egregiously bad. You're like, wait, what? but overall, they can overpower and outscore most teams. They have that kind of offense. It's a credit to Yzerman because, truthfully, he doesn't just have some higher-end guys. There's a balance here. They can hurt you. They got a lot of guys that will be a pain in your ass. So I'm probably a 3. Let them make a move at the deadline. I'd be a 4. Okay. I'd be ready to rock.
Okay.
I swear to God, if they let us down, Kenny, I am going to be so angry. Hungry Howie's knows there's nothing better than a pepperoni pizza. The question is, which pepperoni reigns supreme, the old school flats or the cupped? How about both? You just toss them both on there, $9.99, limited time only. You call it the pepperoni duo. Hungry Howie's ain't messing around. Both pepperonis loaded up, real mozz, real dough, under $10. You get dinner on the table. Get ready for wings and abs tonight. Not like it used to be, but you don't need it to be for a pepperoni pizza. Get a large pepperoni duo, $9.99 only at Hungry Howie's. All right, we'll get back to your calls in a moment, but I just want to mix in some football because it's mandatory. You got to talk some football. David, hit it. This is college football the way it used to be. Don't tease me now.
Oh, it's going to be college football, Mike, the way it used to be, the way it always will be.
Nick Saban agrees with me.
He does. Nick Saban was very outspoken about how college football has changed, and it was one of the reasons why he walked out of the door.
It's trash.
That was going to be the cherry on the top.
Oh,
Since
my
you
bad.
brought it up,
Let's start with it.
No,
I'm sorry,
we can talk about it, Mike.
That's
is
my
that
bad.
How do you feel knowing that one of the GOAT of college football walked out the door, basically echoing everything that you said?
I mean, I love it and hate it at the same time. I think coaches and the big personalities are a big part of college football, and we're losing them left and right, just like college hoops. I don't see how the sport's in a better place losing your best coaches, losing part of the iconic brands that, like, you're not just rooting against Bama, you're rooting against Saban or you're rooting against Harbaugh, or rooting for or against insert coach. We're losing them. So it makes me sad.
So I'll ask you this.
Yes.
Kirby Smart is now the new dean of college football.
Mm-hmm.
Who are the next two coaches after him?
Great question.
I try.
I mean, Lincoln Riley feels very college-y. I think we've left the NFL stuff behind. It's clear he's a college football coach. Would he be one?
I say no, because Lincoln Riley to me is a lot of hype with no results.
All right. How about Sarkisian?
I think he's on the verge. Now, you're in the SEC. You got Texas turned around. It looked as Texas was back, and then they weren't, but then they were back again. Now, I think this is a year that he can show me, okay, he's that number 2. He's up there.
How about Brian Kelly? He's a college lifer. No NFL team wants.
He's a college lifer, but does he bring that fear? Like Nick Saban brought fear.
No, it's not fear. It's loathing.
Right.
I don't like Brian Kelly.
No, but it's, yeah. Because what about Dabo? Would you put Dabo in?
I don't think he's going to be around much longer. I'm pretty sure he's riding in the back seat of Saban's car. He hates it.
Okay.
Hates it.
Now that Harbaugh is gone, would you put Ryan Day?
No, because honestly, he's one loss from not having a job.
Now,
so I just can't go there.
You're missing one.
I got 2 more names for you.
Lanning
at Oregon.
I was going to say him.
That's going to take time. But yes, I think Dan Lanning's a stud. He's just so young. I can't rule out eventually does he just go to the NFL.
Young and handed the keys to a great program, Kalen DeBoer.
No, he'll be toast in a couple of years.
Okay.
I think he just said, honey, I got about 70 million reasons we're taking this gig, but we ain't buying a house.
So you're not buying the Nick Sheridan as your offensive coordinator? Because that's the new, he replaced Ryan Grubb.
I'm not buying any of DeBoer at Bama.
All right. The new college football playoff format. We've been talking about it. It's the 5+7. It's the Notre Dame tax in there. If you win the conference, you automatically get a bye. Mike, here are some winners and losers of this new format. Just the 5+7. Okay. We're not talking about the 14-1. The ACC is a potential winner. Want to know why? Because no matter what happens, you get a bye. It's the Florida State. Well, we should be in there. You just won. You're in. You get one of the byes. Enjoy your time off. Another one. I sound like DJ Khaled. Penn State. Penn State, for years, has always sat third in the Big Ten. They never get invited because they're not Michigan. They're not Ohio State. Penn State is now going to be eligible for spots 10 through 12 because you lose to Michigan, you lose to Ohio State, but you beat everybody else in the Big Ten.
Hey, 3 cheers. The games don't matter. Carry on. I'm sorry. That's how I feel. Keep it moving.
The other winner is the conference championship games.
The bye weeks online.
Yes.
Yeah. That's a good point. I like that
so
one.
Now all of a sudden, the Big Ten championship, it's whatever. No. You win it, you get the bye.
Yeah, I like that.
You're in. All right. Losers, the last 2 teams of the Pac-12.
It's not a thing.
And the 12th seed is because you're basically playing the team that should have gotten a bye, who didn't get a bye, at their place.
And you're a group of 5 team.
Yeah. So
because you know how this is going to go.
It will. Also, Mike, you coined a phrase that I used to love. It was called the touchdown play.
Yes.
Did you know that scoring was down in college football to the lowest point it's been since, want to take a guess of the year? It's in the 2000s.
Jesus. What was the last chaos year where nothing made sense? Would that be 2007?
Close, 2009.
Okay.
The average scoring was down to 27.78. So
you could thank Iowa unders for that.
Well, I was about to say, is it just the lack of productivity, or is it the fact that you now have, with the running clock, there's less plays?
That helps.
So that's why you're not doing it, because even LSU, who was at the top of the scoring, they were around 45 and a half points per game. That still posted the lowest scoring average of the top team since 2009, which Houston was at 42 points.
Yeah, the clock, the overtime rules, that probably plays a role too.
What about defenses getting smarter?
How about 70 quarterbacks plus in the portal every year? Really hard to learn a new system every year. Maybe some erosion there.
I like that. David, any comment on that?
I agree with him. There's so many quarterbacks and new systems, things will be lower.
Here's something that's near and dear to you. EA Sports came out with the game.
It's
every college put out their post on Twitter or X saying, hey, we're in the game. All 134 FBS schools are in. Now, here's where it gets a little tricky. 11,000 players will receive a whopping sum of $600 plus a free copy of the video game. But you have to opt in right now in order to get that.
And
too high, too low.
No, it's just right. For 99.9% of college football players, it's just right. Because the reality is, people are going to go, well, what about Caleb Williams? There's one of those 11,000 other players. Well, what about Drake May or what about RG3? For 99.9% of players who will go pro in something other than football.
Oh, I like that.
Like, what's wrong with $600 of beer money and a free copy at a game and being in the game? I have no issue with it. Because the reality is, EA has to sell north of 100,000 copies of this thing just to start making money. This is a major, hold on. It's a major endeavor.
For EA.
I'm making a point. This is a game that's been on a multi-year build. It's massively expensive to make, and they're paying millions in licensing fees. Rico, no offense. Like, what do these college players want? What do they think they're supposed to get? 10 grand a pop? You're a backup guard for Akron. No, but your family doesn't know you exist.
No. But the star player, I feel like you got a little bit of negotiation right.
Then you know what? Don't be in the game. We'll still know it's you. Number 13 for USC.
But they'll have an opportunity to also promote the game. There'll be some ambassadors. So you'll get the Caleb Williams type, Quinn Ewers type that will push the game, and they'll be fine.
I just get so tired of this. We're acting like they're 4-time All-Stars in the NBA. You're a nothing.
Well,
you're a third-string tight end for Cincy.
Just to put it in perspective, it's been reported all 85 scholarship members of Michigan State have all opted into the game. So
most of that's because they're not any good, but I still love the camaraderie. Outstanding.
So they've all opted in. Mike.
Yes, buddy.
Let's play a little game.
What's that?
Of who's not there. The voices of the game. People calling the game. This EA Sports game, college football.
Fowler.
Kirk Herbstreit.
Yeah.
He's in. Chris Fowler. He's in. David Pollock. He is in.
Excellent.
Kevin Connors. In.
Okay.
Jesse Palmer. In.
Good. I like it. Positive. There was no way you could put Corso on the game again. You just couldn't do it.
There's a name that was not added to the game.
Desmond?
He's on your board. Who's got it better than us? David, you know who I'm talking about, right?
I don't. What is going on? Help me.
Come on.
What am I? Oh, they were never hiring him.
Why not? He's on all the big Fox games. He's not on the game.
If you want my thoughts on Gus Johnson, download Cash Ticket.
I'm just
keep it moving.
So, should Gus be on there? No.
No.
Okay.
Low rent scumbag.
David, he's your boy.
My boy. Why is he my boy?
Because you and him represent Detroit, playing at St. Cecilia's.
Yeah, the difference is only one of them knows how to get there.
I was just by there the other day. You're right.
People down at U of D Jesuit are still looking for Gus's first appearance.
I'm good on Gus.
That's your college football blitz 97.1.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. Red Wings, Pistons, and Michigan hoops all on the docket tonight. Here the Wings take on the Abs from LCA here on 97.1 starting at 6:45. Pistons at Pacers is over on Alt 98.7 starting at 6:35. And U of M at Northwestern on WWJ, that coverage there at 8:30. The first 12-team playoff hasn't even happened, and college football leaders are already talking about expanding the field. CFP and conference leaders discussed that during a 9-hour meeting Wednesday. Power brokers also explored increasing the number of automatic qualifiers to 12, with the Big Ten reportedly seeking as many as 4. In this model, only the top 2 seeds would earn first-round byes. Currently in the 12-team model, the 4 highest-ranked conference champions get first-round byes. Also in college football, starting today, the 11,000-some D1 college football players can opt in to an NIL deal with EA Sports to be featured in the new NCAA Football 25 video game. As Mike and Rico just talked about, opt-ins earn $600 and a free copy of the game. EA is not using face scan technology, they say, but is creating a, quote, representative likeness of each opted-in player based on roster photos. The video game also prohibits gamers from creating players who aren't opted in. All 134 FBS programs are in the game. Notre Dame was the lone holdout until yesterday when the Irish signed on. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So here's what we're going to do. First things first, as always, you have options. Not only are we podcasting the show, but also Odyssey.com Rewind. If you don't want to hear about what we're about to bring up, which is Rico ruining college football, you can go back and get our Red Wings playoff party. You can go back and get me. I got the Tigers winning the Central if they make this one move, and it's easy. Odyssey.com Rewind. But Beanie's update, look, we'll get to deal breakers momentarily, but Rico, I need you in a half-serious manner. Now, I'm not going to get into this whole, it's known how I feel about college sports right now. Both basketball and football have largely been wrecked. I won't even go there with you. I just want to focus on the absurdity. I thought they agreed to a 5+7, 12-team playoff. Mm-hmm. Now, before you even have the first 12-team playoff, they're already 24 to 48 hours later negotiating a 14-team. 12 to, just go to 16 if that's what you want to do. Why the hell did you ever approve the 12?
Or why are you even talking 14? Mike, this is where we agree. I think a lot of it comes from the fact that they're seeing the dollar signs and they're seeing the potential. People are going to want to watch these games, the playoff games, and you're thinking, well, it's too many of them. And I'll give you this. Whoever, let's just say the top 2 teams are going, so 12 versus, number 2 seed versus 16 or 14 probably won't be a good game. But you're looking at the middle teams as being good games, and they're like, it's going to be revenue there. They're looking at what happened in the last couple of semifinal games, and people are going to be glued to their set. They're greedy. I can't put it any other way. They're just being greedy. Plus, you got to be able to pacify the Big Ten and the SEC. And if they're coming to the table saying, we want to expand this more because we want a bigger cut of the pie, we don't want you guys to leave, so we'll just concede and give you whatever you want because you're holding all the cards.
Is anyone out there willing to just say the quiet part out loud? The part that'll get you made fun of by hyenas like Rico and Kenny and David.
That's just mean and
like
hurtful.
Churlish. Listen, this is gross. It's gross. Like, it's okay to just say it.
How's it gross?
It's gross because it's the equivalent of
and we're being serious, so no.
Yeah, no, you get to a point where the decisions are only based on money. There is nothing about the health of the sport or what actually makes sense. And essentially, the Big Ten and the SEC are playing the role of Don Corleone. We're just squeezing out, listen, I want a bigger piece of your hooker business.
No, you're saying,
it's
Mike,
not even football.
No, it is football. And what you are seeing is college football is looking at what their bigger brother is doing and saying, it works for them. Why won't this work for us? They're the kings of Sunday and Monday night. Why can't we be the kings of Friday and Saturday night? They're looking at the NFL. And everything that the NFL is doing and expanding and doing all these different things and going full streaming for playoff games. And you know what? People follow and they made money. And I think college football is saying, why limit ourselves? Let's be like our big brother, the NFL. Let's do that because the money is out there.
So here's where you're going to end up, whether you agree with this or not, or whether you realize it or not. I'm not really interested in having the conversation because it's pointless, and I know I'm right. Sorry, not sorry. They're going to do exactly to college football what they did to college basketball. They will live to serve the postseason tournament only, and the regular season is fugazi. It will mean nothing. The college tournament at, what are we at now? 72, 144, 96?
72.
The only thing that matters is March Madness. Nerds like me and you, and I say that affectionately, will watch the regular
But
season.
see, Mike, I think the same will happen with college football, except because there's fewer games. I think this will actually benefit college football because it will become more like the NFL, where your September games will now be meaningful because you'll get the crossover action because you kind of need that to separate yourself down the line.
So let me ask this question. I feel like I'm walking into a rake because the topic disgusts me. I find it gross. It's obscene. What's the magic number? Like, what's the number that they need to get to so they can just stop?
To me, they've already gone past the magic number. In all fair, it was 8.
The number, okay. So you and I actually agree for the record.
Yeah.
But now that we're at 12,
it's
16. Looking at 14. So you're telling me at 16, we can stop.
At 16, we have to stop. It's like, because if you go past that, now it's almost becoming like a 6-6 team in the bowl game, where there's really no reward of making it that far. I thought 8 was good because you could get your 5 conference champions. This is when the Pac-12 still existed. Plus, you get the 3 at-large bids. So you can get your Notre Dame, you can get your Group of 5 team, or you can get that second-best team in a conference that lost out in their conference title game. 16 to me is the max. I don't know what we're waiting for. 14 is pretty stupid to me.
Okay, so you're saying 16. Kenny, what's the magic number where these greedy pigs stop?
I was with you guys. I was happy at 8, maybe even 6, but I would have been perfectly happy with 8.
But that's great. Now answer my question. What's the magic number where these feckless losers stop destroying the sport? Is it 14? Is it 16? Hey, want to go to 32?
I think it may already be there, but 14 is probably my answer, yeah.
I got bad news for you, Kenny.
I know.
It's going to be 16.
I
Minimum.
100% know that.
But my point is, and this is the hee-hee-ha-ha part, see, Rico sits at these tables. He's in the network meetings. You know they're already crafting a way to go to 32 teams.
Yeah, he's Mr. TV Markets over here.
No.
They're going to go to 32.
I don't think you can go to 32 because...
Why? They're paid professionals.
No.
Hell, maybe they'll sync their playoffs right up with the Super Bowl, too. Ooh, because we're the NFL.
32 teams, 12 games, it's not going to work because now you've dipped into the whole, you got a 7-5 team in there. You got a 6-6 team in there.
But they're the NFL now.
Right, but the NFL caps it, and they're like, you can be good, but... yeah, we don't want that team with a losing record. Now they're forced to take a division,
more eyeballs,
a bad division,
more eyeballs, more cheddar, more cheddar, more teams.
I thought we were having a serious discussion.
No, I am.
No, I don't feel like it's being serious.
No. I am not being sarcastic at all. I'm being dead serious. If you think these slobs are going to stop at 16, you haven't been paying attention.
There comes a point of diminishing returns where,
really?
Yeah.
Why is March Madness about to go to 98 teams?
It's Mike, they've been talking about that for the last decade, and it doesn't go that far because in the end, people say the same thing. You have to have a cutoff point, and we've already hit that saturation point. We've given you the play-in games, and now we're done.
David.
All right, you want sarcastic? I'll give you sarcastic.
No, I don't.
48 teams is what it's going to be. We haven't even had 12.
Why even have a regular season?
Thank you.
Why don't we just start at 133 and whittle it down from there?
August 31st, we start the tournament.
I thought we were going to have a serious discussion. It's just sublime to ridiculous.
We haven't seen 12 yet, and we're talking 16.
But David,
14.
here's the serious, non-sarcastic thing I will add to this. It mirrors the very absurdity of NIL. They dropped the most game-changing rule, if you will, with no guardrails. They're doing the same thing with the playoff. We're going to go to 12. One problem, we don't have a TV deal. And 24 hours after we settle on 5+7, Rico's boys are out here talking about 14.
Because, Mike, as you would say, the quiet part, nobody heard, this 12 number was ridiculous to start off with. I don't know why we agreed to this, but years ago,
that was the best that you were going to get. You had to expand it, and people years ago, remember, 12 didn't just get decided yesterday.
It took 10 years.
Right. So at the time, 10 years ago, I was saying either you go 8 or you go 16. I was hoping they would just stop at 8 because at that point, it's still some prestige in making the playoffs. But if you're going to go 16, then yeah, you're going to get the top 16 teams in there plus a group of 5 team, or top 15 teams plus a group of 5. It's football. It's going to be matchups that you're going to want to watch. And it's not going to go the route of college basketball, but nerds like me, yes, I do like December basketball when you see Duke versus this team. And it's a good team, and you're not afraid to lose it because it's not going to hurt you if you lose it, because you can say, yeah, we had 3 losses, but we lost to this team, and this team, and all 3 are in the playoffs. Look, the only positive I can take out of the conversations of the last 48 hours, it sounds like Notre Dame is pissed. It sounds like the tax they're putting on Notre Dame is you can't get a bye week. You won't ever get into the top 4 unless you're in a conference. And I know what's about to happen. We value our independence. I already imagine somewhere Caller Rob is out there doing donuts in a parking lot in a pure rage. The point is, you eventually have to drop your pride and do what's best for business. The best business is winning a national title, and it is going to be joining a contract, a conference. Because this Notre Dame TV deal, you create 2 super conferences that have all the big brands, and all those big brands, they ain't playing you no more.
Dude, Notre Dame is desperate right now.
Well, my point would be Big Ten needs to go get them.
I don't think they do.
Okay, well, I disagree.
Mike,
I'll tell you what, you want to do one segment on it?
Yes.
Let's just do that.
Yes.
And we'll do Who Said It at 4:30.
Yes, I do, because you're not going to just throw that in there.
Sarcastic and churlish.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Oh, boy.
Go ahead.
You came back fired up.
That's right.
All right.
Jay Quellen. Go ahead. What do you got? Blake. Come on.
Balake.
Let's go. Present.
All right. Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Whether you're Balake, you're Jay Quellen, hey, they want you there at Planet Fitness. You can go get your workout on. And right now, it's just going to cost you $1 down. And for $10 a month, no commitment, you get access to squeaky clean gyms that are going to be open. A lot of gyms are open now 24 hours. You're going to have time to work out, and you can get a full body workout in just 30 minutes on the Planet Fitness 30-minute circuit. But you know what? Let me sweeten this deal. Now through February 22nd, $1 down, and you can sign up for the Black Card. This limited time offer. So hurry in today to take advantage of this amazing deal. Get everything that Planet Fitness has to offer, including unlimited guest privileges, access to over 2,400 locations, and the Planet Fitness Black Card Spa, and more. $1 down, no commitment. To join, head to your local Planet Fitness, or to get more information, go to planetfitness.com.
America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. We'll be out there in about a month for March Madness. You can book whatever trip you want for football season. Do it right now. It fills up quite fast, but it is the best place to watch a football game. 6 pools, 3 levels, and the largest outdoor sports book on the planet. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, we'll do deal breakers at 4:30. We'll get a blitz at 4:45. But you know what? The absurdity of this playoff expansion, just kidding, we're going to re-expand before we see the expansion. It has opened up a convo for me and Rico.
Right, because here's the thing. Remember, it was expanded 10 years ago to 12. It was a ridiculous number. Shouldn't have ever been 12. And now they realize maybe we made a mistake. I give them credit for not letting this go on. How about we fix it with the new TV contract?
But going to 14 is equally stupid.
It is, but it's also 14 and 16 is on they're talking about both. It's just being reported 14, but the 16 option is also there. But I'm going to go back to what you said about the Big Ten should offer Notre Dame one last time. And I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I'm going with Bo. The hell with Notre Dame.
Oh, God.
Okay? Notre Dame has had their chance so many times. And you want to know what happened? They were too good for the Big Ten. We'll think about it. They flirted with you. They did everything. And then in the end, nothing. You got nothing from Notre Dame. So now Notre Dame is desperate. Notre Dame realizes, wait, what do you mean we can't have a bye? No, you can't. You didn't join the conference. Hey, Big Ten, they're calling you up. They're calling you up like, hey, you up? Send you a little text. You up? You want to meet up for lunch? No, I don't. Because if I'm the Big Ten, you know what I hit them back with? Who this? I lost your number. You don't go to the ACC because during COVID, when you were desperate, where did you go? ACC. You didn't come to the Big Ten, but you were desperate, so you kind of did a little bit of a booty call. I'm going to join a conference. You didn't want to join the Big Ten then? Don't ask us now. We're moving on. We went and raided the Pac-12. Don't need you. I know it's going to hurt you too because you two like the regional games. I don't care.
Okay. I still have love for Notre Dame.
I do too.
She still looks good to me. And look, here's the thing. I don't think it's the bye weeks as much as it is what is going to be a diminishing TV deal. The reality is, in the new landscape of college football, there's going to be one TV deal you must be a part of. And I don't see how Notre Dame can if they're not a part of the SEC and Big Ten.
Mike,
There'll be a mega conference TV deal.
I like Notre Dame as well.
She looks good, man.
But Notre Dame was too good for you.
That's okay.
And you know what now, Mike?
Jenny was too good for Forrest. And then she eventually came home.
Yeah, and you know what she did?
Then she was sagging and sick and all this stuff.
It was complicated. She basically went out there, licked the sidewalk, gave him a child, and died.
Okay, you know what? It was a complex relationship. The point I'm making is, I want Notre Dame. I want Michigan State to play for the megaphone again. I just want something that makes sense in this world.
I wanted Notre Dame. I thought Notre Dame would always fit, but Notre Dame didn't want you. But now it's like, hey, wait a minute.
Look who's on the line. I knew it. It's almost, he's like Michael Keaton in the Batman movie, sitting there like this. The light, and Caller Rob sees like the Rico head floating in the sky. Here, I don't bring Rob aboard. No waiting list. It's Notre Dame Rob joining us.
It's unbelievable the amount of slander that is thrown on this station every day towards Notre Dame, and it comes from 2 to 6. From 2 to 6, it's unbelievable.
Rob, wait just a second. I said you still look good. I want Notre Dame.
I heard the comments from yesterday, and Rico saying, who dis to Notre Dame?
Hey, Rob. Hold on, Rob. Rob, I'm going to let you finish. The Big Ten courted Notre Dame for decades, and Notre Dame put the Big Ten in the friend zone. And now they want to get out the friend zone. Nah, who dis?
Yeah, and I cannot agree with you more. I wanted Notre Dame in the Big Ten. Guys, in my opinion, growing up and just being a part of the university, Purdue, Michigan State, USC are 4 of their biggest rivals, and they're all in the Big Ten. And it makes no sense to me that they're not there. I get it from a financial standpoint now. But what's interesting, guys, is you had made a comment yesterday, and you said it again today about how they're butthurt about being like the highest they can go is fifth, where I see it as a good thing in the fact that, one, they don't have to play in a conference title game, so it's one less game. And if they are indeed ranked fifth, they get a home game against the 12 seed. And if they win, which is a long shot, they play the lowest seeded team in their second playoff game, whereas the 1 through 4 seeds play higher seeded teams. So you can make the case that being fifth is a better option than the bye week because you're not in a conference.
See, I think the bye week is a secondary thing. And my main argument, Rob, is what it may not be true today, but I think it's going to become true. I still believe the Big Ten and SEC are splintering off. If you don't join, your TV deal does not have the value it once had. And we know money drives everything. That's my main
interesting
deal.
though, Mike? Like the athletic director, like he's done now, or he's got a month or two left, Jack Swarbrick. The athletic director that they brought in, Pete Pavakwa, was the chairman of NBC Sports for the last 10, 15 years. And I found that to be interesting because who's making these Peacock deals? Who made those? It was Pete. Now he's the AD at Notre Dame. I think that has a lot to do with where they go moving forward. Having a former NBC chairman, I just think that there's more is going to come out with them being a part of this conference alignment discussion. I see them joining the Big Ten at some point. I really do.
And Rob, I'm sure you and Mike will be happy, but yes, I would be the spiteful no.
That's fine. And I'll just tell Notre Dame the keys under the front
back
under
then
the
you didn't
doormat.
want me. Now I'm hot. Now y'all on me.
Oh, stop it. You know.
Hey, Rico, are you going to be going in 2026 to Notre Dame Stadium when Sparty comes in?
Am I going? Are they finally playing that game? I thought they quit playing the game.
I'll be there.
2026. I will be there with bells on, and I cannot hope I'll get a chance to meet you guys, but I cannot wait.
You know,
I'd be there in a heartbeat.
I'll be there because they'll play again in another 10 years.
Yeah, no. Look, I'm with Rob on this, and Rob, I do. All kidding aside, I appreciate you calling in because you are our ND source. You got it, man. I miss that. I miss Michigan, Notre Dame. I miss Michigan State, Notre Dame. Just give me this win.
No. Mike, I miss it too. But back when Notre Dame held all the power for their NBA, their NBC deal, and we make so much money, why should we share it? And then the Big Ten signed a deal and was like, oh, that's nice little money you guys got there. Is that your part-time job? Oh, it's your full-time gig. Oh, we pay that in taxes. Oh, now you want to get a little share of this? We good. Who this?
Yeah, but here's a great text. Notre Dame got that big booty and double D's. I want to say no, but I don't think I can.
You know where it's going to end up. Just go to bed. Go to bed. David, I'm sure your mother's...
Roberts.
David, I'm sure your mother said the same thing. Nothing good happens after midnight. Put the phone down. Just go to bed.
But she got the big booty and the double D's.
Go to bed. Go to bed. Don't answer that call. What'd he say?
He said, that's the pastor saying that.
Right.
There's no button to hit. I got nothing. Come home, Notre Dame. Come on home. We'll leave the light on for you.
Who dis?
You're insane. All right. Elevate your driving experience. Moran Buick GMC, the 24 Sierra Crew Cab Elevation Edition, a 2.7-liter Turbo Max, 4-wheel drive, 20-inch wheels, heated power seats, and a whole lot more. New stock arriving daily, including these Elevation Editions, 24 months, $295 a month. Go to MoranExpress.com. You'll see the full stock list. You'll be able, and yes, by the way, Denali's, Yukons, both in stock. MoranExpress.com for all that certified service as well. You get the free loaner. You'll be good to go. It's fast. It's easy. MoranExpress.com. Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, now that we are done arguing about Notre Dame and David being overly salacious in that segment, we can get to deal breakers. I know we're a little late, but we do it every week. Let's continue. And I pray, honestly, this has been a very fun show, that this man and his Ryan Day beard does not bring us down with some ultra uber depressive edition of deal breakers.
David, start the music, please.
Music's still here.
And
I
now-
left, nothing changes.
And now here's Roberto with the news.
Notre Dame stops by looking for a piece of ass, see?
no.
All right. What do you got?
All right.
Oh, if this is like the news in the morning, it'd be
that's what I said.
severed baby's head used for bowling ball. Jim and John, back to you. And you're like, what happened? They were laughing a second ago.
So Notre Dame.
17 babies launched out of a cannon into space. John, back to you. Wait, what? Go ahead.
Maggots fall down from an airplane.
Well, this might be just as bad, so bear with me on this one.
Oh, come on.
I'm just kidding. Your father has decided to start his own podcast.
No.
I'm not done yet.
Oh, I'm on it. I don't care what Big G's talking about. I want to be a guest.
All right, go ahead.
You log on to watch the video of the show and see your dad pounding beers and telling lewd stories about his sexual conquests.
Oh, my God.
Do you tell him he is embarrassing you and your family, or just let him do his thing and make him look like a buffoon?
No.
I mean,
No, I show up to the taping and I burn the building down.
Throw the computer away.
There is nothing worse than familial hangers-on. Stop it. No one's here to listen to you. No, my dad's not going to become Brittany Mahomes. No.
I mean, it's going to get clicks.
It
Let
is
the man cook. Come on.
Right.
I let him do it.
irrelevant.
Nope, I sit there and read texts about big booties.
Oh.
Yeah, let's do it, Dad. Let's go.
No. I say no. These guys do whatever they want. I think it's an embarrassment.
When do you want to start, Dad? Text me now. Let's go.
Oh, my God. Carry on.
I mean, if they're good stories.
I know, but is it not embarrassing to you, though? Would you not be totally mortified?
No, I already, it's not even that I'd be angry. How dare you? Like, who the hell are you?
Yeah, I guess
What are you going to do? Ride my coattails? Try to get some faux fame? Get the hell out of here with that.
No.
Big G has his own fame. But no,
Yeah, it's
Roberto,
called being 0 for his last 76 horse bets.
But
There's a podcast.
I would, yeah, you know what? My old man told me stories. Yes, they were podcasts. Before podcasts, yeah, he would have broke the internet.
All righty.
I'll just leave it at that.
Up next, Battle Royale. Rico's dad versus Roberto's.
Oh, my God.
More
Oh, my
lewd
Lord.
stories.
Why would they be friends?
They probably
I know.
would.
I know. I think they would.
You better move to the next one real quick.
All right. Your elderly neighbor likes to give you groceries like fruits and veggies that he bought too much of and doesn't want to throw it out. At first, you were happy to accept and actually enjoyed the food. As the months have gone on, you are starting to realize he may be a hoarder. He now starts leaving large boxes on your doorstep of boxed and canned goods.
Mm-hmm.
Do you keep them? No. Do you donate them? Or confront the old man and tell him there will be no more?
Yeah, you gotta go to the prequel. Like Rico's films, a lot of them are prequels. I want to take you to the prequel. You made your first mistake by talking to the neighbors.
Even looking at them.
That's it. You just want to be left alone.
You don't make eye contact ever.
You can talk to your neighbors.
Not when they're weirdos.
Absolutely not. No eye contact. They
None.
go straight to where I'm going.
I don't bother you. You don't bother me.
Correct.
Consider your neighbor as Prince. That's what you should do. You're not allowed to look at them or speak to them.
Apparently, I've made mistakes because I've
My
talked to my
point would
neighbors.
be all of it from the very beginning would have gone straight in the garbage. You cannot trust food from an outside home.
Really?
Absolutely not. Straight to the garbage.
An old lady hands you some peaches and you're
Fruit?
throwing them out.
You've never seen the Netflix thing where the old lady was poisoning house guests? Old doesn't make you virtuous. It just makes you
You
old.
need to stop watching so many murder shows.
I don't need nobody's food. I'm out.
My goodness.
Absolute deal breaker.
That's somebody's Nona.
Yeah.
And she's a bad person. No, I want none
Heaven
of it.
forbid. Yeah. Here's a bag of apples. Oh, okay. I read Cinderella.
That's right.
Now, let's reverse it. Does anyone actually do this? Rico, do you give food away to neighbors?
I've like barbecued and had
Yeah.
extra, so I told my neighbor, "Hey, why don't you come on over here and
Right. Get you some of that poison. I'm out. Deal breaker for
Yeah,
me.
they can't. And they had fun, and they're still living.
There's nothing wrong with talking to your neighbor and accepting food from them. It's fine.
Thanks.
Right, and then they returned the
Up
favor, and they had
next
this
week,
big
we're
party.
eulogizing David on Friday as he
Yeah.
passes away Wednesday
In
night.
fact, that's what happened on my block. The guy down the street had a party, ended up having extra food, and we went down there and had a
The
good
neighbor,
time.
yeah, he was like, you know what? We got a bunch of family over. Wife made you a plate. Go in there and get one.
I'm out. Carry on. Kenny and I are riding a tandem bike on this topic. I don't want that unsafe food.
Wait, Kenny's not turning down food.
Yes, I will.
Really?
Probably. Most likely I will.
From
All right.
from neighbor strangers? No, he ain't turning it down from you. When Uncle Rico brings in something,
Yeah.
you're going to eat that food.
That's right.
But when it's strange meth head from 7B, Kenny ain't eating
Oh,
that.
yeah, God. Especially
Well,
the people that
right.
live in my building. No way.
If Strange Meth Head said, no. Strange Meth Head comes in. You know what? They gave us too many sandwiches from Sub. I'll take it.
I'm out on the sandwiches. This might have me turn down a sandwich.
Carry on. Let's move to the next.
Kenny, what sort of sounds do you hear in your building from your
Let's
neighbor?
not,
It
please.
hasn't gotten better. It hasn't gotten better.
Next up, Kenny told Margot Robbie,
They're
keep
still
going.
Wait a minute. They're still going at it?
Yeah, pretty consistently.
I mean, that story was from years ago.
Same couple?
And it continued for years later. That's where we are right now.
Kenny,
Exactly.
maybe you need to eat that sandwich.
No. What I-
Maybe the neighbor's trying to help you out. Like, we don't hear noises coming from you. Eat this sandwich, son.
Who lives below you? Sting? Is he into like tantric stuff?
All right, can we just keep it moving? I don't want to
walls,
see
man.
Kenny
Thin
evicted
walls.
from his building.
All right, here we go. You and a few coworkers had a conversation the other day about a restaurant you love,
Wouldn't happen.
but haven't been there in years because you don't live in that area anymore. Today, you walk in the office and see them eating carryout from that restaurant.
Yeah, or bombed at 10 a.m.
Are you offended that they didn't include you or offer to share?
No.
Do you confront them or just consider them very odd people?
No. Well, they're odd because they're my coworkers.
Right.
First mistake is I wouldn't talk to them. Second mistake is I wouldn't be
How
anywhere
come the
with
first
them
mistake
socially.
can't always be I don't talk to them?
Wait a minute. So aside from the people in these rooms, who do you talk to, Mike?
Nobody. Evan
So-
Jenkins. And the only time sales talks to me is when they need something from me so they can make money off my name. These aren't my friends. This is work.
No, I didn't say they were your friends, but no,
My
you're
friends
right.
are in this room, and Evan, who's sitting at his desk pounding weed right now.
Oh,
I don't want any part of what he just said.
just having a conversation with a coworker.
Largely a waste of time. I'm all set.
Overrated.
Overrated. Very overrated.
Bruno, wasn't I just saying that to you this morning when I walked in to record that Black History Month minute? I was like,
Yes,
walking
you did.
around, look at all these people. Why would you talk to all these people?
No, here's the thing. You don't talk to everybody, but there's a few you're like, you know what? This person's kind of cool. You got something in common. And yeah.
Man, you do you. God bless. Have a great time.
Oh,
you
no,
sit in and
you
do
know,
these
no.
little social events.
No, what I get is Mike's not here. Oh, let me come and ask you this question. No, don't come to me. No.
And who was that?
Yeah,
that's right. One of them sales
That's a
people.
certain sales guy. Like, you only talk to me when Mike's not here. That's not, well, that
I'm
is
not
true.
gonna, and I won't repeat what you said to him. because it was amazing, but would not make the air. So why don't we just go to the next? Because I have too much class and respect for this man.
Nice.
I'll tell you privately.
Please.
Mm-hmm.
All right, last one here.
Okay, so you're talking to, I'm out.
You recently hired a plumber to fix your garbage disposal. He guarantees his work for the first 30 days after repair.
Mm-hmm.
On the 31st day, the disposal starts acting up again. The plumber comes back, but now insists you pay again because the guarantee limit has expired. Are you going to try to haggle with them, or are you just accepting defeat and paying again?
Just change my own disposal.
I was thinking the same thing.
Not that
Rico.
hard to do.
What if you're Kenny?
I was thinking the same.
Okay, all right, time out.
Mike answering this one. I don't talk to people. I wouldn't even have had the plumber come over.
Just time out. Okay. Can we, for the sake of the deal breaker, swap out the garbage disposal?
I don't talk to people.
I wouldn't haggle.
Honestly,
I wouldn't
Roberto,
haggle. I'd be worried that they would like poison the pipes or like flood
Right.
my house. I'd just be like, all right, yeah, it is what it is.
I would have a conversation about it, but then I would also understand in the back of my head, it is day 31.
That's
So
right.
if it doesn't happen, I understand.
I'm not a haggler.
Yeah.
I ain't got time for that.
Now I would try to see like, hey man, it's one day. Are you going to honor this?
You
But if
want
they
to say
say
a
no,
haggler.
Right.
You want to see a haggler?
you gotta
He's
act.
like the father in A Christmas Story at the Christmas tree shop. This guy verbally destroyed an 80-year-old woman selling comic books at a Las Vegas thrift store.
But if Rico was the
He body bagged this woman to save like $1.
if Rico was the plumber in this situation, though, he would say, "Oh, I said 30 days. 30 days is 30 days. What can you do?"
No, hey, Kenny,
this?
Kenny, what's today's day?
Right.
When did I install it?
Right.
That's 30. Let's count.
Exactly what
Let's
you would
count.
do.
Okay.
Yeah, let's both count.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, buddy.
It was a flea market. You're supposed to haggle over things at a flea market.
I was so uncomfortable I had to walk away.
The greatest day is when you guys came back and
Evan-
Rico was so proud.
Evan was like, dude, that was magical what you did.
Yeah, you broke an old woman's soul.
Yeah, that's exactly what you said with a straight face. You go,
30 minutes after talking to Rico and losing like $4 on a comic book, she died.
Oh, no. She didn't realize the value of the book.
Yeah.
Okay.
Too bad she's not going to be able to eat today.
Yeah.
You saved
Yeah.
a bunch of money.
Yeah. House got foreclosed on, but he saved $1 on Dr.
you're
Disaster.
Hey, she didn't know what she had. What do you want from me?
All right, FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Right now, your first bet was outstanding. $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 wager. That's $150 if your bet wins. Whether it's the live SGPs for the NBA, exclusive props, they got them all. FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued, now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Just call 1-800-270-7117.
feel knowing that one of the GOAT of college football walked out the door basically echoing everything that you said?
I mean, I love it and hate it at the same time. I think coaches and the big personalities are a big part of college football, and we're losing them left and right, just like college hoops. I don't see how the sport's in a better place losing your best coaches, losing part of the iconic brands that, like, you're not just rooting against Bama, you're rooting against Saban, or you're rooting against Harbaugh, or rooting for or against insert coach. We're losing them. So it makes me sad.
So I'll ask you this.
Yes.
Kirby Smart is now the new dean of college football.
Mm-hmm.
Who are the next two coaches after him?
Great question.
I try.
I mean, Lincoln Riley feels very collegey. I think we've left the NFL stuff behind. It's clear he's a college football coach. Would he be one?
I say no, because Lincoln Riley to me is a lot of hype with no results.
All right. How about Sarkisian?
I think he's on the verge. Now, you're in the SEC. You got Texas turned around. It looked as Texas was back, and then they weren't, but then they were back again. Now, I think this is a year that he can show me, okay, he's that number two. He's up there.
How about Brian Kelly? He's a college lifer. No NFL team wants.
He's a college lifer, but does he bring that fear? Like Nick Saban brought fear.
It's not fear. It's loathing.
Right.
I don't like Brian Kelly.
No, but it's, yeah. Because what about Dabo? Would you put Dabo in?
I don't think he's going to be around much longer. I'm pretty sure he's riding in the back seat of Saban's car. He hates it.
Okay.
Hates it.
Now that Harbaugh is gone, would you put Ryan Day?
No. No, because honestly, he's one loss from not having a job.
No.
So I just can't go there.
You're missing one.
I got two more names for you.
wonder
Lanning
if-
at Oregon.
I was going to say him.
That's going to take time. But yes, I think Dan Lanning's a stud. He's just so young. I can't rule out eventually does he just go to the NFL.
Young and handed the keys to a great program, Kalen DeBoer.
No, he'll be toast in a couple of years.
Okay.
I think he just said, honey, I got about 70 million reasons we're taking this gig, but we ain't buying a house.
So you're not buying the Nick Sheridan's your offensive coordinator? Because that's the new, he replaced Ryan Grubb.
I'm not buying any of DeBoer at Bama.
All right. The new college football playoff format. We've been talking about it. It's the 5+7. It's the Notre Dame tax in there. If you win the conference, you automatically get a bye. Mike, here are some winners and losers of this new format. Just the 5+7. Okay. We're not talking about the 14-1. The ACC is a potential winner. Want to know why? Because no matter what happens, you get a bye. It's the Florida State. Well, we should be in there. You just won. You're in. You get one of the buys. Enjoy your time off. Another one. I sound like DJ Khaled. Penn State. Penn State, for years, has always sat third in the Big Ten. They never get invited because they're not Michigan. They're not Ohio State. Penn State is now going to be eligible for spots 10 through 12 because you lose to Michigan, you lose to Ohio State, but you beat everybody else in the Big Ten.
Hey, 3 cheers. The games don't matter. Carry on. I'm sorry. That's how I feel. Keep it moving.
The other winner is the conference championship games.
The bye weeks online.
Yes.
Yeah. That's a good point. I like that
So
one.
now all of a sudden, the Big Ten championship, it's whatever. No. You win it, you get the bye.
Yeah, I like that.
You're in. All right. Losers, the last two teams of the Pac-12.
It's not a thing.
And the 12th seed is because you're basically playing the team that should have gotten a bye, who didn't get a bye at their place.
And you're a group of 5 team.
Yeah. So
because you know how this is going to go.
It will. Also, Mike, you coined a phrase that I used to love. It was called the touchdown play.
Yes.
Did you know that scoring was down in college football to the lowest point it's been since, want to take a guess of the year? It's in the 2000s.
Jesus. What was the last chaos year where nothing made sense? Would that be 07?
Close, 2009.
Okay.
The average scoring was down to 27.78. So
you could thank Iowa unders for that.
Well, I was about to say, is it just the lack of productivity, or is it the fact that you now have, with the running clock, there's less plays?
That helps.
So that's why you're not doing it, because even LSU, who was at the top of the scoring, they were around 45 points, 45 and a half points per game. That still posted the lowest scoring average of the top team since 2009, which Houston was at 42 points.
Yeah, the clock, the overtime rules, that probably plays a role too.
What about defenses getting smarter?
How about 70 quarterbacks plus in the portal every year? Really hard to learn a new system every year. Maybe some erosion there.
I like that. David, any comment on that?
I agree with him. There's so many quarterbacks and new systems, things will be lower.
Here's something that's near and dear to you. EA Sports came out with the game.
It's
every college put out their post on Twitter or X saying, hey, we're in the game. All 134 FBS schools are in. Now, here's where it gets a little tricky. 11,000 players will receive a whopping sum of $600 plus a free copy of the video game. But you have to opt in right now in order to get that.
And
too high, too low.
No, it's just right. For 99.9% of college football players, it's just right. Because the reality is, people are going to go, well, what about Caleb Williams? There's one of those 11,000 other players. Well, what about Drake May, or what about RG3? For 99.9% of players who will go pro in something other than football.
Oh, I like that.
Like, what's wrong with $600 of beer money and a free copy at a game and being in the game? I have no issue with it. Because the reality is, EA has to sell north of 100,000 copies of this thing just to start making money. This is a major, hold on. It's a major endeavor.
For EA.
I'm making a point. This is a game.
Brought to you by Capital Mortgage Funding. The Lions are bringing back kicker Michael Badgley on a 1-year deal. Badgley took over full-time kicking duties in December, going 4 for 4 in the regular season, then 3 for 3 in the postseason. The NBA has...
Will he get paid by the kick?
Good idea. The NBA has suspended Pistons big Isaiah Stewart 3 games for allegedly punching the Suns' Drew Eubanks unprovoked before Detroit's game at Phoenix last Wednesday. Stewart was arrested and charged with misdemeanor assault, but that charge has been dismissed at the prosecutor's request. No word yet whether Stewart will appeal the suspension. Pistons, by the way, are on the basketball court tonight at the Pacers. You can hear that on Alt 98.7, coverage starting at 6:35. The Tigers made an addition today, signing corner infielder Gio Urshela to a 1-year, $1.5 million deal. The 32-year-old right-handed hitter played 60 games for the Angels last season, primarily at third base. And despite a 4-point lead for the Eastern Conference's final wildcard spot, odds makers fading the Red Wings. Of the 10 teams within a few points of the East's final wildcard spot, FanDuel gives Detroit the third best odds to make the playoffs, behind Toronto, Tampa, and Philly. Wings coach Derek Lalonde loves the disrespect. Wings and Avs face off from LCA right here on 97.1 tonight. Here it's starting at 6:45. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock. Great to have you with us. So I think we're going to pivot to something. But let me at least tell you, if you want to use the rewind function or, of course, the podcast post show, whatever you want, we kicked off Red Wings playoff drive today. I made a move that's going to win the Tigers the AL Central. No, it's not Gio Urshela, but it is someone very attainable and very affordable. And yes, we covered a little bit of the nonsense with college football, but in the update, you heard what Beanie said. You heard it. I looked at you, you looked at me, and I went, well, damn, there we go. Why are the Lions bringing back a kicker they don't trust? You want to tell me that? They had no interest in using him in the NFC title game. Not to go back up 17, not to try to tie the game. They don't trust him. So why? Why are you bringing back Michael Badgley? And this early in the process? I'm sorry, I must have missed the line around the block for Badgley's Soup Kitchen.
Yeah, because kind of like when you play fantasy football and you had to have a kicker, you didn't want to use your kicker. It's just a necessary evil.
You take him in the last round.
Right, and that's where the Lions are. Well, we got to have a guy. Let's just go ahead and bring him in. It just shows you they don't respect the kicking game. They don't respect the kicker. It's just, we're going to need a kicker. You know what? Just sign that other guy. What's his name? Badger. Get him.
But think about this. All they would need, I think, to put the fan base at ease, not that you operate at the behest of the fans. I'm saying that collectively, we would feel better had they gone into free agency or gone into the draft now and in the 5th or 6th round. You draft a kicker.
Yeah.
Or you sign a veteran that's not named Michael. Now, Michael Badgley is not some terrible kicker.
He's not terrible.
But he's not a plus guy.
You don't trust him. Not you. The team does not trust him because multiple times they could have put him out there in San Francisco and said, no, we're going to just go for it.
It's all year. It's all year they didn't. And once he replaced Patterson, like, my point is, you either have a kicker you trust or you have a rotating cast of characters. I don't understand how a team that's trying to win a Super Bowl, let me be very clear now, and this is not a shot. Had Kyle Shanahan not been a functioning moron, there was an actual chance they could have run the clock out and kicked a field goal to win the Super Bowl, okay?
And think about all the field goals that were kicked in the Super Bowl. They set 2 records that day.
Because Harrison Butker is an A++ kicker. They didn't hesitate from 57.
Heck, even Jake Moody had the record for 5 minutes.
Okay, awesome point. You had multiple 50-plus yard field goals in a Super Bowl. Multiple. Would the Lions ever allow Badgley to make that kick?
No, because they would have been like, we don't kick field goals. No, sometimes when the stakes are high,
you do.
It's okay because they count as 3 points.
So outside of cutting Tracy Walker, the first move of the offseason is to bring back a kicker they don't trust. What am I missing? People, if you're out there, tell me what I'm missing. Tell me why you would even bother before teams make cuts, before you've evaluated the college kickers, before you have evaluated the free agent market for kickers. Why did the Lions just bring back the kicker that they clearly don't trust? Help me. Help me. I'm a dumb human being. Help me. 248-539-9797. David, go ahead.
I don't think it's that they don't trust the kicker. I think they don't want kicking. I think they are who they are. This is going to be the downfall of Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes. They just go for it. They're just aggressive. They don't care about the kicking game whatsoever. And I think it's going to be their downfall because it's going to come to the point, you're right, Rico, in big games like that, you need a kicker to make kicks. You just do. You're not always going to be 4th and 2, 4th and 3, 4th and 1. You're going to need the 50-yard field goal, but they don't believe in kicking.
Yeah. And I could make the case the Chiefs were able to win that game because they were able to line up and kick 57-yard field goal.
Yeah. With confidence.
Right, because Harrison Butker is great. My whole point is this isn't the Raiders taking Sebastian Janikowski in the first round. I would never advocate something like that. This isn't breaking the internet with some ridiculous deal for a kicker. It's just about getting a guy that you are able to put out there. I'm going to tell you something, Rico, and I admit this. What David just said is bold, but I don't think it's wrong. If this team's plan is to never use their kicker, is to just be yee-haw, we're going, even when the analytics don't favor it, or it's a push at best, David's right. It'll be their downfall. It will absolutely bite them in the ass.
It will. Because right now, I look at Badgley. You brought him back to kick extra points. And maybe at the end of games to kick some field goals like within 35 yards. Basically, they're extra points, extended extra points. That's it. Because I'm not trying to go back, as you would say, re-adjudicate it. But when you had an opportunity to stop the bleeding in San Francisco, you chose not to. You chose to go for it. And that you could have just said, okay, enough. Or even early on, they kick a field goal. It's now a 14-point lead. We're going to kick another field goal. We're going to push it back to 17.
You know what's interesting, too? It's just something I'm gearing my mind for that I don't think the fans are. Next year, every game is a playoff game. And what I mean is no longer is winning the division the sole goal. You have to try to win the 1 seed. You want the bye. You want the home games, right? You know who's on your schedule next year? Hope you're ready to go back to San Francisco. So you're going to have these games.
Hope you're ready to go back to Dallas.
Right. You're going to have these games that have, I think, a heightened sense. And guess what else? The Packers are good.
Well, let me help you out with this, Mike. Here's why I think you're wasting an opportunity. Of your 17 games, because, yes, I'm a nerd, and I looked at the schedule already. You know how many games you're going to play in a domed environment? Of your 17? 14. Which means no wind, no bad weather, no snow, no rain. You shouldn't miss. It's easy. It's like hitting a free throw. Just line up, snap, hold, kick, 3 points.
I view it that way plus this. It also means you should be able to line up comfortably between 50 and 60 yards and kick.
Exactly.
I know that sounds outer space, guys, but the league has moved to a point where the good kickers, indoors no less.
Right.
Oh, they're running them out there. 55?
Right.
Jake Elliott, no problem. Done.
And that's not. And you may even get a 15th game, depending on where I think either Green Bay or Chicago is overseas.
International game. Yeah.
So you may end up in an international game. So you may get another indoor stadium.
Look, they don't have to value field goals to still have a good kicker. I just don't think those things are mutually exclusive. I think it's more of a talking point that makes you comfortable at night in your pajamas. Okay, you don't value field goals. Doesn't mean you don't need them. It doesn't mean you're not eventually going to need to line up. And when you had a chance to tie the NFC title game from 47 yards, your kicker was about a 77% lifetime conversion rate there, which was just about what you were converting your fourth downs. Is your opinion different if you have Justin Tucker? Or Aubrey, the kid for Dallas, or Bucker, where those guys are going to hit those at 90%? See, I refuse to go into another year where not only do they not want to kick it, I'd argue they can't. Mike Badgley is not going to get out there and kick a 55-yard field goal. So you know what 4th and 7 is now? It's a punt. See, that's my issue. You got to have a good kicker. What Super Bowl teams, maybe the better way to do it is, by and large in the modern history of this league, Super Bowl teams have Super Bowl kickers. They got big-time kickers.
How about this? Everybody talks about Brady. The first couple of Super Bowls the Patriots got, the MVP should have been Adam Vinatieri.
Yep.
He scored all the points.
And look, is there an opportunity where you say, look, guys, we're going to wire-to-wire this thing. We're going to get ahead. We're going to score touchdowns. We will defy NFL history, and we will continue to convert at an obscene rate on 4th and 2 or less at like 85%. That we're just going to keep going. There's always a chance. But why would you take the chance for a couple $1 million when you could have a dagger? You could have a player that on the weeks things aren't going your way. When it's not easy.
Yeah, where you have to kick 4 or 5 field goals to win a game.
How about you're tied in the fourth quarter and it's 4th and 7 from the 40? You know what I want to do? I want to be able to trot out a Harrison Bucker and take the lead. Mm-hmm. Do you know what that does to your win probability? Look, 3 months from now, maybe Badgley falls down a flight of stairs or is launched out of a cannon or things change. But to make that really the first move of your offseason, to bring back someone that I don't understand it. And we all know they don't want to kick field goals, but that doesn't mean you don't need to. Here's an idea. You know, David doesn't want to pay taxes. Has to.
Yeah, no,
that's how it works.
How about this? Nobody wants to punt, but you got to punt around the team. You always want to score a touchdown.
Yeah, you'd prefer a good one, right? And the Lions have a great one.
Right.
So why would you not it is funny. Isn't that the ultimate in hypocrisy? Well, we go for it all the time. We don't need a good punter. One problem, you got a great one. So why would I view kicking differently?
Never understood that.
248-539-9797. I'm glad we just stumbled on it in the update, and I go, well, damn, we have to do it. Go ahead.
Xfinity connects me to the great game that I love, and now that football season is over, it gives me a chance to catch up on all my favorite shows. And with Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price, and you can also get the speed that you need at a great price thanks to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows without interruption. That means you get the latest scores right as they happen. Injury updates, heck, you find out who the latest signings are. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or stop into a local Xfinity store today for more details. A maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
Perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. What isn't debatable is the best mattress in the market. It is the iComfort Eco by Serta, supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, feeling restored, or Serta's perfect sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while you maintain a balanced sleep temperature. It's simple, guys. Serta, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. All right, David, ticket text, and we'll go straight to the phones. Lions are bringing back Badgley. Our question's why? I mean, a mild upgraded kicker is pretty easy, pretty affordable, and I know what's going to happen. Dan Campbell, not like field goal. I understand that. Thank you. Boobs are fun. Water's wet. But you're still going to need to kick them if you want to win a Super Bowl. Well, it doesn't change how you play. It doesn't change your regression. But if you had a plus kicker in that NFC title game, and it wasn't Badgley, but it was a Bucker, it was a Tucker, it was an Aubrey, it was a Jake Elliott, let me tell you what happens with 7 minutes to go in that game. You kick the field goal, you tie the title game. Mm-hmm. Period. Because there wouldn't be a question about conversion. That's automatic for them. 75% chance on fourth down? Not. But when those two things are equal, 75% Badgley hits it, 75% we make it, that's how they're always going to end up going. And you're not going to get it done. You're not going to just yeehaw your way to a Super Bowl. No one in this room believes it.
Guys, I had the same first reaction, but I am going to wait to hear what the details are on the contract. There's no way there isn't a competition moving into
But a competition
season.
With who? Some other D-list actor? Like, no, you don't need to make things up to make yourself feel better. You can look at it for what it is. Who's competing with Michael Badgley? No free agent worth a damn. And no rookie kicker you use actual capital on.
Because if you needed somebody to compete with him, you could have just waited to sign him, because that means that nobody else wants him if you have to actively bring in competition. Because real kickers don't have competition.
That's right.
Tucker, hey, you know what? Show up to camp when you feel like showing up to camp. We know what you can do.
Eric at work says, I would take the dead body of Matt Prater over Badgley right now.
Take it easy.
Someone else says, OMG, guys, relax. In Holmes, I trust. He has earned it. Oh,
you want to do me a favor?
Is that real?
No,
Yeah.
I'm being serious. I want to do something. I don't even know if we have the capability of doing it. Can you just block that person from ever communicating with this radio show ever again? They don't have the IQ to do this.
No, but this goes back to what I said earlier
So
this
all
week.
off season, this is what we're going to do?
Yes.
We're going to be scolded for talking football?
Yes.
You didn't even go to the Super Bowl, much less win it. Pardon me if we're not handing out the Golden Penis Award for Executive of the Millennium.
But here's what happens. Between the three of us, we've seen Super Bowls, so we know what it takes. But Lions fans got their first taste. It's new money. We're here. We're arrived. Don't ever question what Brad Holmes is doing. It's like, guys, you made it to a certain point, but then you found out there was another step to go and you couldn't make it. Having the right kicker can help you in that next step of getting there. But there will be, I trust Brad Holmes completely. Whatever he says, I'm down. Don't ever question him.
Okay, good. Okay, well then.
Because you know what they're going to say? Oh, remember when you said you don't draft running backs? Jahmyr Gibbs.
Great. And you know what's going to happen? When this bites them in the ass, they can sit there and they'll know the truth whether they listen or not. That lemming ass mindset. That's ridiculous. Good heavens. People questioned what Bill Belichick was doing. The guy has no more fingers for rings. Come on now.
But he got you draft picks.
David.
I'll read this one. I said this already this season. They do not value a quality kicker so that Campbell can always justify going for these fourth downs. I was convinced of it, now even more so after this signing.
Yes, and you know what it leads me to? David's opinion. Then they're not going to be able to win the ultimate prize.
Because here's the thing, your schedule, it's a step up from last year. You're going to play real teams. Here's what I don't want the Lions to do, Mike. I remember they would be good one year when they had a last place schedule and then bad the next year when they had that first place schedule, and they would go opposite. Every other year they were good and then they'd fall off. You're going to play a ton of teams. You're going to play maybe 10 to 12 games against a mobile QB where points are going to be at a premium. You got to score. You're going to be playing 14 of 17 games indoors. Once again, points are a premium. It is kicking a field goal is not a 4-letter word. You're allowed to do that in this league.
No, and you can be highly aggressive while still deploying your kicker in critical moments. That's all I'm talking about. I don't want them to be less aggressive, but I don't want them to have to be desperate because their guy simply can't. Look, factually speaking, Michael Badgley can't kick a 55-yarder. Then you can't be my kicker if I'm going to try to win a Super Bowl. Go to Tom, 97.1. Tommy, what's going on, bud?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up? How you doing?
Hey, I tell you what, the way I'm seeing this, I'm wondering who's running the team right now, because why would you try a guy out there that you don't trust instead of getting somebody who's solid? I mean, what are we doing here? The difference, Dan Campbell is going to run this team into the ground if we don't start making smart decisions.
I just, Tommy, it's a weird thing. And again, maybe there's some amazing market for Badgley, but Tom, I wouldn't have been shocked if we were sitting here as camp's about to open and they go, yeah, we've invited Badgley back to camp. Why would you just opt to bring him back now and essentially seal up the kicker position? I'm with you. I don't get it.
Yeah, right. Do it later if you're going to do it at all. But, I mean, what that shows me is they're really not serious about making that next step. You're not going to take a great baseball team and have a crappy closer. Why would you take what is potentially a Super Bowl winning team and not have a kicker that can finish it off when you need them?
Yeah, I mean, right here, right now, if the Super Bowl is tied with 1:48 to go and you have an opportunity to kick a 55-yarder to take the lead in the Super Bowl, you know what the Lions aren't going to do? They're not trotting their kicker out there. Not Michael Badgley. Can't make it. Hey, here's an idea. Maybe you get into a winner-take-all game where it's home field advantage on the line throughout the playoffs, week 15. Guys, you're going to have to make a kick. I mean, here, you know what? You know why you had to play San Francisco and not Green Bay? Because Green Bay didn't have a kicker. And Carlson had a bad night in San Francisco. That's how you have Matt LaFleur saying, I pray every time I send him out there. I don't know. Go, David, I'll go back to the people, but go ahead.
No, I was just saying, you know how easy and convenient it is for a coach like, I guess he's not that great, but when you're Dallas's coach and you have that type of kicker, and you know, all I got to do is just get a little bit past the 50. If we don't continue, we can kick
right,
that field
because
goal.
I view it, you have a top 5 offense, potentially.
Yeah.
I view it that, you know what? We're going to score every effing time we have the ball.
Exactly.
We are going to put so much pressure on these teams.
All we got to do is get to the 40.
Right, and it's not always a 4th and 2. Like, there are plenty of moments this year where, by the way, you have a great punter and you used him. What if those punts became kicks? What if now I don't need to get anywhere? I could literally kick from the 41-yard line and it's 4th and 8.
Indoors.
Now I'm not punting. I'm kicking.
Yeah.
Oh, but wait, are you telling me that's not aggressive? Oh, no, it's very aggressive. But if I have a guy who can go out there and pipe it, I just can't.
Because here's the thing. If you're willing to go for it, knowing if you miss, you get the ball right there. So if you miss the kick, guess what? They get the ball right there. Doesn't matter. So take the points.
Oh, God.
You saw the text?
I just received a text from Rieger.
Yeah.
Well, I probably should read it. Quote, his daughter's name is Olive. Olive is chanting Golden Penis Award as I drive her to tutoring. Oh! You guys are impacting young lives. LOL. Come on, Jeff. You know you can't have this show on with the kid in the car. Damn. All right.
That's on him, not you all. That's on him.
We'll get back to the people momentarily. I know we got a football today. Badgley's back. Celebrate good times.
Fun.
Victor's Home Solutions. Do you want to work with an A-plus company? Especially when it comes to your roof. The idea of, do I need it? Not quite sure. How about a free 21-point inspection? A lot of people, they don't even know the status of their roof. You book a free 21-point roof inspection with Victor's. They'll video it. They'll go through the results, and they'll give you a game plan. And that's where the quality takes over. They back any work they do with a 50-year leak-free guarantee, more 5-star reviews than any other roofing company in the state of Michigan. Will you find a cheaper option? Sure you will. But I don't know about you. I don't want to screw around with something like my roof. So get with Victor's. Schedule that 21-point video inspection today, 734-773-1100, 734-773-1100, or you can go get that appointment at victors.com. That's victors.com.
Feel knowing that one of the GOAT of college football walked out the door basically echoing everything that you said.
I mean, I love it and hate it at the same time. I think coaches and the big personalities are a big part of college football, and we're losing them left and right, just like college hoops. I don't see how the sport's in a better place losing your best coaches, losing part of the iconic brands that, like, you're not just rooting against Bama, you're rooting against Saban, or you're rooting against Harbaugh, or rooting for or against insert coach. We're losing them. So it makes me sad.
So I'll ask you this.
Yes.
Kirby Smart is now the new dean of college football.
Mm-hmm.
Who are the next two coaches after him?
Great question.
I try.
I mean, Lincoln Riley feels very college-y. I think we've left the NFL stuff behind. It's clear he's a college football coach. Would he be one?
I say no, because Lincoln Riley to me is a lot of hype with no results.
All right. How about Sarkisian?
I think he's on the verge. Now, you're in the SEC. You got Texas turned around. It looked as Texas was back, and then they weren't, but then they were back again. Now, I think this is a year that he can show me, okay, he's that number two. He's up there.
How about Brian Kelly? He's a college lifer. No NFL team wants.
He's a college lifer, but does he bring that fear? Like Nick Saban brought fear.
It's not fear. It's loathing.
Right.
I don't like Brian Kelly.
No, but it's, yeah. Because what about Dabo? Would you put Dabo in?
I don't think he's going to be around much longer. I'm pretty sure he's riding in the back seat of Saban's car. He hates it.
Okay.
Hates it.
Now that Harbaugh is gone, would you put Ryan Day?
No. No, because honestly, he's one loss from not having a job.
No.
So I just can't go there.
You're missing one.
I got two more names for you.
I wonder
Lanning at Oregon.
I was going to say him.
That's going to take time. But yes, I think Dan Lanning's a stud. He's just so young. I can't rule out eventually does he just go to the NFL.
Young and handed the keys to a great program, Kalen DeBoer.
No, he'll be toast in a couple.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's.
I
Corner
think he just
infielder
said,
Gio
honey,
Urshela has
I got about
arrived at
70
Tiger
million
Spring Training in
reasons we're
Lakeland
taking this
and
gig,
passed his
but
physical
we ain't
just
buying a
after
house.
So
signing
you're not
a
buying
one-year,
Nick
$1.5
Sheridan as
million
your offensive
deal.
coordinator? 'Cause
Urshela
that's
will
the new-
compete
he
with Matt
replaced Ryan
Vierling
Grubb.
and Zach
I'm not
McKinstry
buying
at
any
third
of
for Detroit.
DeBoer Bama.
U of M basketball,
The new
Red
college
Wings and
football
Pistons all in
playoff
action tonight.
format. We've been talking
on
about it. It's the
WWJ. You can hear the
5+7.
Wolverines at Northwestern
It's the
starting
Notre
at
Dame
8:30.
Tax in there. If you win the conference,
Pistons at Pacers, hear
you
that
automatically
on
get a bye.
98.7
Mike,
starting at 6:35.
here are some winners and losers.
And the Red Wings
of
host
this
the Avs
new
right here on
format. Just the
97.1.
5+7.
Coverage starts
We're not talking
at
about the
1:15.
14-1.
And it was 44
The
years ago
ACC
today,
is a
the
potential
Miracle
winner.
on Ice.
Well, know why? Because no matter what happens, you get a bye. It's the Florida State. Well, we should be in there. You just won. You're in. You get one of the byes. Enjoy your time off. Another one.
Sounds slightly different
like
than the
E.J.
guy we get
Calvin.
on Amazon Thursday nights
Penn
in the fall.
State.
At the Coral Health Update Desk,
Penn
I'm Beanie
State,
Howell. More
for
at 6
years,
or at
has always sat
97ontheticket.com.
third in the Big Ten. They never get invited because they're not Michigan. They're not Ohio State. Penn State is now going to be eligible for spots 10 through 12 because you lose to Michigan, you lose to Ohio State, but you beat everybody else in the Big Ten.
Hey, 3 cheers. The games don't matter. Carry on. I'm sorry. That's how I feel. Keep it moving.
The other winner is the conference championship games.
The bye weeks online.
Yes.
Yeah. That's a good point. I like that
So
one.
now all of a sudden, the Big Ten championship, it's whatever. No. You win it, you get the bye.
Yeah, I like that.
You're in. All right. Losers, the last 2 teams of the Pac-12.
It's not a thing.
And the 12th seed is because you're basically playing the team that should have gotten a bye, who didn't get a bye, at their place.
And you're a group of 5 team.
Yeah. So
because you know how this is going to go.
It will. Also, Mike, you coined a phrase that I used to love. It was called the touchdown play.
Yes.
Did you know that scoring was down in college football to the lowest point it's been since, want to take a guess of the year? It's in the 2000s.
Jesus. What was the last chaos year where nothing made sense? Would that be 07?
Close, 2009.
Okay.
The average scoring was down to 27.78. So
you could thank Iowa unders for that.
Well, I was about to say, is it just the lack of productivity, or is it the fact that you now have, with the running clock, there's less plays?
That helps.
So that's why you're not doing it, because even LSU, who was at the top of the scoring, they were around 45 and a half points per game. That still posted the lowest scoring average of the top team since 2009, which Houston was at 42 points.
Yeah, the clock, the overtime rules, that probably plays a role too.
What about defenses getting smarter?
How about 70 quarterbacks plus in the portal every year? Really hard to learn a new system every year. Maybe some erosion there.
I like that. David, any comment on that?
I agree with him. There's so many quarterbacks and new systems. Things will be lower.
Here's something that's near and dear to you. EA Sports came out with the game.
It's
every college put out their post on Twitter or X saying, "Hey, we're in the game." All 134 FBS schools are in. Now here's where it gets a little tricky. 11,000 players will receive a whopping sum of $600 plus a free copy of the video game. But you have to opt in right now in order to get that. Too high, too low.
No, it's just right. For 99.9% of college football players, it's just right. Because the reality is, people are going to go, well, what about Caleb Williams? There's one of those 11,000 other players. Well, what about Drake May or what about RG3? For 99.9% of players who will go pro in something other than football.
Oh, I like that.
Like, what's wrong with $600 of beer money and a free copy at a game and being in the game? I have no issue with it. Because the reality is, EA has to sell north of 100,000 copies of this thing just to start making money. This is a major, hold on. It's a major endeavor.
For EA.
I'm making a point. This is a game that's been on a multi-year build. It's massively expensive to make, and they're paying millions in licensing fees. Rico, no offense. Like, what do these college players want? What do they think they're supposed to get? 10 grand a pop? You're a backup guard for Akron. No, but your family doesn't know you exist.
No. But the star player, I feel like you got a little bit of negotiation right.
Then you know what? Don't be in the game. We'll still know it's you. Number 13 for USC.
But they'll have an opportunity to also promote the game. There'll be some ambassadors. So you'll get the Caleb Williams type, Quinn Ewers type that will push the game, and they'll be fine.
I just get so tired of this. We're acting like they're 4-time All-Stars in the NBA. You're a nothing. You're a third-string tight end for Cincy.
Just to put it in perspective, it's been reported all 85 scholarship members of Michigan State have all opted into the game. So
most of that's because they're not any good, but I still love the camaraderie. Outstanding.
So they've all opted in. Mike.
Yes, buddy.
Let's play a little game.
What's that?
Of who's not there. The voices of the game. People calling the game. This new EA Sports game, college football.
Fowler.
Kirk Herbstreit.
Yeah.
He's in. Chris Fowler. He's in. David Pollock. He is in.
Excellent.
Kevin Connors. In.
Okay.
Jesse Palmer. In.
Good. I like it. Positive. There was no way you could put Corso on the game again. You just couldn't do it.
There's a name that was not added to the game.
Desmond?
He's on your board. Who's got it better than us? David, you know who I'm talking about, right?
I don't. What is going on? Help me.
Come on.
What am I? Oh, they were never hiring him.
Why not? He's on all the big Fox games. He's not on the game.
If you want my thoughts on Gus Johnson, download Cash Ticket.
I'm just
keep it moving.
So, should Gus be on there? No.
No.
Okay.
Low rent scumbag.
David, he's your boy.
My boy? Why is he my boy?
Because you and him represent Detroit, playing at St. Cecilia's.
Yeah, the difference is only one of them knows how to get there.
I was just by there the other day. You're right.
People down at U of D Jesuit are still looking for Gus's first appearance.
I'm good on Gus.
That's your college football blitz 97.1. Feel knowing that one of the GOAT of college football walked out the door basically echoing everything that you said.
I mean, I love it and hate it at the same time. I think coaches and the big personalities are a big part of college football, and we're losing them left and right, just like college hoops. I don't see how the sport's in a better place losing your best coaches, losing part of the iconic brands that, like, you're not just rooting against Bama, you're rooting against Saban, or you're rooting against Harbaugh, or rooting for or against insert coach. We're losing them. So it makes me sad.
So I'll ask you this.
Yes.
Kirby Smart is now the new dean of college football.
Mm-hmm.
Who are the next two coaches after him?
Great question.
I try.
I mean, Lincoln Riley feels very college-y. I think we've left the NFL stuff behind. It's clear he's a college football coach. Would he be one?
I say no, because Lincoln Riley to me is a lot of hype with no results.
All right. How about Sarkisian?
I think he's on the verge. Now, you're in the SEC. You got Texas turned around. It looked as Texas was back, and then they weren't, but then they were back again. Now, I think this is a year that he can show me, okay, he's that number two. He's up there.
How about Brian Kelly? He's a college lifer. No NFL team wants.
He's a college lifer, but does he bring that fear? Like Nick Saban brought fear.
It's not fear. It's loathing.
Right.
I don't like Brian Kelly.
No, but it's, yeah. Because what about Dabo? Would you put Dabo in?
I don't think he's going to be around much longer. I'm pretty sure he's riding in the back seat of Saban's car. He hates it.
Okay.
Hates it.
Now that Harbaugh is gone, would you put Ryan Day?
No. No, because honestly, he's one loss from not having a job.
Now,
so I just can't go there.
You're missing one.
I got two more names for you.
I wonder
Lanning
if-
at Oregon.
I was going to say him.
That's going to take time. But yes, I think Dan Lanning's a stud. He's just so young. I can't rule out eventually does he just go to the NFL.
Young and handed the keys to a great program, Kalen DeBoer.
No, he'll be toast in a couple of years.
Okay.
I think he just said, honey, I got about 70 million reasons we're taking this gig, but we ain't buying a house.
So you're not buying the Nick Sheridan as your offensive coordinator?
At the
'Cause
NBA,
that's the
no
new. He
sweat, same
replaced
game
Ryan
parlay from
Grubb.
FanDuel I'm not every buying any
Thursday
of
with TNT.
DeBoer Bama.
Thursdays, it's simple. You'll get
The new-
bonus bets back if your same game parlay doesn't win on any NBA on TNT game. NBA, SGPs, perfect way to bet because the league is tough to watch. Now, if you got an SGP going, you could simplify it. And then the 3-point attempts don't anger you. They're actually helping your cause most likely. So however you want to play, it's FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? 1-800-270-7117.
All right, so anything you missed, just programming note, Odyssey.com rewind. We kicked off the Red Wings playoff drive.
You've been asleep during football. We got you. But it begins tonight. You can rewind to that. We open the show.
Hold on. You know what? To hit every topic, Isaiah Stewart suspended 3 games. Now we've talked about all the major sports.
You're right. We have college football. We also hit. I think, first of all, I thought the Gio Urshela move by the Tigers was underrated. Yes, I have a Yankee bias because I like the player and he helped my ball club, but he kills lefties. He can play all over the diamond. He'll moonlight at third. But there's one move they could really easily make. Short-term commitment. And I think it could help you win the division now. So we talked about it. And then, yes, we just talked Lions with the Badgley thing, which is, for lack of a better term, just strange to me. So it's all there for you. David, you want to give us some ticket text here?
Yeah, I understand what you guys are saying, and I agree. But who are these great kickers who are going to be available? There aren't that many of them.
The level you will go to defend this man is starting to really chap my ass. I'm sorry I don't have the entire kicker matrix out in front of me right now. But you know what? Maybe evaluating the college ones would have been a start.
Are we getting close to embargo's status?
No, because we don't roll that way. That's soft radio. We don't do that.
No, because it's to the point. It's so early. Free agency hasn't even opened yet, and you made this move. Are you trying?
No, but this is one where, as I tried to warn you from earlier this week, I trust in Brad Holmes. He can do no wrong. He led us to the promised land. And what do you know?
Because he's a very good GM.
He kept receipts and made fun of all of you.
And I don't care. He's been a great drafter. He has carte blanche to do just about whatever he wants to do. But I don't think it's a bad opinion to say we need an upgrade at the kicking position.
Yeah.
Especially on the heels of the way the NFC title game went. And watching the Super Bowl where both kickers were asked to go out there and hit
a 54 and a 57. Super Bowl records.
So, yeah, I think there's a healthy middle ground between whatever he wants is good enough for me. And then people who don't want to – look, he's very good at what he does. And we're all very happy with where the team is. But the next step is going to be the hardest. This is the hardest part, is once you get to the precipice of that Super Bowl window, we're in it. How do you take the next step? Pardon me if signing Michael Badgley to kick off my offseason isn't it. Because, again, you won't send him out there to kick a 55-yard field goal. You won't have the ability to do what the Chiefs did from 57. And when you had a chance to tie the game with 7 minutes to go after it had all fallen apart, you said going for it was a better move for me than kicking it, even though the math was even. If you had a real kicker, you would kick. You would have tied the game. And by the way, you have the highest paid punter in football, don't you? Mm-hmm. So if kicking doesn't matter, then why the hell did you pay your punter? Kicking absolutely matters. And you know what a great kicker would do? Lessen the need to ever punt. Because now I'm at the 41. I'm indoors 14 of my 17 games. Yeah, we're going to kick it for 58. You're never doing that with Mike Badgley. That's not a shot at Badgley. It's just not his skill set.
Well, I mean, the fact that he was ready to go out on the field in San Francisco and he's just standing there with his helmet in his hand like, we're not going to kick the field goal?
I want to play too.
I mean, he literally looked like the last kid who gets picked up by his parents who was just standing there in the parking lot looking at every car saying, is that, no? Okay.
David, what do you got, buddy?
Exactly what he looked like. Someone says, poor Nick Saban. NIL in the portal has stripped Saban's advantage over all the other universities, so Saban has taken his ball and walked away.
So just so we're clear, legendary coach, arguably best in the history of the sport, goes, you know what? I ain't a babysitter. I'm out. And that's what you come up with? Mm-hmm. So I actually think it's a power move when guys like Jay Wright and Saban and Roy and Harbaugh, for that matter, when those guys just go, F it, I'm out.
Because sometimes you can't say, yes, I am better than this. Yes, I don't have to accept it.
Yeah, I'm not going to re-recruit my players every 2 weeks. Yeah. I'm above that.
It's like, oh, well, you just got, no, I'm better than doing this.
Someone is answering your question, though, on the next coaches, Rico. Mm-hmm. Someone says Lane Kiffin and Ryan Day.
Lane Kiffin just won't go away, so
Kiffin's the perfect supervillain.
Yeah.
Like if you need someone to be the new villainous character, Lane's your guy.
Ryan Day, yeah, now that Harbaugh is gone, I think Michigan's going to take a step back, and I think that Ohio State will be competing with Oregon for the Big Ten. I can see that. You see, by the way, they hired B.T. Jordan. He's back into college. Ohio State just hired him to run the D-line.
The pass rush specialist?
Yeah.
Well, he left the NFL already?
Yeah. He just sent it out, said he made it official. He's going to be a Buckeye.
All right, then. I'll tell you, OSU is, they're firing all torpedoes.
Yeah. Ryan, no excuses.
Yeah, no, they can't have one.
You're fired.
All right. Caputo next. We will be back at it tomorrow. See you I'll see you way before 2 o'clock. Who am I kidding? 97.1.